Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get the meeting of the Santa Monica City Council started. I'll wait for Councilmember Snell to finish his video. Kidding.
Mayor,
all right.
Mayor, before you begin, remember we're calling the meeting of the regular and special.
Yeah, so we are calling the regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council and the special meeting of the Santa Monica City Council to order at 5:35 concurrently. Councilmember Negrete, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Councilmember Hall, will you read the land acknowledgement? Oh, and then we'll do the roll call.
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curravunga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers in Cuyam or guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you.
Councilmember Negrete?
Here.
Councilmember Hall?
Present.
Councilmember Raskin?
Here.
Councilmember Snell?
Here.
Councilmember Zerniskaya?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Here.
And Mayor Terosas.
Here. Great. So before we get started, are there any Levinak disclosures or other items that people need to announce? No. And for agenda management, I'm asking for a motion to hear 30 minutes of public testimony on agenda item 1, and then the remainder of that public testimony after all other agendized items have been heard.
So moved. Looks like Mayor Pro Tem moved. I'll second. Can I make one modification actually, let's do that motion first. I'll make a second motion later.
Okay.
You can do it by voice vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. 6-1. Thank you. Did you want to make a second motion?
Yeah. In light of the many people we have here tonight, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the council rules if that's necessary, or just make a motion that we ask speakers to identify if they're Santa Monica residents when they speak.
I'm fine with that. Did anyone have an objection?
I'll second that.
Okay. Do we need a?
You can do voice vote.
Okay. All those in favor? Oh, question.
Is that legal?
I have a question. I thought we couldn't do that.
I think he's asking to suspend the council rules, correct?
City Attorney.
Oh.
Well, I think, identifying information is generally given on a voluntary basis, but you can ask the question that you normally don't ask.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to have a voluntary identification of location from where the commenters are coming on general public comment or all items?
Well, let's make it all items.
Okay. Do we need a voice vote or?
Do voice
Okay,
vote.
all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
1,
No.
2, 3.
Okay, so let's do,
I'm saying no.
Okay.
so it's Hall, Negrete, and who?
Zwick. Oh, sorry, Zwick. Wait,
No,
are you?
Zernitskaya, Negrete, and Hall.
Okay,
And Zwick.
Oh,
Okay, so
Zwick.
that fails.
fails.
Got it. Thank you. I am then now travel announcement and mayor's highlight, I believe, is on this agenda, but I think, do I need to do that first?
Did you,
We're not doing a mayor's highlight today.
no, not the mayor's highlight.
Right.
But we do want to do the city manager. We want to do, and before we do that, I don't think we have any speakers on that item?
The city manager's report we're going to hear on after the 30 minutes of public comment. Yeah, great. So I'm going to go ahead and set a timer for 30 minutes, and I will begin by calling up. We have. Yep, go ahead.
So Mayor, we can just do the 30 speakers because
Okay.
it's more than 25.
I just wanted to acknowledge if someone wanted to have 10 seconds of comment that we could fit, because I know that some of the folks had said they would be brief. Great. So we're going to call up Justin Rosen, Jonathan Foster, Robert Bell, Naomi Maurice, Chris Lazan, and Jillian Fallon. Feel free to come on up and start your minute.
They might be outside.
And feel free to state your name when you come up. Do we have Justin Rosen, Jonathan Foster, Robert Bell? Feel free to get started.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bell.
I respectfully ask you to reconsider the structure and timing of these meetings. Public decision-making should occur in public view at hours and under conditions where ordinary citizens can meaningfully participate, as Councilmember Negretti observed at your January 27th meeting, the one that ended at 2:34 a.m. There is a principle dating back to the Roman Republic that public acts affecting citizens should occur in the light of day, not after exhaustion has set in, and not through prolonged recesses and late-night proceedings that ordinary residents simply cannot accommodate. When important agenda items begin late at night, participation is no longer truly equal. Seniors, families, working residents, those concerned about nighttime safety, or those who are just fatigued are effectively excluded, while only organized insiders and professionals can remain for the entire process. I urge you to consider the reforms proposed by Ms. Negretti.
Earlier start times, fixed hearing schedules, and reasonable adjournment hours so that Santa Monica's government is not
Thank you.
only technically open, but genuinely accessible to the public.
Thank you. Can we make sure the mic's working?
Yeah, it turns off after a minute.
Great.
Mayor, we also have a minor.
Great. Bring the minor in.
The minor's name is Jack Abrams.
Jack Abrams. All right.
Go ahead.
Can I address the council?
Go ahead and start.
No, you can address us when the comment comes up. All right, go ahead. Just state your name.
Hi, my name is Justin Rosen, and yeah, I'm here to call against the closure of Santa Monica Airport. Santa Monica Airport is a vital part of this community. It was a very important ad hoc airport during the LA wildfires. They were disastrous, and they would have been far more disastrous if we hadn't had Santa Monica. It's a very important airport for the community. A lot of people would be put out of their jobs and their livelihood. During COVID and during the double Hollywood strike, a lot of entertainment people in the industry pivoted to Santa Monica Airport to work and fly. And the closure of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It wouldn't stop air traffic. It wouldn't lower pollution. It would just have a massive influx to other airports. And Van Nuys Airport is one of the busiest airports in the entire globe, and that would get even more busy and more dangerous for the air traffic controllers. So I urge you to not close the airport. I urge you to reconsider, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have the minor. Okay, and just to remind everyone, we do not do clapping here. If you want to express support, you can either stand up or do happy hands. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Jack Abrams, and I just come to you with a very short story. A few years ago, there was a kid who was only a year younger than me, and he was dying, and he needed a heart. And the heart was in Santa Monica. It would have taken too long to drive it to Van Nuys, drive it to LAX, or even helicopter it. So they put it on a plane and flew it to Santa Monica, from Santa Monica to this kid. And because of it, because of the airport, that's the reason this kid is alive today. So, that's my reason. We should keep the airport open. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Chris Lazan, the Executive Director of the Growing Place with 3 early childhood campuses in the heart of Santa Monica. On behalf of the professional community and families of Growing Place, thank you for your generous donation of our 40th anniversary celebration, for the proclamation of this milestone, and for the city's continued support of early childhood education in our community. For 40 years, Growing Place has been proud to call Santa Monica home, working alongside families to nurture children who are confident, compassionate, and creative problem solvers. We want to thank you for standing with us, for honoring our 40-year legacy, and for helping ensure that Santa Monica continues to be a place for where children, families, and educators thrive. We deeply are grateful and look forward to the next 40 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Chris. I believe that we also, sorry, are you Naomi Maurice? Okay, fantastic. I'm going to call a few more names because I don't think everyone came up. And now I can't see the names. Go ahead and I'll try to address this.
Okay. Hi there. My name is Naomi Maurice, and I'm a water quality data analyst at Heal the Bay. I'm here to let the City Council know that Heal the Bay is releasing our 36th Beach Report Card annual report next Wednesday, May 20th. This report looks at ocean bacteria results from the past year, and based on these bacteria levels, provides A through F letter grades for beaches up and down the West Coast. Of note for the city is that for the 5th consecutive year, the Santa Monica Pier has landed on our list of the top 10 most polluted beaches in the state. The pier has consistently high levels of bacteria throughout the year, posing risks to anyone getting in the water. And this past year, water around the pier was unsafe for recreational contact over 75% of the time. To make matters worse, bacteria levels have only been increasing in recent years, highlighting the fact that this is a persistent pollution issue, not an isolated event. We've been working on a task force with the Office of Sustainability and the Environment to dedicate time towards addressing this issue and have a
Thank you. I just want to take a moment, Mayor's prerogative, I guess. I know that we have a special guest here for the city manager's report that I see came in. Would everyone be okay with seeing the animal and then continuing with the public comments just to be able to accommodate that? Do we need a motion for that? Okay. So I move that we hear Mr. Foster because he's been called up. And then we suspend the comments for a minute while we hear about our adoptable pet of the meeting.
I'll second that.
Great. Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Great. Mr. Foster, and then we'll see our animal.
Hello, Jonathan. Is this on?
Is this working? I think that's, there we go. Jonathan Foster, homeless bum drummer. Hello, homeless bum. I've been here for 25 years, so I just give up, but I've never seen so many people here on the topic of the airport. I've seen this going on since like 2010, 11. I was here when they flew to Washington to get it closed. And we are going downhill fast to get this closed and get a park there. And the park should be all grass. And maybe a few basketball courts and maybe some tennis courts and pickleball. And I can't tell if it's like craps. It's a 7 out and it's gone, or if it's saved at the last hour, 7 and 11. It sounds like all of a sudden it's going to get saved and there's going to be an airport there still. And they said they wanted this to be a park. And it's for the 4 million people of Los Angeles County. That's what it's for. And I'm opting for a park. Thanks.
Would our friends from the or Mr. Chi will talk as our dog hopefully comes up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We actually have, thank you for the brief interlude. We'll get back to the meeting here quickly. We actually have 2 friends that we wanted to introduce to the council.
Oh, just
first,
right now. Okay.
if you remember our adoptable pet from our last meeting, Dove. This week, the pet of the week, the adoptable pet of the week we wanted to share with everyone is her brother, Damiano. Damiano is a 1-year-old lab and pit bull mix. He is a little bit bigger than his sister, but still a perfect small to medium-sized family member that can be the perfect companion for any family. He loves running around the yard, playing with toys. He loves playing with his sister and other dogs too. He's also extremely gentle with other dogs, people, and children. If you're interested in meeting Damiano, please contact the animal shelter. And of course, you can also visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. That's our first friend we wanted to introduce
We love
everyone
our
to.
friend. Thank you. Maybe all of the people here are watching, and maybe someone who's here to give a comment would like to adopt a dog. Just
If
saying.
anyone is interested, we do have Damiano ready to find a new home. The other introduction that we had, really, and this will constitute the totality of our city manager's report tonight, we wanted to introduce someone extremely important here in the city, a new member of our team. Joining us today is Asta. Asta. Like pasta. Asta. Like pasta. Asta. Asta's our new fire department peer support canine. She is a 4-year-old golden lab retriever. She's going to live and work alongside her handler, Captain Paul Belante. We all miss Roger, our previous peer support canine. Asta is the member of our team now that will be visiting our fire stations and attending community events and supporting personnel before, during, and after critical incidents. I know our fire chief, Chief Halleck, wanted to say a few words, if that's okay. Matt, we'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Just wanted to add just a couple of things to that. And the reason I wanted to add that is because Asta came to us through an anonymous donation from a coordination with Director Kevin Brame, who is the director of the International Public Safety Leadership and Ethics Institute. And his partnership, and he saw on social media how we lost Roger, and reached out to me and said, I've got a donor who wants to provide a new support dog. We coordinated it in-house. Captain Belante stood up and said, I'd be happy to have him. I think his family is probably equally as happy to have Asta at their house, and it's been a really nice change of pace from losing Roger and bringing Asta on board, and we're very fortunate to Guide Dogs of the Desert, Kevin Brame, and the anonymous donors. Just wanted to thank them very much for bringing Asta to our department, so thank you.
Can you bring Asta behind the dais so
Absolutely.
we can all say hi? Thank you. Asta's not for adoption.
Yes.
Okay. And thank you for an amazing fire service day this weekend. And I think many of our community members got to meet Asta, and there are Asta trading cards, Asta stickers. Did you bring any of those with you? Hey. Okay, well, next meet, we all want some stickers because they're pretty cute. And she has one on her cup. All right, we're going to move back in the, order of hearing all of this. We have Jillian Fallon, Robert Roth, Samitha C., Bridget McBride, and William Schwartz, if you guys could approach the mic.
Mayor, we have three more minors.
Great. Well, then after these, we'll hear the minors. And if you want to just state your name and start commenting, that'd be fantastic.
Hi, Jillian Fallon. I submitted a video for my remarks.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Fallon.
Love the airport. There's historic fact in this airport. It's been here for 100 years.
Can we turn it up a little?
Aviation, it's got a lot of history. It's a cultural icon. It makes Santa Monica special.
Having a great park there is a dream, and it's an impossible dream. If you just look at the billions of dollars that it's going to cost, and the city's already declared fiscal insolvency.
Because it's the most ill thought out plan. There's no funding. I don't care what the proponents of it say. They have no funding.
I think it should be there in the event of a natural disaster or LAX gets shut down. What are we going to do?
I'm also a registered nurse, so I'm very much concerned about emergencies and emergency preparedness.
I love going by the park, the Santa Monica Airport Park all the time, the way it is right now.
Well, I think if they ever need a disaster, it could happen in Santa Monica. They need that airport.
Love the airport. There's historic fact in this airport. It's been here for 100 years.
Brings back the spirit of aviation. It's got a
Thank you. Robert Roth, okay.
Robert Roth, thank you. I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I live near the airport. And I am somewhat concerned about this park because it could become another MacArthur Park very easily if it were the size and scope that we are talking about. I think it's economically infeasible. The change in use of the airport land would have a number of other effects. First, if it were used for property development, it would increase the population density, and not only of the airport area, but the area west of the airport, which is currently under FAA height restrictions. It would now permit high-rise structures and would increase the amount of population density potentially. And if the airport were to be closed, I think a substantial increase in building along that corridor, and it would cause a significant increase in traffic gridlock. When the runway was shortened, the move pushed over.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
It's 1 minute. Smitha, C. Great.
Hi, I'm here to talk about the Great Park Coalition and the move, it seems to me, to just limit the democratic process. I've been trying to get signatures to get a ballot on the measure that would be 75% park and 25% housing. And I've heard from many, many, many people that the Great Park Coalition already told them it was going to be 100% park, and they used a survey that they had sent out using their Sunset Park mailing list and the Great Park mailing list that they created to encourage participation in creating the Great Park. They used that mailing list to send out another survey. Then they falsely stated 67% of participants voted for a Great Park without ever giving the participants a choice to vote for housing. And that, I think that the fact that they're running this anti-democratic campaign where they're encouraging voters to not put anything on the ballot. Airport or us.
Thank you.
Really anti-democratic, so I don't have a position other than democracy.
Thank you. I had called Bridget McBride, and then we'll hear from the minors. Is Bridget here? Yeah, great.
Hello, my name is Bridget McBride, and I represent approximately 1,500 Venice residents who are increasingly distressed and exhausted by the huge uptick in prop planes buzzing over our heads. As you know, there has been a 39% increase in total flights out of Santa Monica Airport, 95% of which are local flights operations circling Venice. Total flights for 2025 were 78,693. And of those, 74,498 were local flights circling Venice. Just imagine that. Think about that number. 74,498 touch and go procedures above our heads in Venice, low, loud, and continual. Our quality of life has been dramatically reduced by this development. We experience constant noise, exposure to high concentrations of lead, raining down on our yards and patios and into our lungs. We're very concerned about safety. There are 4 or 5 planes at a time, 1 to 2 minutes.
Thank you. Are you Mr. Okay, sorry. I had called you, so you come up and then we'll have the minors. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Bill Schwartz, lifelong Santa Monica resident. So I always wanted the Santa Monica Airport to close, but now since the fire, I completely changed my mind on that one. And for the 2 basic reasons that, number one, I think it should be a major command center that could provide services within a 10 to 15 mile radius, and it can be a park and some residents in proportion. I think that the 3 examples I like to use in which it's been very successful to do a mixed-use type of situation. And if you would look it up, it would take some time. Tokyo Metropolitan Disaster Prevention Park. This is perhaps a gold standard for your dual-use version. On a normal day, it is a massive 13-hectare green space. But in the event of an emergency, it is transformed with a strong infrastructure. The second one is the Bishan Ang Mu Khao Park in Singapore. A huge difference of merging the 2 infrastructures with satellite technology and so forth in Hunter Park.
Thank you.
In New York.
Appreciate that. Great. And just if you could state your name when you come so we can find you on the list, that would be great.
Arlo Lamb.
Carlo or
Arlo?
Arlo. Okay, great. Thank you.
So I am the vice president of the Aerospace Club at San Mo High and the president of the Backcountry Club at San Mo High. And I just wanted to point out that Santa Monica has immediate access to the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area, which is the largest urban park in the world. meaning that the addition of the 192-acre Great Park would only effectively add 0.1% of park space to Santa Monica residents. That's all.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlie Cohen. I'm the president of the Santa Monica Aerospace Club. The club visits the airport frequently, and while there, many members have gone to significant engineering universities such as Purdue and Michigan. The club inspires engineering. Closing the airport removes our immediate access to this. Additionally, Santa Monica Airport helps out in the fires against the Palisades fires. Also, as a high schooler, if you close on the airport, I don't get a chance to vote because I'm a minor. So I would lose the opportunity to turn this back in the future because it's a permanent decision. And I feel as if I should have the right to choose if the airport is open or closed. That's it.
Thank you. And I think we have one more minor.
Hi, my name is Rory Chandler. I'm in 5th grade and I want the best for our city. I've grown up alongside the Santa Monica Airport my whole life. From AYSO soccer practice to art fairs at Barker Hangar to my sister's birthday party at the Cloverfield restaurant. I've been there. And before we make any big decisions, we need a budget. Keep our airport open until you solve our budget problem. My generation is the future and our voice should be heard. Thank you.
Thanks. Are you also a minor? Okay, feel free to come up and state your name.
Good evening. I'm Seamus McMullen. I'm a student at Santa Monica Flight School, as there's many flight schools at Santa Monica, as you probably know. This airport means a lot to me. From a young age, my dad would take me up the observation deck, and we'd watch planes for a good hour take off and land. These are the moments that influenced my passion and love for aviation, as I'm sure many other young people in the crowd tonight or around Santa Monica. I'm fearful of losing this airport because it's so much more than just an airport. It contains such a rich history and is surrounded by such a great community of people. But every time I'm at the airport, there's always a few excited kids standing up on the observation deck, just like I did when I was their age. And if you take away this airport, you're taking away the ability for the young generations to come to experience the amazingness of aviation. Also, you should not let history stop here. And I'll just say one more thing. You move near an airport, you're going to hear some planes.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go back to the comments in the line. So we have Safa Shar, Hans Scheider, Megan Silva, Mary Nordheim.
And Mary, remember, we have callers.
I do remember that, but we have,
We'll wait till the end.
yeah.
Okay.
Great. And just state your name when you come up. Thank you.
My name is Safa. Thank you. With student pilots flying low-altitude prop planes over our heads from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. every single day without exception, we are no longer just frustrated in East Venice. I understand that this is some people's hobby. This is our lives. This is our livelihood. These are where people are raising their children. We cannot work in our homes. Our neighborhood is now a dumping ground for all the leaded fuel that the prop planes produce. When we report violations of the Fly Neighborly program, we are ignored every single time in writing. I'm asking a very simple question today. Why is the Santa Monica Airport allowing relentless, repetitive training activities over a densely populated area solely outside of the Santa Monica jurisdiction? Why is the Santa Monica Airport allowing SMO to ignore complaints about safety violations? Why are these repetitive pattern flights performed only outside of Santa Monica? Why is the burden of noise, pollution, and risk not shared with your own city?
Thank you.
Sorry, what was her name again?
Bridget, sorry, that was Safa Shar.
Thank you.
Hans Scheider.
Yes, I'm Hans Scheider. I live in West Los Angeles, just under the pattern. A couple of facts here for people. Just so you know, to train the military, to train a pilot to fly the A-10 Warthog costs $8.3 million. For the F-22 Raptor, it's $16.9 million. The military is no longer turning pilots loose. The only way the airlines are going to have pilots is those that are trained at places like Santa Monica Airport. And another comment, since you're deciding here an important consideration, Some years back, the Russians came up with the biggest aircraft ever made. It's a freighter, and it was capable of transporting in water, along with everything else, but if you put water in it, 156,000 gallons at a time. And that plane was designed also to be a fire-dropping plane, for dropping water on fires. Instead, they offered it to the people in Sacramento who said, oh, we'll never need anything like that. They said, we'll lease it to you only if you need.
Thank you. Megan Silva, great. And then I'm going to call up some more names. Mary Nordheim, Zachary Hovitt, Nate Taylor, Brandon Battaglia, and Bryce Cooper.
Hi, I'm Megan Silva. Thank you guys for listening to everybody. It's a hard job. So I live in East Venice. My work is there. I'm there all day. I have a very small house, so I'm outside unless I'm sleeping really. And in the last year, the planes, the noise, it's truly untenable. It is different. They're like one of the aviation fellows was saying it's pre-COVID and post-COVID, but it's all day, every day now. They're low. My air purifier is always yellow and red. It really is degrading Venice residents' quality of life, and we've complained and no one's hearing us, so I don't really know what to do. Airport, no airport, but like, just can you stop flying over East Venice exclusively? Because they won't go over Santa Monica. I don't know what to do, but it's not great for us in East Venice.
Yeah, hear you. I understand that people are frustrated. This is not, unfortunately, a question and answer session, so thank you for the comments. Mary Nordheim.
Yeah, my name is Mary Nordheim. This is definitely a quality of life issue as well as health issue, property values. With these flights taking off and landing every 2 minutes. Also work at home. It's difficult to conduct any kind of business over the phone. You can't hear. It's constant. And it starts at 7 o'clock, and like what somebody else said, it goes till 11 o'clock at night. If you work, you got to get up the next morning and go to bed early, right? And you can't. There's safety concerns because these are training pilots, and it's a safety concerns what happens if there's a mishap on the training, and it's over a densely populated neighborhood. I've lived there for 15 years. This was never, the flight pattern has not changed necessarily, but the frequency has, and it's.
Thank you. Zachary?
Good afternoon. My name is Zachary Hovitt, and candidate for a vacant airport commission seat. I live in Sunset Park. My kids walk to Grant and Sama respectively. This is my home. Let me tell you a story. When my family moved here, I heard the planes. Like a lot of neighbors, I had complicated feelings. But I also watched Angel flight pilots take off from that runway to bring sick children home from distant hospitals. I watched an airport that had been here since 1919 quietly hold the line against overdevelopment that has swallowed every other open piece of land in the city. And one January, I watched CAL FIRE relocate helicopters to that runway when the Palisades burned. That is not a liability, that is being a good neighbor. I design airports for a living, and the single most important lesson from that work is this: the cities that make the best decisions about their airports are not the ones who move the fastest. They are the ones who listen the longest. Santa Monica has not done that yet. Every voice matters here: the park supporters, aviation community, the housing advocates. And the families exhausted by noise. They have never been brought to the table with the same honest question: what does this place need to be for all of us? Thank you.
Thank you. We have Nate Taylor, Brandon Battaglia, Bryce Cooper, Oliver Conklin.
Hi, I'm Nate Taylor. I'm a 25-year Ocean Park and Sunset Park resident. I've lived under the flight path here in Santa Monica for 25 years. History is repeating itself like El Toro and Irvine. Residents were promised a world-class public benefit. Decades later, much of that land primarily benefited developers, while traffic and congestion only intensified. Just look across the street for another example. When land became a park, did it become a thriving community destination? Do you hang out there? Meanwhile, the city is failing to maintain tourism, public safety, and even long-standing community events like concerts on the pier. Now we're being told that a plus or minus 200 acres of new parkland at the edge of the city, which will ultimately serve more Angelinos, will somehow succeed where other projects have not, despite gridlock and a city already struggling financially. You all know the city is searching for revenue. You know we're having trouble maintaining the tax base we already have. I love the city. I'm your neighbor. Please keep the airport open and don't try to fix what isn't broken.
Thank you. Okay, again, no capping.
Madam Mayor, can you make, I have to restart the system. Can you make an announcement about the 30 minutes? Because people outside can't hear.
Sure.
There are 22 speakers now.
Yeah, we have had 22 speakers comment. We have 8 more to go, and we have another minor. So I'm happy to have the minor go. And then, just as a point of clarification, I'm going to want our city manager to address the airport jurisdictional issues. Go ahead with the minor. Is he the minor? Oh, no, I don't know. You pointed to him. Okay, all right, never mind. My deep apologies. You look very mature. Okay, Brandon Battaglia, is that you? Okay, great, thanks.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Battaglia, and I am speaking tonight to urge you to delay the closure of Santa Monica Airport and fully study alternatives before making a permanent decision that it cannot be undone. Santa Monica Airport is not just a runway. It is critical economic and public infrastructure. It contributes millions in economic activity while providing transportation access, medical flights, wildfire support, and disaster response capability for the region. Once this infrastructure is destroyed, it cannot be replaced. I also ask the council to consider the long-term impacts of redevelopment. Replacing the airport with massive development could mean years, even decades of demolition, construction noise, truck traffic, dust, congestion, strain on already crowded streets like Bundy, Sentinella, 10, Freeway, not to mention the permanent congestion afterwards. All of the concerns people raised today about traffic pollution and noise could become significantly worse. We are on the same team. Not to mention restructured airspace bringing much louder LAX jet traffic over Santa Monica if you check out in and out on the approach end. If the goal is more open space, Santa Monica already has parks like Clover Park and Penmar, and the airport itself already provides recreational space. It does not have to be.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Penmar's technically not in Santa Monica. All right. I just really quickly, I wanted Mr. Dishlip to just explain, or Mr. City Manager, there seemed to be some misinformation about about the flight schools. I just wanted to get that clarification.
No, and certainly we are currently working right now on coordinating meetings with the residents in East Venice and Mar Vista. But really the issue that is really vexing everyone is the way that the FAA draws the parameters through which the flight training schools can operate. They've established the area over East Venice and Mar Vista as an authorized training area. It's an FAA jurisdictional issue that we can certainly engage with residents on to start trying to request some relief. There's a long protracted process in engaging with the FAA on those matters, but we're currently working to really figure out a way to organize with the residents and figure out how we can engage and interface on the issue more effectively.
So are you saying that the new flight patterns are a result of the FAA decisions?
Yeah, those where a training school can fly over, really, that's dictated by the FAA. We have no jurisdictional authority to limit or modify where those pilots can operate. And so ultimately it's an issue where the FAA establishes, here's the boundary within which you can operate and fly for whatever reason that's been established over East Venice and Mar Vista. And it's an issue that, again, as long as the airport, functionally operates as an airport and the FAA has established where those training areas are, that's what's allowable right now. And from a jurisdictional regulatory perspective, there's no ability for us to, dictate that change, but we can certainly help influence.
Okay, thank you. So we have Bryce, I'm going to call, I believe we have 7 remaining speakers, correct, Madam Clerk? Okay, so I will call the remaining 7 until we hear the rest after we hear other agenda items. Bryce Cooper, Oliver Conklin, Jesse Blitz, Morgan Hunter Gross, Seamus McMullen, David Siegel.
May I ask an operational question of the proceeding?
You can walk over to the clerk and ask her. Great. Is Bryce Cooper not here?
He's right
Oh,
here.
yes, you. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I am not a minor, ma'am.
No, I thought you were pointing at him. I'm so sorry.
No worries at all. Thank you for your time, council. Overall, tonight was an overwhelming response to a call to action for Santa Monica residents to be represented in their own words, in their own bodies. I think you saw that they showed up in the hundreds this evening, simply to ask you as a council to please consider a plan that not only includes an airport, but more park space, potentially a balanced approach to redevelopment of an existing space. This all or nothing approach no longer works for Santa Monicans. What worked 10 years ago does not work today. Ask yourselves what your opinions were 10 years ago on many political issues. And things have changed, I assure you. Economic times and uncertainty have also changed. This is an opportunity for you as a council to be responsible for one of the greatest redevelopments, rather than a myopic view of a closure that could subject Santa Monicans to a loss that they're never able to recuperate from. Life-saving ability, financial wherewithal. We have multiple businesses on there. We are shaping the future of pilots on that airfield that you use every day when you travel. This is not only an opportunity for you to reshape this development, but to also be responsible for blocking the closure, which could subject Santa Monicans to peril. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Oliver Conklin? Great. My apologies.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. So when I first got my pilot's license in San Diego, the airport I wanted to go to first was Santa Monica. The impression it made on me has lasted since as a beautiful cultural icon that I and many others call their office. I leave you all with a question, and some of you in the front row too, which is, are you prepared to lose a useful tool and irreplaceable historical landmark, a natural disaster gathering place, a community space, a space with multiple parks already on site, a transportation hub in Los Angeles, a place that creates the next generation of pilots, mechanics, and air traffic controllers in a time of need, and controlled airspace that sits above you every day, keeping the skies orderly and safe, a place where many businesses and more could go to employ your people. Are you prepared to spend millions to irreversibly change Santa Monica, remove value for you and its citizens, and never get a place like?
Thank you. Morgan Hunter Gross.
On my summer California expedition, after thousands of miles, I went to Sutter's Mill. When Jesse and I were in 4th grade, we went to Sutter's Fort in Sacramento, a linked place, a different California lesson. At Sutter's Mill, I learned the gold rush phrase, seeing the elephant, chasing the dream, seeing the real world, and coming back changed. I think Jesse saw the elephant in Hollywood, and I finally watched his movie about Alex. Not just the trailer. It's a good human movie about pain, silence, stigma, and the circle gathering when someone breaks. But real life is not always the movie. Sometimes the circle does not gather. The wife is gone. This month, my parents moved into assisted living with Parkinson's and dementia. I coordinated the whole move, went through everything, moved everything, and right now my mom is in the hospital. My K-12 village school burned down. The friend groups are scattered, and the person in crisis paying $100 a night at 19th and Pico just to survive is standing alone at the microphone trying to explain a lifetime in 60 seconds. In Hackers, the quote is, "When I was a child, I thought as a child. When I was younger, I crossed the mustard. Now I don't." Thank you.
Thank you. Did Jesse Blitz already go? I think so, right? No. Oh, sorry. Come on down. Come on down. Jesse Biltz. Sorry.
You got it.
Okay.
I live in East Venice. It's not that bad. I think what people aren't thinking about, and so the people who are not thinking about this, what happens when we lose the airspace is that we lose it forever, one, but we lose the height restrictions on all the buildings in Santa Monica and around Santa Monica. So I think we can build condos, and we're going to build businesses and apartment buildings to no end. I feel like we're going to be another South Beach if the airspace goes away, and I don't think we get that airspace back. I have owned a preschool in Santa Monica since 2009. And I've watched the city as it attracts more and more homeless and mentally unstable people. And I'm worried about the congestion. If we get more housing, tons and thousands more housing, our infrastructure already doesn't work. We're already on a 60%, this is your website, 60% increase in crime on people. and we're not handling that. That's over 60% over last year. I'm worried about more congestion, especially with the school. These guys are jumping over our fence to sleep in our playground. They're leaving drug paraphernalia at our front door. They're harassing the parents and teachers. I'm worried about the infrastructure. I hope that you can make a good decision to maybe think about it before we hastily take away the airspace forever. I think there's a lot of problems that come along with that. This is your legacy. You guys can make a future for generations.
Thank you. Seamus McMullen.
He already spoke. He was a youth.
Apologies. David Siegel. And then I'll call up then James Jacobson.
David Siegel, thank you, council members, for your service to the people of Santa Monica. Appreciate it. I am a pilot. I have a residence for my family underneath the flight path. We love the airport, but I want to speak quickly as a business owner. I've been able to build businesses here in Santa Monica, not just in aviation, but in tech, in financial services, and in entertainment. We've hired hundreds and hundreds of people. We pay taxes here, and we can't run our business without the airport. We're currently talking about moving our businesses because of the uncertainty of the airport being here. Really appreciate the airport, love it. I know I'm a small guy, but the world doesn't revolve around me, but our businesses and our family revolve around Santa Monica Airport. So appreciate your consideration on it.
Thank you. James Jacobson.
J.L. Jacobson, 40-year resident of Santa Monica. I don't want anybody to think that when the airport is closed that we'll have less air traffic over Santa Monica. We could end up with more aircraft traffic because LAX cannot put their planes over Santa Monica while that airport's in operation. I also want to point out that 6,000 single-family homes burned down a little more than a year ago, and that airport should be used for emergency services to put out wildfires before they get out of hand. And finally, my sister lived on Wallgrove Avenue, just a little way from the airport runway on the west side, and the stories about all the traffic and congestion are greatly exaggerated. I hope you keep the airport in service. It's a historical place. I've enjoyed it many different ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to our special agenda items, and then we will take public input on items under the consent calendar in closed session. So, Mental Health Awareness Month.
So, Mayor, I
Yes.
believe we have speakers on the two items.
Sorry, you're talking about item 2, special agenda items?
Yeah, special agenda items.
Yes, we do.
And we have two callers.
On the special agenda items?
Special agenda items, yeah. So the two callers on the special agenda items, is Heather Hodge and Sean Michael.
Okay, great. So for the special agenda items, we're going to proclaim Mental Health Awareness Month, and I wanted to call up Chantilly Wijayashinha, sorry for the mispronunciation, and Kelly Delich from FSSM, from SWAG, Dylan Jerichow, and Sadie Grixman. I'm again so sorry for the mispronunciation. And then from they're from SWAG, and then the Disabilities Commission, Commissioners Gordon and Adeyemi. I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation, and then Dylan and Sadie, I believe you guys have been designated as the speakers. So we are proclaiming 2026 Mental Health Awareness Month, whereas mental health is essential to overall well-being, impacting individuals of all ages and is a vital component of a healthy and thriving community. Whereas mental health challenges, including anxiety and depression, are increasingly prevalent among youth, impacting their social interactions, academic performance, and overall development. Whereas early intervention and access to quality mental health resources are essential for supporting young people and maximizing their future success. Whereas Family Service of Santa Monica, now a division of Vista Del Mar, has operated in Santa Monica since 1925. They provide behavioral health services for children, youth, and families, including school-based mental health in our local public schools, assertive clinical case management for families with children aged 10 and under, and outpatient therapy at their Euclid Street location. And Whereas the Santa Monica High School Wellness Advisory Group, SWAG, great acronym, is an on-campus club that promotes mental health and wellness to the Samo High community. They provide mental health education in a peer-to-peer model in freshman seminar classes, host on-campus stress relief workshops, and were instrumental in creating now monthly Thriving Thursday lunchtime wellness fairs. I wish I had that in high school. Sounds great. And whereas the City Council appointed the Santa Monica Disabilities Commission to improve the quality of life for people with disabilities in Santa Monica by prioritizing issues of concern and advising City Council and city staff on these issues, the Commission recommends ways to maximize participation of people with disabilities in all facets of city life and works to increase awareness of the abilities, rights, and issues of people with disabilities throughout the community. And we recognize the importance of prioritizing mental health and supporting well-being of our community members, whereas Mental Health Awareness Month is a time for community members, government, public, private agencies, healthcare providers, businesses, and schools to recommit to supporting our community by increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, reducing stigma, and making appropriate and accessible services available for all. Therefore, on behalf of the City Council, we do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in the City of Santa Monica and encourage all community members to support mental wellness, foster compassion and understanding, and help ensure access to care and resources on this 12th day of May. So I would love to invite you up to say a few words, and then we'll do a picture with the proclamation.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sadie Gritzman.
And I'm Dylan Jaricia.
We're seniors at Santa Monica High School and co-presidents of the Student Wellness Advisory Group, also known as SWAG. We're truly honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of SWAG, Family Service of Santa Monica, and the Disabilities Commission. All of these organizations work tirelessly to support and improve mental health and well-being within our community.
We hope that this serves as a reminder of the impactful change and work being done in our city both this month and every month. SWAG at Samo High works to support student wellness, connect students with resources, and encourage open conversation about mental health.
We are very grateful for this recognition and the continued dedication to shining light on wellness issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Wait, don't leave. We're gonna come to the photo. And everyone who came for Mental Health Awareness Month, let's get everyone in the photo. Here, in front of the wall. Yeah, come on up. Hi, guys. Hi. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it. Who wants to hold the proclamation? Thank you, guys. I wish we had this when I was in high school. I think it's super important. Thank you. Oh, you were supposed to? Okay. Sure. If you guys want to make a brief comment, that wasn't in my program, but if you would like to make a brief comment on behalf of the Disabilities Commission, go right ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Suleiman Adiami from the Disability Commission, and this is my colleague, Commissioner Nancy Gordon.
Welcome to Gotham.
Okay. So, by some coincidence, the issue of airport came up with the commemoration of the Disability Commission. I live like 1 block from the airport, and some 20 years ago.
About the Mental Health Month proclamation?
Yes.
Okay.
So we used to take kids to Big Bear. So this so come to be coincidence that we are celebrating Mental Health Month, and the airport issue is coming up. So we appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the airport's actually not on the agenda tonight. These are just public comments that arrived. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick is going to read the next proclamation.
Okay. Mayor,
Yeah.
we have Zoe
About what?
for the mental health.
No, we're not taking public comments on that, are we? We're doing the proclamations. That wasn't a public comment. Those were the disabilities commissioners.
Oh, okay. There's
No, sorry. That they were on the special agenda. Go ahead.
All right, we have a second proclamation tonight. We also, this is also National Public Works Week and National Bike Month. So I'll start in here. Whereas the City of Santa Monica's Mobility Division is now part of the Public Works Department, further aligning transportation planning, operations, and infrastructure with the city's broader public works mission and the shared commitments to safe, sustainable, and accessible transportation. The city joins together the observance of National Public Works Week and National Bike Month. And whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, safety, and quality of life of the people of Santa Monica, and whereas these services are made possible by the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, including engineers, managers, transportation planners, and staff across government and private sector who design, build, operate, and maintain transportation systems, water and waste systems, public buildings, and other essential infrastructure. And whereas Santa Monica's transportation infrastructure includes a robust and growing network of bicycle facilities, including trails, paths, and protected bike lanes, supporting safe and accessible mobility for residents and visitors. And whereas bicycling is a practical, sustainable, and essential form of transportation that promotes health and well-being, reduces pollution and congestion, and contributes to the city's environmental and climate goals, and supports Santa Monica's local economy and tourism by enhancing quality of life and making the city an attractive place to live, work, and visit. And whereas the City of Santa Monica is committed to building and maintaining safe, connected, and equitable infrastructure for all users and achieving Vision Zero by eliminating severe injuries and fatalities from our streets, and whereas it is in the public interest for residents, youth, civic leaders, and businesses to understand and appreciate the essential role of public works and active transportation systems in daily life, one more. And whereas in the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association and the 70th annual National Bicycle Month celebrated nationwide each May. Now I, therefore, Mayor Pro Tem, and all of us on the council, on behalf of the City Council, do proclaim the week of May 17th to 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week and proclaim the month of May 2026 as National Bike Month. We urge all residents to join in activities for Bike Month, promote safe and accessible bicycling, and to celebrate public works professionals and recognizing their collective contributions to health, safety, sustainability, and quality of life in our communities. Very excited, and we'd love to hear a few words. Mr. Dishlip.
Thank you, Council. I'm Chris Dishlip, your Public Works Director. Thank you for that recognition of all the hardworking Public Works staff. I'd like to invite anyone else that's to come forward. This year's APWA theme is Rooted in Service and Powered by Community, and it acknowledges that the roots of service run deep in public works. It's propelled our commitment to Santa Monica and driven the innovations to infrastructure and sustainability that really make our community so special. And this year in particular is exciting as we've just restructured and expanded Public Works team to include mobility and the 311 customer service as well. So this allows us to take a moment to celebrate National Bike Month. I hope you all take some time to join us at some of the exciting upcoming events we've got scheduled. With that, I'd like to personally acknowledge and thank our employees of the year from each of the divisions in Public Works. So starting with the Administration Division, we have Heidi Duran. From the Airport, we have Jose Flores. From Architecture, we have Tony Lopez. From the Cemetery, we have Alonzo Meyer. From Custodial, we have Sonia Olivio. From Engineering, we have Stephen Becerra. From Facilities, we have Antonio Salinas. From Fleet, we have Eloy Garcia. From Mobility, we have Bo Lagon. From Public Landscape, we have Raul Bravo. From Resource Recovery and Recycling, we have Damon Middleton. From Street Services, we have Christopher Jones. And from Water Resources, we have Abel Arroyo. Now I'd like to ask Cynthia Rose to come say a few words about Bike Month.
Thank you. I'll be quick. May is National Bike Month, as we said, sponsored by the League of American Bicyclists and celebrated in communities from coast to coast since 1956. National Bike Month is a chance to showcase the many benefits of cycling and encourage more people and more folks to try the joyfulness of biking and give it a try. Thank you to our City Council for proclaiming May Bike Month here in Santa Monica, elevating and highlighting the commitment of our shared vision of a bike-friendly community with safer, greener, multimodal streets where everyone in our community can move more sustainably and thrive without needing to drive a car. A truly multimodal city where everyone who lives, works, or visits Santa Monica can truly enjoy all of what Santa Monica has to offer by bike, walking, or on our own Big Blue Bus. Thank you to our talented, enthusiastic staff who work tirelessly to make our visions of a bike-friendly community a reality today and for future generations. The dedication to your work is truly inspiring. Lastly, I want to acknowledge our co-proclamationers, Public Works, and the synergy we are building for biking and active mobility by prioritizing our own community and council's collective vision. Together, we are creating safer, more sustainable streets and safer and more vibrant, sustainable streets. Of course, the Public Works Department synergy drumbeat Of course, Public Works is the synchronized drumbeat of a successful city with a huge diversity of responsibilities and work that go far beyond just our streets. Thank you for what you do to keep our city going day in and day out. And I'm almost done. With this combined purpose, we look forward to a few short years from now when, in 2028, when we close the Santa Monica Airport and create a great park, we will all be able to navigate on a bike, on bike-friendly streets to enjoy off-street bike trails and immerse ourselves in nature at our own great park. Thank you again, Mayor Terosas and the Council, for your steadfast leadership. Happy Public Works Week, happy Mental Health Month, and Awareness Month, and happy Bike Month.
Thank you. We'll take a quick photo with everyone. Team members.
Thank you.
Everyone in?
Wait,
Okay.
you go down there? Oh my God.
Wait, anything shorter people to the front, perhaps?
Are these all the employees of the month or employees of the year? Love it. Congratulations, everyone.
Awesome. Yep.
We have excellent city staff. Thank you. Good to see you. Okay, Ms. Anderson-Warren. Oh, congrats. Thank you for being here, everyone. Ms. Anderson-Warren, do we have public commenters on agenda item 2?
We do. We have Zoe.
Okay, great. Let that person talk, and then we're going to move on to public input under consent calendar and closed session. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick. No, I'm saying the people who came for that. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have my glasses on, but I'll try to do my best. Can I get my glasses really fast?
Should we move? Okay, she's coming.
Thank you for waiting for me. Hi, Council. As some of you might remember, I've been advocating for mental health as the founder of Compassionate Santa Monica for the last 10 years. And it has been the focus of the healthcare sector of Compassionate Santa Monica. When I went to Santa Monica College, I was diagnosed with ADHD, and it's late onset ADHD that a lot of women in the last 3 years have been diagnosed since the pandemic. And this is great for me because now I can understand my brain much better. What I bring to the table as an ADHD person, and I disclosed this to Mayor Lana Negrete at Starbucks at one of her events, is that I have an ungodly pattern recognition. I have an aggressive, active questioning. I have incredible skill set with silent observation, real-time theory building, behavioral analysis, micro expression decoding, and post conversation autopsy. However, there's an aspect of ADHD that comes with anxiety and depression, and I have treatment for that, and I'm glad that I have insurance to cover for that treatment. And that puts me on the category of disability. And right now, because of the tragedy of being accosted and harassed by my roommate and the city attorney not acting, it's putting me at danger on my treatment. And I was into my occupational therapy appointment today and my psychiatrist appointment therapy today. And this is being documented. And if the city doesn't intervene, you are enabling the dangerous behavior of a landlord and a roommate that are sexually harassing me and are trying to get me out on the streets when I've been paying rent every month since January.
Mayor, actually, there are three more.
Amelia
speakers.
Brennan, Jonathan Foster, Olaf Haichawa. Yeah. This is related to the proclamations.
Of, mental health? Mm-hmm. Yeah, for 2 minutes? Mm-hmm. Great. Hi, Jonathan Foster. You know, a lot of people think I'm mentally ill because I've stated, I've been homeless in a car for 25 years. And it's really not as bad as you think. And what I would like to see is this statement where it says mental health awareness. It should say mental/emotional health awareness because they go hand in hand. Yeah, emotions can mess up your mental health, and mental health can totally destroy your emotional health. So they should be linked together. One of the biggest causes of mental health is the paycheck is so low for a lot of people, and it really just confounds a lot of people's minds. And lastly, I'll just end with that. I really do want to see that mental/emotional health awareness. I think that's important. And just on 3rd Street Promenade, I would come in and people would go, "Oh, it's CJ! Hey, CJ!" And they finally, after like 7, 8, 9 years of that, I was like, "What does this mean?" "Oh, you're Crazy John." That's what they would call me on 3rd Street from 2001 through about 2010 when I finally asked questions. "Why are you guys calling me CJ?" And we'll try to end with what I was going to say is that I generally have like 3 drum solos going on, 4 R&B tunes, 2 symphonies, some old ancient music going on, 2 a cappella songs, and, some more hard rock songs always going on at the same time in my mind. I have so much music in my mind and I can't get to it, but mental/emotional health is what I really would like to see. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amelia Brennan or Olaf Haichawa? Okay. Moving on to agenda item 3.
Mayor, before we do that, I'd like to ask about travel. If there are any council members that have anything to report on travel since the last meeting.
I do.
Great.
I traveled to the SAG convention last week, and it was quite interesting. I actually sat in on a session talking about AI and how it was going to affect public administration and the cities, which I thought was very interesting. And so that's all my comment.
Yeah, I also attended the SCAG General Assembly. I was the city's voting delegate, and we approved SCAG budget and representatives and heard an annual report. There are a lot of interesting 21st century challenges the cities are facing across the region, and folks want more information about that. Recommend checking out the materials from the SCAG meeting.
Great. Okay. Yes.
Sorry, I have reported travel during the previous meeting, but because I wasn't able to be here in person, I wasn't able to give y'all the stickers that we got at the Cal Cities meeting. So I'm going to.
Oh, great. We love a sticker. Thank you. So we'll go on to public input under items under the consent calendar and closed session only. And then we'll talk about if anyone's pulling anything off of the consent calendar. Unfortunately, Madam City Clerk, I don't see anything past item 2 under my public commenters.
We do have, starts off with Mike Sullivan,
Yeah, they're not here on my list.
Morgan Hunter Gross,
Hold on one second.
Suzanne Vaughn.
Okay,
You see them?
great. Yep. Okay, so we will hear from Mike Sullivan, Morgan Hunter Gross, Suzanne Vaughn, Connor Webb, Jonathan Foster, and Juan Matute.
Hi, I'm Mike Sullivan in the Kia store at 2440 Santa Monica Boulevard, where Volkswagen was since 1964. I'm here to ask for a deeper dive into 4I. We hired a land use company to help us redesign the stoplight, no turn lane that would come onto my property. They quickly came up with an alternative I think has got real merit. It does a couple of things that are real obvious. It gives a real red light instead of a hawk light that warns you, and it takes, not right now it's set up to reroute traffic down and turn left on 23rd or 20th, left on Broadway, left on Cloverfield, right on Santa Monica. I can't imagine those neighbors have been asked about this. I think there's just a number of things that we can make much simpler, easier, and absolutely safer. So just a real simple ask. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Morgan Hunter Gross. I'm speaking about item 4K, which is the homelessness emergency proclamation. I'm going to continue. So when I was younger, I used to cross the mustard. Now I don't. Because real life has no stunt coordinator, no second take, no guaranteed rescue scene. That is stigma, neurodivergence, neurodegeneration, saneism, mentalism, the belief that mental suffering makes someone less credible. West Side privilege is real. Private schools, tutors, SAT prep, doctors, immigrant caregivers, Hollywood, rehabs, image management. But the privilege is not care. After 20 years working in Hollywood and Santa Monica, after losing work when disability became visible, I may be homeless again with a green and yellow Lotus Part 4. That sounds impossible. It isn't. Santa Monica needs systems for the real version where people are believed, supported, and seen before they break. That is why I propose a Santa Monica Civic Skunk Works Commission. If we are one of the smartest cities in America, then let's stop only importing problems and start exporting solutions. That is why I've been live streaming a documentary about Santa Monica Airport. That is why I've been riding my own elephant all the way to Washington, D.C. My name is Morgan Hunter Gross. I'm a neurodivergent polymath born in Santa Monica Hospital in 1985. And what I've seen at 19th Street in Pico is shocking. I've been there for 3 nights. I have a month I'm staying there. It's fascinating to see the Annex 2. The grouping of the people under the overhang in the car park where they sit in car chairs to hang out. It's rough, guys. And I mean, it's the north side, it's a big intersection, so everyone who wants to go east from that neighborhood has to go in that neighborhood alleyway. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Suzanne Vaughn, Connor Webb, Jonathan Foster, Juan Matute.
My name is Suzanne Vaughn. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 46 years, and I'm speaking on bike lanes and pedestrians. Related to the curbs protecting the bike lanes on Broadway from 17th to 26th, as well as other places in place or planned. I know they're built to protect people using the bike lanes. However, there are other members of our community to consider. Santa Monica is home to 2 major hospitals, as well as numerous specialty clinics and senior care facilities. We have a large population of seniors with special care needs. In the not-so-distant past, all our sidewalks were amended to have ramps at all 4 corners of every intersection. Acknowledging the need for this by wheelchair-bound, those using walkers, as well as baby strollers and skateboarders. Consider this scenario. You're 75-year-old wife of a disabled 80-year-old man who now needs a wheelchair to get around. It's a struggle, but you help him maneuver to the car, settle him in, and somehow manage to collapse his wheelchair and wrestle it into the trunk. You know there's a bike lane curb where you need to park, so you place him in the back seat right behind the driver's seat because you know from past experience he will not be able to navigate the high curb beside the bike lane and the chances of stumbling and falling are high. You drive to your destination, and though you try to find an easier parking place, there are none available, so you park in one of the metered parking spaces on Broadway that are between the traffic lane and the bike lane. Because the traffic lanes have been narrowed to accommodate the bike lane and curb, opening the driver's door is dangerous because it puts you so close to oncoming traffic. Now, standing in the street, you wait for oncoming cars to pass and then open the door to help your spouse slowly exit the seat and stand up on the street beside you. By now, cars are backed up at least.
Connor Webb.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Teresis. My name is Connor Webb. I'm here to speak on, I believe, 4I, the Santa Monica Boulevard Safety Study. A few months ago, this was in front of you, and I think it was a pretty historic night where this council really declared their intentions with safe streets in this city and really made a statement about projects moving forward. And staff went back and I think made a lot of improvements to this safety study that will go a really long way to allowing a once-in-a-generation change to one of our most dangerous corridors in this entire city, getting us closer to Vision Zero. And I want to see it move forward as quickly as possible. However, I still think some of the stuff that was brought up last time still hasn't been fully addressed. And, I don't think we need to send it back to be redone, but I do think council needs to give some more direction here. So, for example, last time I said, if you don't feel comfortable, with your kid, grandkid, niece, nephew, crossing an unsignalized intersection on Wilshire by themselves, then we probably haven't done enough here with this study because it feels like copy and paste at some of those intersections. So some of those need to be improved still, and this plan has not yet addressed that. I think staff is really open to improving that and moving that forward as design progresses. I also just really want to emphasize the need to make the Santa Monica and Chelsea intersection to McKinley Elementary happen early, phase 1 or before. And the design is great the way it is. I think anyone who's going to buy a car is going to have that address in a GPS, and that GPS is going to route them the appropriate way to get into that driveway. So no reason to change that. I understand concerns, but I think the change will be pretty seamless. So really looking forward to see this corridor change. I would love to see staff or council give some more direction, but overall, great step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Foster.
Hello again, Council. 4K on the homeless. I support continuing the resolution. It does look like I might have a slight answer here. Number 5 on the printout, something with the staff. It says authorize the director of the community development and development department or designee to approve temporary uses located on city property, utilizing city funds and to support people who are at risk. And that's what I said. You said you can't be here, can't be there, and I asked, where can you be? So that I guess that answers the bit of that question. I'm one of the only people I've given some of the best remedies to this problem. And there comes a cutoff line for people who can and people who cannot. And the people who cannot, we do, if people will let go of the money, we do have plenty of money to house all of those people. And yet you have to be really designated mentally ill. And I am the only one with the real program idea that for competent people, I have the only program that will work, that will get people off the street, into housing, into an income, something that works for them. I've stated it here on this microphone. I don't know if anybody listened to me, and I think no one did. Okay? And it's very, very simple. They go out, right? They make money, these people, right? They have no bank account. Can you imagine being homeless, walking around with $4,000 in your backpack, and then somebody found out? Yeah, you'd get killed. So they need a bank account, right? These people work and can save. They need to be taught to save and to save and save and save. And then you have a big pile of money that you can operate your life with. There's not a single person that's come, but I have more to qualify all this.
Thank you. Mr. Matucha.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in support of the Santa Monica Boulevard Safety Study. I'm here representing Santa Monica Families for Safe Streets and McKinley Elementary PTA, where I've been on the Traffic Safety Committee after taking my child through to McKinley on Santa Monica Boulevard for 5 years now. I'm glad that there's finally an item in front of you that will make it safer for all children in this city. The PTA and Santa Monica Families for Safe Streets very much supports the approach to Chelsea Avenue, including we've had some preliminary conversations with staff about accelerations so that there is some protection in place for the beginning of next school year, which I think is really important. Very supportive of the Hawk type of pedestrian hybrid beacon technology for that intersection, and as with the design that's happening now. I would add that the change in approach to bus lanes, I think, is very welcome. Westside COGS transferring $600,000 to $800,000 to the city of Santa Monica to coordinate with that regional system. Bus lanes are regional. People move and live regionally. So I think that's a big win for staff. And I would like to add that it's important to consider in the future cost transparency when we do these feasibility studies. Sometimes we don't know about storm drains, utility relocations, and everything. And all the research at work and everywhere else suggests that these things can lead to spiraling out of control costs. I just say this is a plan, it's a feasibility study. Staff has done a great job with getting it up to shape over the past few months, but it is not the final thing. And you'll be seeing things back as they come in front of you for CIPs and other incremental decisions over the next several years, hopefully sooner on that Chelsea Avenue intersection. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have 3 commenters on the phones, right?
Actually, we have one.
Oh, they're not all here. Okay, great.
Okay,
All right, first up is Jacob Wasserman. You can press *6 to unmute yourself and your time will begin.
Hi, I just want to make sure my visual aid is being displayed.
Yes, give me a second. Okay, it's up. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm Jacob Wasserman. I'm a planning commissioner, but speaking for myself, a professional transportation planner, and a Wilmot resident. Lives are at stake with the Santa Monica Boulevard study, item 4I, and I know that that might sound dramatic, especially when being pumped through the speakers of your room, but it's true. Lives are at stake when we make these decisions, and so that's why some of these plans just don't go far enough, and honestly don't respect what council told staff to do. Specifically, I'm thinking of the rapid flashing beacons versus hawks. And to simplify that, those are the little tiny yellow lights that you see on Wilshire when someone wants to cross versus an actual traffic signal with red lights. And we need to have those red lights, or else people are either going to feel unsafe crossing or be injured crossing. There was someone talking about people in wheelchairs. Well, how do people get in wheelchairs? It's getting hit by cars. And so that is why I strongly support hawks or full traffic lights at all the places where these small flashing beacons are currently proposed. And second, on the bus lanes, I wish they were full-time. The bus lanes that are proposed on the east side of the city, there's not, if you're making them part-time, you're making them full-time. There's no difference in the striping on the street or the costs. It's an equity issue for our transit riders, and it's a safety issue because more people in buses means safer streets, less people in cars, and it also means that you can cross more easily because there isn't a line of parked cars that you have to peer around, and drivers can make right turns more easily as well. So I support making it full-time bus lanes as much as is possible. I still don't get why the COG and the city are doing 2 separate planning studies, even if some of it's been moved. But I hope they can coordinate for full bus lanes down the whole corridor and make it safe for us to use any mode of transportation, including driving on the boulevard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it for the phone.
No, we have Denise Barton.
Oh, Denise Barton is there. Okay.
All right, Ms. Barton, press *6 to unmute yourself, and your time will begin when you begin to speak.
Hi, this is Denise Martin. I don't want to speak on this item after all, but I'm still waiting for public input.
Okay, well then. Great. So now we will move on to the consent calendar. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve other than I understand that 4I was requested to be pulled? Any motions to approve?
Move.
Okay, I'll second that.
I'm sorry, who made the motion? I can't,
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
and who made the second?
I did.
And were there any items being pulled?
Yes,
Yes.
4I.
Or aye? And that was by Councilmember
Hall. Well, I think multiple of us, but I have Hall as the first one.
All right. Councilmember Zerneskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Swick. Yes. Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Terosas.
Yes. Great.
Now, 4I is approval of revisions of Santa Monica Boulevard safety study and adoption of the plan.
Yeah, I did I think a very brief staff report
brief-
just to apprise us of the changes would be helpful.
Hernandez, Senior Transportation Planner. I'm happy to return with revisions as requested by council. We've heard your concerns with some of the missing elements in the last version of the plan, and we've made some changes, which I can summarize in this brief presentation. That work?
Oh, it's always scrolling. You got to full screen it.
You're going to have to hit the full screen.
Okay. Just keep moving. So to start off, we heard from council desire to narrow travel lanes on Santa Monica Boulevard to reduce speeding. So with that, we've applied some standards to the corridor and included a lot more striping to delineate travel lanes and lane widths, especially near intersections where you see parking disappear, you start seeing turning lanes present. So general car lanes for cars are preferred at 10 feet, but have a maximum width of 11 feet in some areas. Travel lanes that host cars and bus service are planned to be a maximum of 12 feet. And bus-only lanes are planned to be 12 feet wide with the maximum width of 13 feet in very few cases. You can see the diagram at the top shows the bus-only lanes and their width, and the diagram at the bottom as well, and that we've delineated both the parking lanes and the other travel lanes to come as close to the intersection as possible. So that was the first major change throughout the corridor. We also heard a need to extend bus-only lanes through this project. As you know, we've been coordinating with the West Side Cities Council of Governments and their bus connection project. Recommendations from that project have been reflected in this revised safety study. That includes extending the peak hour bus-only lanes in the city of LA, extending them into the city of Santa Monica. So they're going to go from Centinela to Harvard Street, where the parking lane will be used as a bus lane during peak hours. Council gave direction to extend the bus plaza from 5th Street to Lincoln Boulevard in the eastbound direction. So we did that by repurposing one travel lane while maintaining parking for those 3 blocks. In addition, staff created a curbside transit plaza to support bus service in the westbound direction between 6th Street and 7th Street. So that's right in front of the library. On-street parking was repurposed in front of this block to make room for that. And lastly, full-time bus-only lanes are recommended in both directions from 14th Street to Lincoln Boulevard, which means one travel lane in each direction will be repurposed for full-time bus-only lanes. So most of the on-street parking in this area is expected to remain in place with limited removal due to either visibility or bus lane tapering, design matters like that. These recommendations are consistent with the Council of Government's 30% design memo to improve travel times and reliability. And as mentioned by a public commenter, the Chicago Metro are looking to allocate $600,000 to the city to take care of the design and the implementation of the bus-only lanes. Now, Council requested the relocation of a bus stop at 26th Street in the eastbound direction. So we did that, and we included the bus bulb to support boarding and alighting. This bus bulb also shadows parking and creates an arrow profile at that intersection. The current near side stop for the westbound direction is proposed to stay in place for a couple of reasons. First off, buses in the westbound direction, if we move that to the far side, it would have to stop in lane, and that southbound right turn movement at 26th Street is considerably heavy for vehicles, likely due to freeway commuters. So we prefer not to create potential conflicts or excessive queuing in the intersection with that southbound right turn and that westbound through movement for vehicles when the bus is stopped in lane. The second reason is far side westbound stop has a narrow sidewalk, and it could create conflicts with bus stop furniture. Expanding the sidewalk in this area is not feasible because the street's fairly narrow. It's around 63 feet west of the intersection compared to 68 feet east of the intersection. Overall, keeping the westbound stop at the near side location will eliminate the need for queue jumps since the bus is already in lane when they stop. And then throughout the corridor, any other stop that remains near side was primarily because of any driveway concerns on the far side. So we made sure to look at all the stops. Council also directed staff to explore vertical deflection, primarily raised crosswalks or speed tables or speed humps. And we engaged our design consultant team to see how this could be evaluated on Santa Monica Boulevard. While we don't find that existing guidelines fully support this, we did find other examples where there's vertical deflection on principal arterials, mainly in the city of Los Angeles. So we looked at candidate locations for either raised crosswalks or speed tables throughout the corridor by looking at pedestrian activity, proximity to sensitive uses like schools and hospitals, things like that, and also focus a couple of locations on the eastern side of the corridor where we do know there's higher speeds. So staff will continue to evaluate vertical deflection through the design process to see if it can be applied in addition to all the other safety improvements we've recommended. The last couple of things I wanted to mention include the application of pedestrian recall from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., meaning pedestrians won't have to push the button across either direction on Santa Monica Boulevard intersections. And that we're going to continue to monitor improvements, and we're really looking forward to applying the Counts Plus ATP methodology. So this is something that was developed by Caltrans and is used by ATP recipients, ATP being the Active Transportation Program. It's a fairly large grant program. To better understand the before and after performance of safety improvements. This is an approach that staff is currently applying to the East Pico Safety Project, for example. So we'll similarly apply it to the Santa Monica Boulevard Safety Project. Now, we made some adjustments to the phasing as requested by council. In the immediate term, we can take care of any signal timing adjustments, any turn restrictions, or far side bus stop relocations. Our team's also ready to prepare signing and striping improvements throughout the corridor in coordination with the repaving of Santa Monica Boulevard, and this includes the bus lane recommendations from the COG. The plan is to complete that before the Olympic and Paralympic Games. And we're also including the full design of Chelsea Avenue of that intersection as part of the phase 1 timeframe. Though the construction of Chelsea is anticipated to take place immediately after the Olympic Games. So if adopted tonight, we can also move on the ATP Cycle 8 application for the phase 2 work. And just to give you a visual on how phase 1 and 2 work together, you can see here the design phase you can see the design phase in the green boxes and the construction phase in the blue boxes, and you can see the Olympic and Paralympic Games sort of in there in between. So that summarizes the changes to the plan. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Councilmember Zernitskaya, Swick, and then Hall.
So thank you very much. I'll save the thank yous till the end, but I just want to clarify something. So my understanding is that there are some timing considerations in bringing this plan back for adoption this evening, right? Because of grant deadlines and things like that. Could you just kind of clarify what those are?
Yeah, so as part of the ATP Cycle 8 grant application was just something that staff is very interested in chasing to fund the improvements related to this project, particularly the Phase 2 improvements. One of the conditions is to have a council-approved plan in place for, said improvements. So if approved tonight, that would assist us in making the deadline for submitting the application, which I believe is June 22nd, if I'm not mistaken.
And adopting this plan tonight does not or would not preclude us from, or preclude, I should say, the transportation planners who are experts in this, from making additional revisions as necessary to achieve the council set priorities, right?
Can you reframe the question?
Sorry. So adopting the plan this evening would not preclude either the council or the transportation planners from continuing to make additional minor revisions as necessary, or is that something that you would need council direction for?
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. No, absolutely, right? The intention here, right, is it's a safety study. It is more high level. We would like to hire an engineering and design team, right, on which we will continue to evolve and evaluate and functionality, right? If there are specific components, right, that you want to give us direction on, or things that you want to make sure we include, say, in the Phase 2 ATP grant that we are currently going after, right, we welcome that information. But the intention here is that as we go into the design phase, we will continue to evolve and grow the design.
And I assume also make improvements as perhaps new studies become available, new best practices get updated, things like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zweig.
Someone's
Trying to get out of here.
exercising their mobility. I'll say thank you, but I'll hold off on further praise and thanks, and just jump into a couple questions real fast. In general, I think we've got a lot of good stuff here, and you guys were obviously very responsive to a lot of the concerns that council and the community had, so I appreciate that. I think the one thing I'm still struggling with a little is these crosswalks with the RFPs. We did this plan on Wilshire for a number of crossings where we did RFPs and just crosswalks across the 4 lanes of traffic. And we've seen both sort of like anecdotally that it's often proved inadequate because we've seen people get hit in those crosswalks. I've heard anecdotally a lot of people telling me that they've almost gotten hit in those crosswalks on Wilshire. And I think we've also see to some extent in the academic literature as well, from what I can understand, that those types of crossings are really only recommended as appropriate on streets with operating speeds under 35 miles an hour, with one through lane per direction, and low to moderate volumes. And east of Lincoln, I think the whole corridor falls outside of that sort of criteria, and tends to call for other interventions like PHBs, hawk signals, half signals, full signals, or grade separation. And I think Caltrans I know Caltrans is in fact recommending removing RFBs, or is in the process of removing the RFBs on the eastern continuation of the same corridor and replacing them with stronger interventions to protect pedestrians. And I'm just trying to understand, why are we proposing to install the technology that Caltrans is seemingly removing from the same corridor? And I mean, could we be liable essentially if someone gets hit in this intersection knowing that it's basically not a street that's recommended for this type of intervention?
Thanks for the question. We did look at FHWA's step guidance to see the appropriateness of RFBs and other countermeasures at these intersections. And I think with the pairing of a raised median, which we are recommending at many of these locations, we do have sort of a suite of items or countermeasures that support RFBs and just safer crossings compared to what they are today. And I know that there's been mention of hawk signals as well throughout the night, and I think that staff is open to looking at the application of hawk signals in particular on the eastern side of or eastern end of the corridor where you have higher speeding vehicles. We do note that cost is always something that is something to consider with the cost of a full hawk signal, pedestrian hybrid signal versus an RFB, and then the timing of sort of the entire corridor. Do you want to add anything?
No, I mean, hello, everyone. Thanks, Council. Kyle Coes, our Principal Transportation Planner. Yeah, everything that Carlos said, I think, the dynamics, I think, are a little bit different on Wilshire right now because we haven't completed phase 2. And so, in some areas where for the entirety of the corridor, where we're going to do curb extensions as well, that brings out the flashing lights on an RFB closer. So where we have they're closer to the roadway, I think that changes their impact. When we have them on the flashing median, that changes the impact. So I don't think that they've been ruled out completely as invaluable. We agree on the eastern section that, like Carlos said, hawk treatments and things like that, appropriately spaced throughout the corridor, it makes sense. And if council gives us direction to pursue something like that, now would be the time, because we would need to include that in the grant application, because they are considerably more expensive. And so putting them at every intersection will, make the grant application much more expensive than doing the RFB treatment. So that's another consideration, and is how we fund and finance that.
This is a study, though, right?
This is a study that we are using, hoping to use, if adopted, to apply for grant funding from the state. And the way that grant application works is that you put in specific treatments that you are going to do, and they grade you on that, and they expect you to implement the things you do. So if we're going to be recommending putting in much more expensive treatments, then we would want that direction now, because otherwise we wouldn't, the grant that we apply for wouldn't fund it. So we need to have clarity on that so that we're getting enough money to actually fund this implementation. And if you look at the schedule, our hope is to do phase 1. We're already pulling together different funding resources for that. And then hoping and starting to pull together resources for matching funds for the grant, in hopes that we have a very competitive grant with a recently adopted plan that has treatments that, the council thinks is effective and want to move forward with implementing.
Got it. But at this stage in time, I mean, we're asking for money. So is there a reason why we wouldn't want to ask for the more appropriate treatment since we're asking the state for money?
Yeah, we can ask for the money, for sure.
Is there any concern? I mean, there was one part of my question I don't know if you answered. I mean, it says NACTO guidance specifies that this is not an intervention that's appropriate at speeds operating above 35 miles an hour with more than one through lane per direction, with low, with more of something higher than low to moderate volumes. Is there any concern that we would be implementing a recommendation that goes against NACTO and AASHTO basic qualifications for the streets for which it's appropriate?
I would leave questions about liability to the city attorneys.
Sure.
More questions?
I mean, again, this is a study. I think it would be subject to further engineering and actual, drawing up of plans at a later time, correct? I mean, that's kind of where we would be. So if you did want to do that, I think the grant could ask for that item, but we would still go through the design process after the fact. Is that how the process would work?
So if we want to put hawks in at every crossing, then that should be directed, and we should do that in the plan so that we are able to effectively apply for grant funding that would cover the much higher costs of implementing that.
Correct, but generally how the process evolves is that the city would request for the grant money, hopefully get the grant money, and then the actual design process, right, with hiring the engineers or doing the in-house engineering would happen after that.
Yes, but we wouldn't switch. So So-
I understand that, but
Yeah.
right, but there would be an actual design process
Yes, of
that would
course.
occur after the
I
fact,
can-
right? So I'm just trying to talk about kind of where we are in the process.
Yeah, if I can.
There would be, but
If I can just jump in, just to clarify, I'm not asking whether studying one thing or another would be illegal or incur liability. I was simply asking if sort of installing a treatment that is not recommended, not considered safe, and by national standards would potentially be something that might incur liability. If there's, say, someone was to die in that intersection thereafter.
Understand. Thank you for that clarification. So again, I mean, it is always a series of factors when these lawsuits happen, and it's going to be fact-based. And again, how everything was designed and how the existing conditions were at the time. So yes, that could be a factor, but there would be many factors.
Okay, thank you. So just moving on quickly, vertical deflection. I understand Santa Monica Boulevard. It's kind of a borderline case, and I appreciate you guys sort of researching the topic. I think you might have made reference to, and I was made aware of a few sort of, as you mentioned, vertical deflection interventions in the city of LA, including one on Alameda Street near Union Station that seems to have higher level of service, higher speed limits, more lanes, and is a major transit and trucking route. And it has raised crossings. And I'm just curious, like, can you explain how I should square that, plan going forward and the idea that this is not an appropriate street?
So I don't think we are saying it's an inappropriate street. What we're saying, particularly in the one you're referencing, I think it also cites, right, that it had to be modified and shaved down, right? So what we're saying is it doesn't fit within the general guidelines of the standard plan. So what we need is an engineering design team to come on board to help us work through this and come up with the solution that does work, right? And so all the only thing the report says basically is that from at an initial glance, right, does it fall exactly within the parameters of how to use this right in the standard design? No, it does not. Does it mean that you can't do it? No, obviously there are examples elsewhere, right? But we just need the design team to help us work through what that looks like.
Great, thank you. So I think I'll just say that I think maybe my only insistence on it is to do with a little bit of PTSD, where in the past there's been other talk of vertical deflection in other parts of the city, including streets like Nielsen, 23rd Street, other parts, other streets, smaller streets. And it's generally been recommended against in all those instances in the past. And I just want to try to get something clear here that regardless of exactly where we land on Santa Monica Boulevard in this intervention, I was hoping I could just get a kind of a sense on our policy in general towards vertical deflection as a strategy to reduce speed going forward on our streets in Santa Monica. Is this going to be a part of our toolkit going forward, or are we going to sort of keep recommending against it on every street we're trying to reduce speed?
It will absolutely be part of the toolkit, and we will be back by the end of summer, August or September, right, to address the 16-item study session that council requested to go over all of these policies, and that is one of the things we will be discussing then.
Great. The only other thing, Chelsea, it seems like there's been great work done and efforts to speed that. It still obviously is not happening in phase one. There was, can you explain, just, I guess there was some idea that, that was the original council direction. Can you explain how it's not possible? And also, there was some suggestion of interim measures that maybe could be taken in the meantime. And
I just want to clarify that first part of the statement. It is absolutely happening in phase one, right? But the timeline, when you look back at that, right? What we don't want is we don't want it halfway under construction during the Olympics, right? And so just the timing of where we're at when we looked at it is we can get the initial repaving, striping, bus lane work done. We would not be able to physically finish the construction of Chelsea before the Olympics. Therefore, we are choosing basically to make the recommendation to pause for the time period of the Olympics and pick it back up immediately post-Olympics. The design, the construction will all be done through the contracts of phase one. We just have this right block in the middle where we don't want this under construction. And so rather than start and not finish, we are recommending basically that we hold and start immediately post-Olympics. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Then
sure.
I'll let them answer the rest of the questions.
Yeah, there was just another half about whether I think it was referenced that there might be some halfway measures that we could do in the interim, and I was just curious if you could expand on that.
Well, so there have been conversations with community members and, folks from McKinley Elementary School asking if there was a way that as an interim step, and certainly as a phase one of the restriping design, to look at a way using like quick build materials to physically restrict the left turns in and out of Chelsea.
Got it.
And so that's something that, if council directs us to do that, then we can, look at an interim phase, with the hope of getting it in before the next school year. Because again, this is like paint and post kind of things. And then, when we do the phase one kind of restriping before the construction, the civil infrastructure construction would happen, we could put that back too as a temporary measure.
Great. That's really helpful. I mean, it reminds me actually, like, I'm pretty sure in the Measure K budget, there's like $500,000 allocated annually to some of those quick build technologies. I mean, are we actively spending down that? It's been about a year since, the first batch was allocated.
Yes, and we have a full list of projects that will be coming to you again in August to review.
Great. The only last thing, there's this mention around that same place of the Kia dealership, and has staff analyzed that and come to any conclusions? Are they still going to throughout the design process, or?
I think for the Chelsea intersection, I mean, it's certainly a design that staff recommends, the one that's, in the concept plans. We've looked at it. I think that there's some potential flaws, but it really hasn't been analyzed in detail. I think there's some more specific engineering analysis that has to be done, in particular for those dual left turn movements that share one turn pocket, which, and then there's a bike crossing, which kind of has an elbow in it. So we've only really looked at it at a cursory level, but we are recommending the one in front of you tonight.
Okay. And then there was just some talk throughout about, the West Side COG has a plan, we have a plan, we're trying to get on the same page. Seems like we're getting closer. There was, I think, some mention of a westbound bus lane in the West Side COG plan at one point from 4th to Lincoln. That's not in ours. Is there a reason that got dropped? Is it our request or theirs or what? And sort of what are our plans to be, fully aligned as we go forward?
Can I just clarify one thing quickly on the last response, right? So obviously we need to get into design, and we will continue to work with all of these stakeholders. Chelsea, like, there's a lot to work through there, right? And so pending other direction, right, immediately from council, we are going to continue to work on refining and figuring out what works there. So I just want to clarify that. And then in terms of the immediate solutions that you talked about, I just want to make sure that council understands that would immediately prevent any of those left-hand turns that we're talking about, just so that you understand what the direction would be. And then I'll let you talk about the best.
Yeah, so we are coordinating with them, and I think for that a couple of blocks that you referenced, I think 4th to 7th, we are putting a westbound on from 5th to 6th, so right in front of the downtown library. We are making that like a transit mall, so that will have, remove all of the parking on that street block, and it'll be kind of similar to the other transit mall going in the other direction, red painted, right? So we're really talking about kind of this other one block or 2 blocks between 6th and Lincoln. And so we are coordinating with them in the 10% design that the West Side COG had. It was like a very initial kind of sketch design. There was inaccuracies in terms of the width of the street and all those things. later that was refined. So on April 16th, the West Side Cog Board adopted like the 30% design memo. In that memo had, basically exactly what we're proposing in this plan. So, we are fully aligned with the 30% recommendation. And also in that board meeting is when they voted to allocate the $600,000 that would have gone to the design implementation of our portion through their process. They're putting that over to us because we're actually moving on a much faster track, a more efficient track. So, but from a design phase, just for those couple blocks, we've sliced it, we've looked at it. It doesn't actually fit, given that you would have to make like extra narrow, like a 9-foot center turn lane, but we have like the number 18 bus is making that turn, and it wouldn't fit. Like, buses and cars would be bouncing off of each other. So the way that it's designed here is kind of creating, enough space for everybody to be there, and a lot. So yeah, kind of narrows, but.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, and council members, if your question's already been asked, let's try to keep it succinct here. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of short questions. In the immediate near term on that slide, you listed movement of the bus stops. Does that include repavement from asphalt to concrete? The bus pads? No, okay. No. But that would eventually be contemplated?
Yes.
Okay, got it. On vertical treatments, if it becomes clear during design that, like the engineering design, that the raised features can't be installed at some of these intersections, what alternative treatments would staff support? In that case, would it be like the Hawks?
Yeah, I think certainly like on the eastern portion too, because again, like it tapers down. The roadway tapers as we go, and and it's going to get narrower and narrower and slower as you go. So certainly on the eastern portion, we're supportive of looking at Hawks for some of those crossings and things like that. If the raised deflection, if it's deemed infeasible because of drainage issues and other things that we have to look at through the design process, then yeah, I mean, staff supports like a heftier treatment like a Hawk or whatever. And like on areas where there would be RFBs, there's RFBs where you can put them on much thinner poles with thinner mast arms. They're not as expensive and heavy to put, but you can put flashers above head. It's just a different flashing light. And it doesn't require a full stop like a Hawk would.
Okay, got it. On the grant application, is there any risk where if we are asking for these more expensive treatments, is there any risk where the state goes, no, Santa Monica, you're asking for too much, or should we just shoot for the moon and land amongst the stars?
We're already applying for the large category for this project, so I don't think so.
Okay, great. On Santa Monica and Yale Street, there was one public comment that raised some additional design suggestions, from a bike box to greenback sharrows to a modal filter. Did staff consider any of these options for that intersection, and is there opportunity to explore increased protection there?
No, we didn't. I saw that comment. It's a climbing lane northbound and sharrow southbound. We didn't, but they're good suggestions, and I think we're doing a similar thing on Chelsea where we're creating like these segments of a class 2 that allows you to get the skip striping legally across the street. And so we would have to look at some sort of design for that, but that's something that we can look at and explore as part of the phase 1 design.
Cool.
I don't know what it would be exactly. We'd have to look at it, but we could look at it.
Great. Sure. Yeah, that used to be my intersection, and it's used quite frequently by bicyclists as a north-south transit across Mid-City. And then just finally, as the phase 1 design progresses, will there be opportunities for incorporating continued public comment? And as I saw the kind of assessment factors that we were going to be looking at, how should the public engage with design, like the construction of the bike lanes?
Absolutely, right. The design covers a decent period of time if you go back to, right? So we can continue to keep the community and the council informed as, we go through and evaluate some of these things so that we have this level of transparency as we figure this out, right? Some of these things, we can't commit exactly to what it's going to look like, right? It's a high level design study, right? Once we get the engineering team on board, we can continue to find the right way to keep the community and the council informed as we move forward.
But but the only thing I would say is, it is a fast turnaround. To meet this deadline is an incredibly fast turnaround for this project. Right now we have a work order ready to go that for phase 1 and the Chelsea design, and basically we're waiting for tonight. And we would, begin to get that consultant team on board this week to start it, because to meet the repaving schedule, which is going to start in summer of 27, summer of 27, it's not giving us a lot of time to design like a very large corridor with a lot of changes. So it is a fast turnaround, but our goal is to keep everybody abreast of what's going on. And but I don't know that we have like public workshops or anything like that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Negrete.
Hi, I have some maybe different leaning questions just based on both internal and external input. So I know some of it is generally mentioned in the staff report, but not more specific as it pertains to maybe stress testing this and really getting like the detailed turning radius with these new bulb cutouts, if that's the right way to say it, with both Big Blue Bus and fire. Can you just say, because I know a lot of these on paper look great and offer more safety, but sometimes operationally, I don't know how you guys stress test them out, if you use other bulb cutouts that already exist.
Yeah, I can give a little clarity on that. And one of the things we first start off in with these concept diagrams that you've seen here, we didn't leave in the turning templates, but their turning templates have been applied to these, which is basically the radius of different vehicles, right? And we usually use 2 design vehicles. Hazmat is one of them, and I think trash truck, RRR.
Yeah, the front loader, the hazmat, and we'll start doing the 40-foot bus.
So we do that on paper, but also during the phase 1, we're able to do the striping and bollards and then learn from that phase as well. So if we see that certain areas are getting run over often or we're hearing complaints, I think that's something that we've done in the past with sort of the first interim treatment. We learn from it, and then before we pour the concrete, we make any changes that we need to.
Okay, so that, to be clear, you do a preliminary phase to really stress test it in functionality in terms of like turning radius for fire and for buses, as you mentioned. And then if for some reason it doesn't work out, then you scale back and have.
Yeah, like the design one, like the curb extensions and things like that are made of just like the plastic bollards. So it's kind of creating the space and making cars and vehicles start to make those maneuvers. And then we get a sense of like the path of the vehicle in real time in addition to the auto turn. We also work through the design phase with all of our internal stakeholders, with fire and with RRR and with Big Blue Bus. We go over all the turn templates. In many cases, we'll go out and actually put out cones and have drivers drive the apparatus around certain things. And so, that's our goal, is to like really do that. Sometimes if like design changes come late in the design that weren't able to get the same scrutiny, then we've run into problems. But we've also been able to accommodate those things, like on 17th Street near Broadway, there's like 2 convalescent homes there, and so we're able to go in after the fact in the design, make modifications to ensure that the fire apparatus was able to get in there more regularly, that they had the proper loading space that they needed, and so on. So our goal is to kind of always massage that to make sure it works for everybody.
Yeah, and then just I was just wanted to clarify that left turn for Kia, because, I understand, like, of course, obviously safety is first, but also taking into consideration at what point does layering restrictions and all these things start to affect both residents and businesses. So I guess that's still something you guys are working out in terms of potentially a different way to make sure that we're not taking away the opportunity from the left turn going into the establishment. I just wasn't clear on.
Absolutely. Again, right, we've got what's in the safety study, but we acknowledge, right, we need to work with all of those immediate stakeholders with a design team and work through, like, we have not vetted the alternative design, right?
Okay.
We've looked at it, right? But we need professionals on board to help us work through with the stakeholders from both sides.
I think just to provide some clarity on that, I think the authority we just request from the council is to allow staff to continue to assess, is there a viable way to implement, procedures that prioritize safety but can address some of the concerns that Kia has raised. The folks at Kia have developed some preliminary design concepts for us to review. We'd just like to maintain the flexibility to assess, are those viable moving forward as we get into the design process. There's also, Chris, can you speak to the immediate blocking of that left turn lane and how that's being sort of coordinated as sort of the interim measure and what the current plan is?
That's what I was referring to, right? If council gives any direction for something in that 6 to 12 month immediate phase, right? Realistically, the only thing that we could get out in that sort of timeline would be, this like striping and bollards and posts that would prevent that immediate left turn, right? And so that would not be flexible, right? While we continue through the design. So if that's the council direction, right?
I'm not going in that direction. I wanted to create flexibility for you all to do your job. I'm definitely not an expert. Clearly, some people are more experts in this area. And I think our job is to leave that flexibility to you guys. And I just want to make sure that we're not unintentionally creating conflicts between pedestrian safety and transit operations, emergency response functionality, and of course, the business community. So,
And we'd like the opportunity to basically get our design professionals on board and work with the stakeholders to see what we can come up with.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for being really clear that there's like these phases. I don't think I really fully understood that myself, and that you guys do go back and make those changes. It sounds like when things in real life don't work out quite as well as they did on paper. So thank you.
Great. Councilmember Snell?
And my question is related to the same thing that Council Member Negretti has been talking about with. So at the design right now study says that Santa Monica, there's a hawk signal at the Chelsea and Santa Monica location. Is that what we're talking about at this point?
Yeah, and to be clear, it right now it's not contemplated to be a hawk signal. It's contemplated to be a full signal, but it would be just for the Santa Monica Boulevard traffic, east and west.
Right.
And it would only be actuated by a pedestrian or when a bicyclist is there. And the reason that a hawk is not really compatible with that design is because hawks are typically kind of independent. They're not synchronized and coordinated with the signal system necessarily of the corridor. Right. And what we need here is to have the signal coordinated with the timing of Cloverfield, which is not that far away, and also have the capability to put in bike signal heads to get bicyclists across on the cross bike, and to have the ability to have video detection for the bicyclist to trigger that signal. So we just need a full signal because it gives us the capability to add the elements that we need to make that crossing work, but it's just a signal for pedestrians and cyclists when they are present, if that makes sense.
Is that, well, you say when a full signal, so it's not.
It's like the three balls, up and down. Not the hawk signal has like, maybe you've seen them. They have like two red balls that kind of ping pong, and then it goes full red, and it's basically like an overhead stop sign while somebody's present, and then it goes off, and then it just runs. But they act independently. It's not like it's not a signal that's tethered to the rest of the corridor, and that's what we need to make the design work.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Raskin. And I would like to ask some questions before Hall gets back in.
Well, you all have asked and answered my questions.
Great. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So the parents are requesting a hawk beacon for phase 2 rather than a full traffic signal near McKinley. Is that correct? No, I got that wrong.
I saw like an email asking for that, but a hawk signal wouldn't allow this design to work the way that it is because it doesn't have the same flexibility in a signal cabinet where we can connect it to the rest of the corridor, can use bike signal heads, can use video detection. We need to be able to do all those things to make it work, and a hawk signal is more of like, it's like a souped up flashing beacons type of thing.
Yeah, right. And then I know that City Manager Chi referred to the Kia dealership plan, but has staff reviewed the LLG concept plan that was submitted on behalf of Kia Santa Monica in April?
Mm-hmm. We've,
Yeah, I mean, just initially and kind of gave a look at it, and like Chris had said, we've.
Do you have any assessment about whether that it delivers like an equivalent pedestrian and cyclist safety at the Chelsea intersection?
I think that's part of why we're looking for flexibility from the council tonight in moving this forward, that certainly prioritize pedestrian safety. There's a lot going on at that Chelsea intersection. You know, the roadways offset. There's an alley, there's the driveway, there's a school. The initial designs that Kia submitted are certainly helpful. We've had a chance to do, again, a preliminary review.
Okay.
What we're looking for direction from the council is, again, in prioritizing pedestrian safety, can we have some flexibility to see, is there the opportunity to resolve that particular concern that Kia's raised simultaneously?
Okay, the memo from LLG also notes that the city's safety study crash data was collected before the recent installation of the two-way left turn lane on Santa Monica Boulevard into the Kia driveway. Do you all believe that that change materially affects the safety analysis at this intersection?
I mean, there's currently not. What it does improve the safety in that before there was a two-way turn lane there, vehicles they had no place to store when they were trying to make any left turn. And so they would be hanging out into that number one lane primarily. So in that regard, it moves the vehicles out of the way, which is an improvement. And that's why we included that change as part of the Six Schools project. But it does not provide a crossing, and it does not provide, they're still making those left turns, both from Chelsea and onto Chelsea. You can go there and watch, and people get stuck and have to abandon them. And, that's like one of the primary collision factors is those sorts of movements across the corridor. And so, yeah, it's an improvement, but it's not nearly.
But you're going to take that into account when you're looking at something that works for the intersection. Now that we're moving past, like if we approve this tonight, you would take into account the safety data with the two-way turn?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah.
And then I want to make sure I understood it. The city's phase one plan for Chelsea currently relies on striping and signage for turn restrictions. And I'm wondering, can you all commit to quick build physical infrastructure at Chelsea as phase one by August 2026?
I'm not sure. No, the only thing that we could commit to was, like I mentioned, right? It would literally just be bollards to prevent that.
So not like a quick build physical median element?
We would not be able to do that by August of 2026.
Right, thanks. Councilmember Raskin. You're in the queue. Councilmember Hall. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. First, I just want to thank all the advocates and colleagues of mine for pushing on this. I think we've ended it in a much better place. I really want to thank staff for listening and for refining the product after receiving some direction. And frankly, you did it really fast, so thank you. I know we're up against some deadlines. I'll say I'm not super interested in preserving a left turn at Chelsea if the highest pedestrian protection for the children crossing the street to their school would have us design the intersection otherwise. And so with that, I will move the staff recommendation with the following direction: to implement quick build protections at Chelsea and Santa Monica, if possible, before the next school year, whatever those treatments could potentially be. That will prepare us for your recommendation as staff. And just to reiterate that we want the safest possible intersection for pedestrian and bicyclist crossings, and then to continue to explore expanded treatments such as vertical treatments or otherwise along the corridor, particularly on the eastern part of the corridor, as well as Hawks, PHBs, and full signals where appropriate, in accordance with AASHTO, NACTO, and Caltrans guidance.
I'll second that. Councilmember Zwick. And then Raskin, you're still in the queue. Are you not in the queue? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I won't belabor this. Thank you for your work on this. I think we're, all kind of getting on the same page, and that's great. Really appreciate it. I'm excited to see the final plan and to get funding for it. I think Councilmember Hall's direction incorporates this, but just so I'm clear, the only question I have for you guys / for the council member is when it comes to the Hawk PHP signals at unsignalized crossings per NACTO and AASHTO guidelines, are you clear that that's something that we would prefer over the RFBs in those instances? Is there something that you need that's stronger than that, or is that sufficient direction to go that route as per policy?
I mean, I would say yes, except for like clarification, because in your earlier questions, you were saying how Caltrans is doing away with RFBs. So, you know, if you're saying that you don't want us to use them like flat out as like a policy, then that would need to be like directed.
I think I wouldn't say flat out. I was saying I think that the recommendation was for streets at that level of volume, width, and speed, they're not recommended, and that we should explore higher interventions like Hawks.
Correct.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, we would rather, okay, yeah. I mean, we'll look at that, and, you know, from our perspective, we would rather, like I said before, include Hawks at locations that we, you know, that are like high pedestrian volumes, you know, the wider portions, all those types of things, to ensure that they have the beefed up thing. But we'd rather include that, have the clear direction to include that now so that we can, but, you know, but yeah, we just want to be clear, like what we're including and not including.
Yes, I'd say that's contemplated in the motion.
Okay, so the actual direction is to go in that direction at unsignalized crossings, especially on the eastern half. Yeah, does that sound good? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete.
I just wanted to be clear because you said dependent upon staff direction. Obviously, we're going for whatever's safest, but that left turn is going away from the school. Does that now affect or block the left that we were discussing into the Kia from Santa Monica, or no, this direction?
I mean, we will need to design like the quick build, whatever happens this summer. But I think the priority from what I've understood was the lefts in and out of Chelsea. And so we could look at a way to design that with bollards that would, in the interim, allow for the movement into the Kia still.
Right, because that's like on the opposite.
Yeah, it's a little bit down. And so we could look at, I don't know what the design is. We'll have to look at it, but we can try to come up with a way to limit the left turns on and off of Chelsea and not prohibit the left turns into the Kia.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
So, sorry, to clarify, the motion contemplates if staff's direction or staff's recommendation is to not have left turns into Chelsea and or the Kia, and believes that that is the safest treatment for pedestrian and bicyclist crossing, then we want to go with the staff recommendation that eliminates those left turns.
But are we talking about like before this summer, before the new school year starts, or are we talking about in the phase 1 overall restriping design and the phase 2 civil infrastructure design? Because I think we were talking about this.
I will leave that to y'all, but I believe our direction is that we want the safest possible intersection for the children crossing the street. Is that fair, Mayor Terozas?
Yes, but I also think it's important to look at the trade-offs and ensure that we're, you know, acknowledging that there are multiple ways to do this. And so I think, you know, we saw that there was an engineering study that was presented. And so I would like us to be creative and contemplate the multiple inputs that we've received.
We will do our best to do that. Take the consideration of safety. Absolutely. That's the first thing this plan is for. And we understand, you know, in the interim and looking and trying to do a feasibility study of how we can accommodate, as long as it doesn't impact safety, is what I'm hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Raskin.
So, sorry, I don't want to beat a dead horse with this, but I'm not sure I'm clear on this. Does the motion contemplate then that staff is still going to work with stakeholders to explore those trade-off alternatives?
That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
Without compromising pedestrian safety, we're going to assess. Yes.
Great. Council members Ornitskaya and Negrete are still in the queue. We really would love to move forward.
Sorry. So I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding as well. Does the motion include for allowing staff the flexibility as needed to make minor street design adjustments to ensure the plan is both financially feasible and looks at safety holistically rather than piece by piece? Does that, is that included in the motion, or could that be?
That is my understanding of the council's motion to, again, prioritize the most pedestrian safety-focused improvements, including assessment of hawks for unsignalized crossings, and to take into account pedestrian safety first at the Chelsea crossing, but through it all to assess sort of all of the other trade-offs as part of our design efforts.
Thank you.
I'm just curious. Okay, it doesn't really matter. I just feel like we're giving direction that's obvious that they're going to do. Is this outside of what the staff report was? It's like we're saying, do what's safest and most cost effective, which I feel like is obvious. I'm trying to understand if I'm missing anything that's very specific that's outside, that I don't want to be like, oh, I didn't realize that that's what we were voting on. Is there something in here that's outside of what staff was already doing?
No,
Well, the hawk.
The hawk?
Yeah.
signals.
Okay.
The hawk signals.
Okay,
And the idea of doing quick build at Chelsea, since we can't do it before the Olympics.
because you needed us to tell you that. I got it.
Well, again, it's like almost like two phases that we're talking about. We're talking about limiting turn restrictions on and off at Chelsea sometime this summer before the school year. We need to design that, but it can be simple enough, which is bollards. And then designing, including some sort of quick build in the phase one signing and striping
Or
design.
the Olympics, got it.
Okay, let's.
We understand the direction. Right now, we don't need to design this sitting here in the council dais right now. We need to understand the direction, and I think, have
Well, then,
plenty
can I
of
call the
clarity.
question
Yes,
then,
let's
and
please
let's take a vote?
Yep. I think we said within, like, in a cost-effective way. Do we need to do a voice vote?
Ready? Yes. I'm sorry, we're doing a roll call vote.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Potem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarosis?
Yes. Congratulations. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Okay, before we go to closed session, there's been a request from the organizers of the airport public commenters to entertain a change to our agenda management to allow the commenters who are still here not to make a comment, but just to come up, state their name, and what was the one sentence that they were going to say? Please don't, all they are going to say is their name and please don't close the airport so that they do. Their name and please don't close the airports unless they would like to stay until the end of the meeting.
If you'd like to stay at the end of the meeting, you're more than welcome to. This is our opportunity to
Feel free.
address the council respectively. No comments after that. Just state your name, please. If you'd like to keep the airport open, or please don't close the airport. Walk past the podium, and please walk outside.
Otherwise, we'll turn off your mic.
So one thing to consider, this is outside of your norm, and this would be to allow people with a specific point of view to have an opportunity to speak, where this is general public comment when anybody can speak on anything, and what you
We'll
did
still
was-
hear the rest of general public comment at the end.
Can I
right,
make,
but
can
you're
I make
still
a,
advancing certain.
can I make a
folks over
suggestion
others.
then? Is it possible to reframe it slightly to just say that anyone who's still signed up for the comment on the airport item can come up and say yes or no?
So that's the issue, is that it's not the airport
It's not
item.
the airport
Sorry.
Right, so
Sorry.
the issue is
Okay.
that there's nothing on the agenda like related to the airport this evening. This is general public comment where anyone can speak about anything not on the agenda.
Well, can't they say, please don't close the airport?
They can, but there are other
Open to
people who
everyone.
maybe want to speak on other general public input items. See what I'm saying, right? So we would be advancing people with a specific point of view.
Are you saying that
before
we're
others.
not permitted to do that?
I'm just saying there's some risk there because there could be other people who need to defer to the end of the meeting, and you're allowing certain people not defer to the end of the meeting. See what I'm saying?
Anybody can say any one sentence they want to.
Right.
Fine, we will allow literally,
5 words.
5 words, your name and 5 words.
Anything.
On anything you'd like. And please, organizers, so does anyone want to move that we do that?
I'll make the motion to move that item.
I'll second it since I brought it up.
Can I, just for clarification, the item is to advance general public comment that we had originally put at the end of the meeting to right now.
Just the people who want to come say their name in 5 words.
Correct. To, and therefore, all general public comment will be completed
Yeah, like we're
at
not
the
going
end
to come
of
back
this
in here again
conversation.
later, right, Mayor?
That's
Are we going to
correct.
come back and hear more general public later? We're doing it right now, so now we don't have to hear it later, right?
There are some people on the phone, but they can,
There are people that want to speak about things other than the airport.
Oh.
Also.
right, so I'm saying that we will entertain people who would like to say their name in 5 words right now. Anyone who would like to say more than that, they can comment at the end of the meeting. Okay, great. Councilmember Hall. No, let's take a vote.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes. Okay, great. So we're not going to call you up by name. Everyone just line up right now. And we're going to do it in rapid succession, and you can go ahead and start right now.
I'm Ben Marcus. Thank you for hearing us.
Amelia Brennan, please don't close the airport.
Please pay attention.
Josh Pence, thank you for your time.
Sorry, 1 second. Our counselor would like to explain his no vote.
Sorry, I would just like to explain my no vote. It's not that I'm not supportive of you guys getting out of here as fast as possible. I understand this is a very laborious process to come and give public comment. I just really dislike that we are constantly amending our rules for the convenience of a certain group of people or for us. And we have passed rules, we should stick to them.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right.
Josh Pence, thank you for your time.
Caitlin Walsh, please don't close the airport.
Mayor Blackman, please keep the airport open. Jason Gilbert, please keep the airport.
MJ Anselmo, please keep the airport open.
Mary Hunter, please keep the airport open.
Michael Kent, please keep the airport open.
Joseph Grow, please keep the airport open.
Victor Go, keep Santa Monica Airport open.
Loretta F. Bryant, keep the airport open.
Aliza Nikain, the airport was here for a century. Keep it open. We need it.
That's more than 5 words, but we'll allow it.
Dmitry Sidorenko, please keep the airport open. Jake Kratz, please keep the airport open. Ryan Leahy, please don't close the airport. Cameron Mahalati, please don't close our home.
Dakota Collins, please don't close the airport.
Ted Rossi, please keep the airport open. Alex Kroll, keep the airport open. Douglas Glover, please keep the airport open. Thank you.
Jamie Marie Davis, keep the airport open.
Mike Hendricks, please keep the airport open. Kevin Sias, please keep the airport open. Jeff Rhodes, please keep the airport open.
I'm Ryan, and please keep the airport open.
Hannah Ladd, please keep the airport open.
Michael Coranda, please keep the airport open. Daniel Amerton, pretty please keep the airport open. Preston, please keep the airport open. Trip Harris, please keep the airport open. Mavic Maisky, our future needs this airport. Jean Dassil, let's keep the legend alive.
Dave Boston, please keep the airport open.
Layla Chandler, I'm a student. Please keep the airport open. Tessa Kionfar, please keep the airport open.
Yasmin, please don't close the airport.
First Officer Jonathan Daniel, please keep the airport open.
Dorothy Altunian, keep history alive, please.
I'm Daniel, please don't close the airport.
Valerie Taylor, please keep the airport open.
Edward Story, please keep the airport open. Max Parks, I support the airport.
Cindy Winthrop, please keep the airport open.
Sean Beck, please keep the airport open.
Tony Canonico, please keep the airport open.
William Braun, closing the airport, big mistake.
Christina Hawley, the airport is a gem.
Elaine Moe, keep Santa Monica flying, please.
I'm Terry Ann Leahy. Please keep the Santa Monica Airport open.
I'm Glenn Angeles. Please keep the airport open.
Hello, my name is Marcus. Please save our airport.
My name is Zachary Ezra. Please keep our airport open.
Ornita Cruzio, please keep our airport open.
Admir Cruzio, please keep an open airport. Patriot Haziri, please keep the airport open. Thank you.
Michael Sherrill, please keep Santa Monica Airport open.
Derek Spears, please save Santa Monica Airport.
Patrick Cambry, please save Santa Monica Airport.
I'm Joe Trilling. Please save Santa Monica Airport.
I'm Barry Necheverry. Please save Santa Monica Airport.
Oliver Conklin, please save Santa Monica Airport. Thanks. Jorge Sanchez, please keep the Santa Monica Airport open. E. Ferrazzo, keep the airport open, please.
Cody Williams, please keep the airport open.
Alden Marquez, please keep the airport. Thank you.
Tony Scharf, please keep Santa Monica Airport open.
Tim Cashin, keep Santa Monica Airport open, please.
Hollis Erdman, please keep Santa Monica Airport open.
David Hopkins, Santa Monica resident, please keep the airport open.
Liz DeStefani, please keep the airport open.
Christian Fry, I'm a 27-year resident. Please keep the airport open.
Melissa Kanai, please keep the airport open. Thank you.
Ray Ogawa, please keep the Santa Monica Airport open.
Scott Howard, resident, please keep the airport open.
Allison Shao, make the airport historic landmark.
Kwame Huang, Angel Flight pilot, keep the airport open.
Alex Silver, please keep the airport open.
Paul Wisner, 26-year resident, Sunset Park, underneath the flight path. I love the airport. Please keep it open.
John Cyrus Smith, Parks Commissioner, 1740 is a bad bill. Thank you.
Good evening, Andrew Hoyer, Vice Chair of the Urban Forest Task Force. Trees are better than airplanes.
Ben Wang, I am not. Please keep the airport open. It's the best asset we have in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Eve Lopez, 67% want it open.
Okay. With that being said, we will move to closed session. Do we need to get a read into closed session?
Yeah, let me go ahead and read it real quick.
Great.
Okay, so first we have 5A, it's existing litigation, and this is with a bunch of John Does. Next we have the city versus ICSOP. Then we have another existing litigation, City of Santa Monica versus Waymo LLC. 5D, another existing litigation, Santa Monica EV Holdings LLC versus the city LASC, sorry. Then we have a 5E, which is existing litigation, Waymo LLC versus the city. Then we have 5F, it's a conference with the legal counsel, significant exposure litigation. This is one case, 1213 Pine Street. And then we have a conference for real estate negotiator. This is for 200 Santa Monica Pier. The City of Santa Monica City Manager is the negotiator. Parties negotiated with Fever Lab, Inc. under negotiation, the price and terms and payment of the licensing. Then finally, 5H, we have another real estate negotiation. This is for 200 Santa Monica Pier. The Pier Beach Parking Lot 1, North Sandbox North. And this is, the city's negotiator is Oliver Chi, the city manager. Parties of negotiation, LA Kings Outdoor Game under negotiation, price and terms of the payment and lease. And those are your items for closed session. And we have a phone caller.
For 5 words or for the closed session?
The closed session.
Okay, great.
Mr. Finch, you can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, this is Will Finch, Santa Monica resident. Close the airport and build the park.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, how long do you think it'll be in closed session?
We anticipate 1 hour.
And is anyone recusing themselves from anything? Great.
I got one, Mayor. I will be recusing myself from item 5F due to a potential conflict of interest under Government Code 87100. That is it.
Great. We'll see everyone back in an hour. Yeah. A 5-word public comment. Is she trying to make a public comment? Oh, that's later. We haven't heard that yet. Yeah. No, the special agendas. No, those people are here for general public comment. That this special agenda is on the agenda. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, City Attorney, what was the time?
1 hour.
Okay, thank you.
On the left side.
Tell my kids that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
sometimes people, there is actual data on that. Probably the number ones.
I do remember having conversations about it. I mean, I think something to do that. Which I have that. I think they. I want to.
This guy, I gotta be.
I mean, it's.
not the best way to do it, right? Like, you should just do it different. So many people have already.
As opposed to just, I always have to do it anyway. Everyone I mentioned to had like. Red lights,
The reason I would do it is what. It doesn't mean it's going to change, right?
I stood there, he was like several lights from me.
That sounded. Also, the count. I guess you're off this month. You're not contacting me yet.
He did.
Oh, okay, because he had it when he wanted to speak.
Find it, yeah.
I don't think it'll be that much longer.
I was just waiting for like. Okay. Yeah, so they tend to just get over it. Oh, this is not bad news. How do you like it? And here we are. You've been sitting here the whole time.
I've been communicating.
Right.
I've had some conversations.
I'm trying to charge myself up. I'm off. Isn't your fourth in Pico?
Fourth and Pico? Oh, that's nice.
I just have to speak. Wish they would have had a closed session after.
It's just.
Some they do after, and some they do in the middle. I don't know why. Because it could have been done. Guys, here it with me.
Nah, it's all right. I'm just embarrassed.
Embarrassed. You don't like the position.
No, I love my position. I just don't like.
Don't just be out. Just go up there and just stand there.
I'll do it. I will do it.
No. touch with the, son would come. I was afraid to speak. Thought you had to get over it. Speak and to have it right out of the you can't get me to shut up. So,
No, I just ended up reading at a library for a
oh,
Right,
yeah.
so I do it, I have to do it.
You have to do it. You don't like it. But you know what they say. I mean, you have a, people have a fear of, and I always.
Take Xanax.
Not gonna-
It works perfectly for me.
Yeah. Fine for a comedy routine. But, I promote comedy events.
My son's a comic.
I promoted Bobcat Goldthwait when they had 8 B's here. It was sold out. I had Richard Belzer, I had little comedians like Rick Overton, Happy Lagman, Brassnet, like yeah, we had some, and I've been trying to do some comedy improv with the mics myself. Like that movie, did you see that movie? Is this thing on?
I didn't see that because my son is one.
There's such thing as superstar. You look at it. That's Will Arnett.
Yeah.
And directed by, what's his name?
Yeah, no, good for him.
Bradley Peter.
Yeah.
Bradley Cooper.
Yeah. I write movies and television.
Yeah, I could tell. I could
I
tell.
didn't go see that.
I was recommending. You know.
Yeah, no, I know.
It shows up. So I'm just trying that because I lost my life.
I know.
Want to hear a couple of my jokes?
Sure.
I think they're pretty good. In fact, it's not easy to be a comic. Some people don't just laugh, you know, not to say anything. All right.
No, you gotta
Okay.
try them out over and over and over again. You
And
gotta
I-
love the bomb.
I've introduced those at New Year's parties and I eat I'll get out and crack a few jokes to pretend I know what I'm doing. Here's one. I don't know.
Okay, that was awesome.
Five times. I don't do myself. That's something.
I'm not a good,
It's in the back row.
yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, my son just called me on the way home from the show.
No, there was no, Mike.
Who runs the rest?
Mike Myers.
Yeah. No, it's amazing.
No, he helps.
Oh, yeah.
Me and my late wife and some other people.
Yeah.
Voting to de-assess it. Yeah, it says, we give them a couple months to see if they can raise some money. But he wouldn't have made that motion.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been said. Couple
Amazing.
lawyers,
Amazing.
just pro bono work to get that. And they reassess it. First, couple of hours. Know who donated the money? John Crow. Billions of dollars. Actually, I just swear it's me.
You never know. No, listen, it can be irrelevant, not irrelevant, it seemed like dated for a while, not
It
dated,
did, but now
but
the
now
Putin's
we're
doing his
back.
thing.
Now we're back.
That's right. My wife, she used to go over, she's a real opportunity.
No, they don't know the history. They don't know the history.
Alleviate their fears. Okay, how we're gonna not let this happen. What you were talking about.
I can't read out loud. I've made so many marks.
I gotta tell you.
That's what mine usually look like. like I do
You
it,
know
and
each
I'm
other?
like, oh no, I don't mean to say that. I'm talking. I'm just against AB 1740.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm just.
Oh, good.
It's
What's your
ridiculous.
name?
Elizabeth. I'm the chair of Wilmot. Vandenberg. Would be on Facebook? I just no. I'm saying that they're ripping out rent control, and this is gonna. Where the financial incentives are such that they're gonna get bought. They're gonna throw out the rent. I
don't know why.
I was on that.
I was on that.
That's right. That's where I see you later. You're right. Yeah, we
wrote it down.
so fantastic. Like a moment. I need those moments every once in a while because we don't have any usually.
We couldn't make it real.
Yeah, they couldn't beat us on process. I've seen him lose something. I was part of the get the city council. I helped. That would be the only thing I would do it. I got petitions for term limits for the city council, and we were at I think it was the Democratic Club, and Kevin was totally
Back.
and
Yeah.
just,
You got something
blah, blah,
to
blah,
eat.
blah, blah, blah. Everybody.
I got a little, yeah.
You know, everybody. I said, yeah.
I have a feeling they're
And
gonna
then
be a
Kevin
long
was like,
time.
No, I want to know this.
I wish they would do it at the end of the meeting. Get through it and then, you know what would be the best things for them to do?
Yeah.
Experiment with it for a couple months.
Oh, yeah.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
I agree.
Do it on a different day.
Try something. Yeah, there's no
Do it
reason to
on Monday.
experiment.
You know, do it like from 5:30 till 7.
Yeah.
On a Monday.
I mean, from a performance
It doesn't have to
standpoint,
be the same day.
from a performance standpoint, making the biggest decisions late at night on an empty stomach after a long day of work.
I know, and then they're like, really?
You know,
They have food at least.
I know, but
And the guy's like,
you wouldn't, like, if you're on a bombing mission or something, a pilot, you wouldn't have the most, you'd have the most important thing that you do.
well,
I'm not,
if you
no,
think
I
that's
couldn't
gonna
even
happen, then why are you here?
access
Shouldn't you
the
be over at Blackwell,
vending machine.
like, you know,
Yeah.
picketing them?
vending
Like,
machines and-
what's wrong with you? And so he was like, oh, and then I go, are you a
So
resident?
I think I scanned the room so that I can go into the room in virtual and practice talking. Because talking is hard for me.
Yeah, I live off of Lincoln, just south of Montana.
I can practice talking in the
We are in
room.
different worlds.
When I first came, I watched how you came up to the podium, and you walk up to the podium and you take the microphone and you approach it, and then you speak and you address them very politely. And
Like I said,
I learned a lot
I
from
was
you.
going to business school. Mary Ann.
Remember,
I was going to law school.
that's not a podium.
And of course, the third girl,
What is
Joan
it?
Hanson, is going to be an
that is a lectern.
This is a lectern.
The podium is the staging area.
That's a
that the
podium.
lectern sits on.
And then
Oh.
one of the other.
So when you say, please come up
And
and
the actress.
to the podium.
Recently. She just blew me off.
No, it's just, no one's gonna ever get that right, totally, so it's not the end of the world.
It was an apartment building that turned into a
But that's
condominium
a
building.
lectern.
It's a lectern.
That's what that actually
It
is.
is, it's like finally, one day I talked to some poor woman getting petitions.
At Crossroads, we had on Fridays we would go to the church and meet with Paul. And he would come and talk to us on 3rd Street, on 4th Street. The elementary school is on 4th Street. We were in the church. So on Friday, Paul would come with pink socks, would come talk to us at the church, and they were up on the
I had a rent control. I
dais.
came here in '79 when rent
They
control
were
started.
elevated. And I had been to synagogue, so we have Bima, which is elevated where the Torah is behind. So it was interesting to get a bit of different religion also there.
It's just luck.
Keep
What
going.
is that thing you wear?
It's a virtual extended reality headset, so I can see my hands, but I'm processing the scan. So I walked around the room and I scanned the whole room. And so hopefully I'll be able to see what it's like. There's this new technology called Gaussian splatting. For 3D, we used to use like triangles and polygons and stuff, but Gaussian splat's a little bit different. So what will be super cool is eventually, CCM allows us to see an entire city in pretty high resolution detail in 3 dimensions. So the example would be when they're in like talking about an intersection at by McKinley School or whatever, you could go there and be and then do hypothetical versions and adaptations. I'm trying to study extended reality, which is what this is with government. I come from cinema,
Where do you swim?
so I'm applying cinema stuff and visual effects to it.
I was going to say you must wear a wetsuit.
I don't know if I can take it off. We'll keep going.
Is there a...
You can use other apps to cancel your world uploads, but you need to keep your headset powered on for the upload to finish. Once uploaded, processing the world can take up 8 hours. Whoa. It will notify you when your world is... So this is Mark
To be
Zuckerberg.
truthful, I'm more of a body surfer, which nobody is a body surfer anymore.
His dad was a dentist. My dad's an ophthalmologist.
Really?
Seriously. Where do they go? Now, where's Life for
With Santa Monica Medical Group, and his last job was at the jail, treating the inmates.
What are you gonna speak on next?
The commissions.
Okay, see, yeah.
What are you gonna say? You know yet?
Oh,
about the airport.
Well, yeah, because I've gone to 2 of those meetings, and I just think it's interesting what I've seen, and I don't want to talk about it a little bit. I want to talk about it a little bit, what I've seen. I think
most of my bad points
other
I
airports
grew up on a
have
railroad, so
like
I'm from Phoenix, but my
the
parents
parallel
had this, my
airport,
mother figured out
like
how to get
Mojave
6 weeks
Airport,
in Cornell,
has a
she rented
board,
house.
which is
I had two older
different than
brothers,
this commission.
and we would all go, and then my father would
And
fly back.
I just think it's interesting differences.
And
One,
we just went to the ocean.
Mojave
every
spends
day.
effort
We'd get
trying
this
to like
canvas.
have the airport
Yeah,
grow
the red
with
and the
money
blue
and
and
national
the ropes
security
are
and stuff.
illegal now because you
And Santa Monica Airport is the complete opposite. It's, I mean, I understand the reasons why, but I just think it's interesting.
No, we bought it. We would go to there was a Navy surplus store somewhere. I don't know if it was on
I mean,
Coronado or maybe
we,
right before. I used to take the ferry across. They
You
didn't
have your
that
own forest
bridge,
task
and it's
force
not really
commission.
an island. As
You don't have any arborists.
So yeah,
We have
and growth,
arborists
and
and city staff.
If you
come
could
to the
do
meeting.
anything on that raft, I did it.
So the
I
airport
stood
has
up.
all these city
I wrote it
staff, and they
cowboy.
have
I wrote it backwards. I wrote
people.
it blue side, red
And there's
side.
an argument to be made that
No, I used
if you're going to be on a
and
commission,
my father body surfed, and so did my brothers. And so the I'll tell you where it's perfect.
it would be like,
Place. And I went to school at UC.
you know, you want
So La Jolla Shores has
people
is a
that aren't
glide. Like nobody's
behold,
ever seen a glide.
like if they had
I mean,
only
you
pilots,
you can screw up your
obviously
body.
they're
You
going
can
to side
too
with the
fast, too
airport
slow,
no matter
and you
what.
won't hurt yourself.
Of course, yeah.
That the
So
break out
I don't
of,
think
like,
that's
north of the pier,
the best
it's
argument.
brutal.
You know,
It's
people trying to
yeah. So
have
it's
experience and getting advice from city staff and making the best decision. And
But for
community
the
and
for the disability commission, don't you have to have a disability?
Even when I go to La Jolla these days, I'm like, I know how to pass the wave break. I can float around.
I don't think it's good.
It's very nice.
You don't have to, for every member.
I agree.
I don't know if they changed that or not.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing the disability commission because of health and
I
speech.
have one.
You'd be good.
I think I would.
You should apply.
I want to do it if I can travel still. Because this summer,
Oh, yeah, you're gonna be gone.
I want to try. I would do it when I come back for sure.
Yeah, well, put your name on the list.
Yeah, if I could do it in video calls for
You
sure.
can, wait till you're,
Wait till I can
It is
do for
getting
real.
warmer around.
yeah, Tom.
It's sad.
Yeah.
Like I've been to every
It's
meeting.
70.
I want to really focus and spend a lot of effort on it because I'm finding all these. I mean, the pier is not handicap accessible. I just think that's how am I the first person to figure that out?
What?
The pier, like it's a straight California UNRWA violation.
I asked her if I could go
The
back.
pier, it's not handicap accessible.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started here. We do have a quorum of council members that are back.
Well, I'm going to mention. All right. Thank you. And Matthew.
Oh, but we don't have a city attorney, so we'll wait for 1 second while the city attorney comes back. Thank you, Denise. So I'll just explain what we're going to do then while we're waiting. So we have public input on the remaining agenda items only, and we will be providing time for both the special meeting and the regular meeting. So if you want to come comment on any of the administrative items, if you wanted to comment on the 16 items or on the special meeting, you should sign up now because I will call up everyone at the same time. And our city attorney still isn't here, but our assistant city attorney is here, so maybe we can go ahead and get started. Yeah, that should be fine. I'm just saying I'm going to call everyone together for both the special meeting and the regular meeting. Correct, Madam Clerk? Yeah, so they're all under item 6.
When you come up, if you could just state your name and which item you're speaking on, that would be helpful.
Great. Sure, I was just telling everyone while we were waiting for the city attorney what we were about to do. I don't know, Madam Assistant City Attorney, would you be able to provide a readout of closed session? Yeah, okay, so then, okay, we're back in session. It's 9:25, and I'll ask our city attorney to give us a report of closed session.
All items were heard, but there was no reportable action.
Great. Oh, sure, and I think we had an additional recusal, so perhaps that you want to go ahead, yeah.
I'm not really sure how to state it, but we realized in closed session that I may or may not be too close to a property that was discussed in closed session, so I recused myself.
That was on item 5F. Councilmember Negrete recused herself on 5F, Madam Clerk. Great. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call people up, and then there are a few people on the phone as well, which we'll call as well. Okay, so for Brett Morrow, Karen Kroner, Ashley Olson, Elizabeth Vandenberg, Andrew Hoyer. Yeah, go ahead. You can just state your name. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Brett Morrow. I'm the chair of the Human Services Commission, speaking on 11A. I appreciate the work that has gone on to this review and the effort to make our boards and commissions more impactful, efficient, and meaningful. But as this consolidation moves forward, I want to make sure these bodies don't become something we simply maintain just to check a box. Boards and commissions are one of the most direct ways that residents engage with local government. They bring lived experience, expertise, and community perspective into decision-making in a way that staff reports and outreach metrics alone cannot. And I think we've seen over the last year or so what happens when we start mistaking newsletters, social media, or one-way communication with actual community engagement. Real engagement requires dialogue, trust, and ongoing participation before decisions are made. So I also want to advocate for live streaming for all boards and commission meetings. If we truly want a meaningful public participation, it should be consistent. Our boards and commissions matter, our community partners matter, and let's continue improving the system so we can all use this moment to strengthen how we actually engage with the public. I also want to speak briefly on item 16A. I want to thank the council and the staff for re-engaging with the Coastal Commission after years of impasse. This issue sat stalled for over a decade, and now we're finally starting to see movement again. And honestly, that's become a pattern for this council and this mayor. For years, difficult issues dragged on without a resolution. But over the last year, we've seen this body willing to engage, make decisions, and move things forward instead of letting issues collect dust. Now, we all know that legislation changes from when it's first introduced. And while there are still disagreements about parts of 1740, I believe there's a lot of more common ground than people will acknowledge. Preserving provisions for 100% deed restricted affordable housing and adaptive businesses or adaptive reuse, supporting bike lanes and business renovations that help local businesses move faster, understanding that 1740 doesn't override Proposition S or eliminate sensitive environmental habitat protections while continuing to strengthen ESHA buffer protections where appropriate. So I appreciate the work happening here tonight. I hope the city continues engaging directly with the Coastal Commission and the public so we can finally move these issues along after they've been long stalled for so long. So thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a note, the only thing on the agenda is an LCP update. 1740 is not on the agenda, so our city attorney's not here, but I just want to make sure that we're keeping the comments to the items on the agenda. Thanks.
I'm a little confused because I was told I could speak about this, so I'm just going to go ahead and.
Sure, we're hearing an item about our LCP, our local coastal.
Yeah,
program.
I saw that.
Great.
I'm Karen Kroner, and the negotiating committee of the Democratic Club opposed to AB 1740 vehemently a few days ago, and the vote was not even close. And I am here to ask you to retract your support for AB 1740. It would allow new market rate development on Santa Monica's beaches without currently required Coastal Commission approval. It allows Santa Monica City Council to approve whatever infill housing it wants on our coast.
Excuse me, but as the mayor was saying, this is not on the agenda.
No, but I was told I could discuss this. I was told I could bring.
But it is not on the agenda, so it would be a violation of the Brown Act.
No.
Well, this affects what they're about to discuss.
We're talking,
The procedural matter for
we're going to
obtaining
be
LCP approval.
right. So council is going to be providing direction on deal points that would need to be in an LCP for us to.
Okay, then let me. Okay, I'll stop talking about 1740. I'm going to talk about the process. I think the process has really not been your best, and I think that you have really. You have not engaged the public. There have been no public sessions, no public import, and no one elected you to densify the coast. I'm trying not to talk about that bill. And even today, in the process, Mayor, you left it off of your list on Facebook of what you were going to discuss here tonight. So nobody knew about the LCP. Our coast is iconic. It's the only reason people come to our town. It's the only reason people live here. It's the lungs of our city. The Coastal Commission has preserved this important national treasure, and that is why, the natural treasure, and that is why. Now I got to skip that. Okay, so in downtown Santa Monica, you're building your luxury towers. You may succeed in erasing what to me as a resident was unique and beachy about Santa Monica, and that may further crater our town. I really hope not. But we, the people, will not allow anyone to limit access to our coast, block view of the ocean, kill the essential ocean breeze, decimate our sacred land. I think in your discussions, you've gone too far this time in terms of development, and the land does not belong to you. It belongs to the people, and whoever on the council wants to discuss going farther with building housing on the sand will face such opposition as we've never seen. Truly, we will vote you out. There's been discussions of recalls. This coast must remain accessible and visible, enjoyed by all. We, the people, not the developers. Ellis, Barry, Lana, we know you're better than this. We know you believe in democracy and the importance of nature for every person, no matter race, income, class, demographic. Our coast must be accessible, open, and protected. Please stand up for what matters. Your position on these actions will.
Thank you. No problem. Thank you. Ashley Olson, then we have Elizabeth Vandenberg, Andrew Hoyer, Mitch Silverstein, Eugenia Makora.
So at the end of the meeting is general public comment still? Mm-hmm. Okay, perfect. The timeline and history of the City of Santa Monica's local coastal plan application submitted to the Coastal Commission for certification and what transpired have significantly different explanations depending on who you talk to. Many in the community are confused about this emergency agenda item, and the timing is suspect. I know we're trying to separate 1740 from this conversation, and I respect that. But when, on one hand, the city says we've been working with the Coastal Commission for years to certify the LCP, and then the other hand, sponsoring a bill and shaping a bill that takes away the authority from the Coastal Commission and weakens the Coastal Act, I think people are struggling to marry those in their head. So I'm hoping that after spending $400,000 in public funds and countless staff hours, and that this application is legitimate and actually this conversation is really productive and something good is going to come from it. My question in the process of it is, if the LCP is certified, does that mean that, you know, we're no longer going to be sponsoring 1740 because now many of the things that we're most concerned about and obstacles to business will be resolved in the LCP? And tonight I'm hoping that you guys will discuss what that will cover, how that will help, and what the difference is between the two different things that are going on at the same time simultaneously. Mayor Trosis, you mentioned that the city's previous local coastal program and how it helped businesses flourish and allow events to prosper. So I agree that a strong local coastal program can support both our economy and our environment. So I'll ask you directly, will you support moving forward with the LCP and stand up for the environment and small businesses by abandoning your support for AB 1740? Thank you.
Elizabeth Vandenberg.
My apologies, Mayor, but I think I want to be in general comments, so, because I want to talk about AB
Okay.
1470.
I don't know if that would be a late chit then, because we already had the general public comment sign up, but you can go ahead and talk to the clerk. If you want to talk about our local coastal program, we can talk about that.
I think she did an excellent job. I'd like to talk about 1740. Am I able to do that?
I guess I'll defer to the city attorney, but that's.
Right, so that isn't on the agenda, but there is an opportunity for a late chit. You may speak to the city clerk, and when the time comes, the council may vote on whether or not to accept the late chit.
Yep.
Even though I signed up earlier, but I missed.
Oh, did you?
I did sign up.
Were you signed up for item number 1?
Yes, I believe I signed up for an item 1, but I will be upfront and say I was confused by the whole process.
Okay. That's totally understandable. If you've already signed up for item number 1, then you may speak at the end of the meeting due to council's agenda management, and you don't need to request a late chit.
Okay, does that mean I go sit down?
Yes.
You know, that's a very sad moment
I will
for
just
me.
say, if anyone wants to give feedback on the terms of a local coastal program that they would find preferable, that is on the agenda. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to see if the council would entertain a motion. I don't know that there's many folks still here wanting to comment on general public comment, but in the event that they are, would you guys entertain a motion to allow that to be heard now instead of having them wait till potentially 1 o'clock in the morning?
Let's hear these items first and see what time it is.
So is that, I'm proposing that as a motion.
You mean after these comments?
After local coastal plan, if there's anyone still here to say more than 5 words, about their general input, to allow them just to do that. I don't think there's that many folks here.
All right, I'll make a motion to hear the remainder of general public comments after the conclusion of comments on, these comments that we're hearing now.
Well, that was my motion. So are you seconding it? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't need the motion.
Yeah.
Do a voice vote, or do you want me to do the roll call?
I think we did what we did for a reason, so I'm going to vote no on that.
Okay, so let's go through. Councilmember Zerniskaya? Yes or no? Is she here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
No.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
And Mayor Terosas?
No.
So that passes.
Great. Well, we will hear the general public comment at the end. I do believe there are still hundreds of names that we're going to have to go through, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. But Andrew Hoyer, Mitch Silverstein, Eugenia Ermacora, Connor Langlois. Are any of you guys here? Feel free to approach.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, Mitch Silverstein with Surfrider Foundation. We are also a little confused because the LCP item came last minute, and it's very hard for us to entertain talking about what we support in LCP without also discussing what we oppose in the exemptions of AB 1740. So I would ask, can we just say our comments, because they basically, all of our comments talk about LCP and AB 1740.
Madam City Attorney.
So, yeah, if you would like to speak how, I mean, look, we don't really need to parse it out that carefully, but if you are speaking about the LCP and how it relates to 1740, I mean, that is probably fine. But again, the idea is that the council is speaking about the LCP this evening. That is the item before the city council. What the city council decides, what the city council is permitted to speak on is only what's on the agenda.
Thank you. I think I'll just proceed then. So Honorable Mayor, City Council, Mitch Silverstein, California Policy Coordinator for Surfrider Foundation. Surfrider's mission is to protect and enjoy the world's ocean, waves, and beaches for all people through a powerful activist network. I'm joined tonight by our LA chapter manager and local volunteers who work every day to protect our coast and ensure it's accessible to everyone. On a personal note, I'm from the Valley, and when I grew up, Santa Monica is where I fell in love with the beach. We absolutely support Santa Monica getting really serious about completing its LCP and really appreciate those of you that brought this forward tonight. So thank you. And we also oppose AB 1740, a bill originally intended to apply statewide, but now only applying to Santa Monica. We do ask that you pull your support which, if I'm correctly informed, was never publicly agendized or voted on. A bill like this, a coastal exemption bill, exempts many development categories from coastal development permits, eliminating them from Coastal Commission review. Supporters claim that these are low-impact categories that don't threaten public access or coastal resources, but we are here to tell you otherwise. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Coastal Act, along with statewide protections for public access and coastal environmental resources that Californians fought hard to attain. Our coast is healthier and more accessible because of those protections, and this bill would erode them when an LCP could give you all the things that you want. And my colleagues are here to explain that more. So thank you for your time.
Eugenia Ermacora, Connor Langlois, Grant Parks, Maddie Utrecht. If I call your name, if you could just line up, that would be really helpful so we can go through the process quicker. Thanks.
Good evening, City Councils and members. I'm Eugenia Ermacora. I'm the Los Angeles Chapter Manager for the Surfrider Foundation. And as my colleague mentioned, we're here to support, and we really appreciate that you move forward with the LCP item on the agenda. The Coastal Act exemption bills like AB 1740 threatens the protections Californians hold dear. So even bills applying only to this city will almost certainly inspire copycat bills across the coast. So the Coastal Act has been modernized over the years, but exempting entire development categories is a direct threat to the Act itself and will create pressure for more exemption down the line. So with a completed LCP, Santa Monica could take local control over 90% of coastal zone development, and that will cover almost everything in AB 1740. And I know we're not speaking about this bill, but it's related to us. But with the California Act protections intact. So the city is one of the last coastal cities without the completed LCP. That's why actually causes the delays that this bill claims to fix. So please complete the LCP and pull your support from AB 1740. And thank you so much for listening to us tonight.
Thanks. If you just want to come up and state your name, that would be great. Did I called you? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Maddie Utrecht, a volunteer with Surfrider Los Angeles, and I strongly support finishing Santa Monica's LCP, and connected to that, I oppose AB 1740 because of the housing exemptions and how they threaten coastal equity. The Coastal Act protects low-cost overnight accommodations in the coastal zone for good reason. If working people can't afford to stay on the coast, it becomes the exclusive playground of the wealthy, And if AB 1740 passes, a developer could demolish any remaining budget accommodations for market rate condos, no mitigation required. The bill also has 0 affordable housing requirements and treats all housing equally. Santa Monica built over 300% of its market rate targets, but failed affordable housing goals last RHNA cycle. The Coastal Commission also protects low-cost visitor-serving facilities like restaurants, shops, and recreational areas, and AB 1740 strips those protections too. Even with well-intentioned staff and council, a city should not have the power to demolish affordable accommodations and facilities that millions rely on without state oversight. We need the Coastal Commission as a safety net for coastal access. So please support finishing the LCP, which would grant you local control with protections intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrika Payne, Emma Voigt, Dustin Thomas. And again, I did not see Andrew Hoyer, Connor Langlois, or Grant Parks here. So that's it for the special agenda.
Hi, I'm Andrika Payne, Program Manager of Surfrider Foundation's One Watershed program, a program that brings youth from underserved communities to Santa Monica to the beach for surfing and ocean education. I strongly support finishing a strong LCP for Santa Monica. For many of our students, this is their first time seeing the ocean. Programs like ours depend on affordable, accessible beaches for everyone. AB 1740 would reduce independent coastal commission oversight in Santa Monica and allow the city alone to decide whether developments impact public access. The Coastal Commission protects things like parking, bike lanes, recreational spaces, public views, and affordable visitor amenities, all essential for working families visiting the coast. No single city should have unchecked authority over the coastline shared by millions without oversight. I worry that this bill could ultimately limit access for the young people that we serve in LA County. Please pull your support and support solutions that expand housing while also protecting equitable coastal access for all Californians. We support you completing your LCP instead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable City Council, thank you for your time. My name is Emma Voigt. I'm also with the Surfrider Foundation, also here to voice support for completing the LCP. The only way to ensure new development accounts for sea level rise and protects coastal views for everyone is through your LCP. So I want to focus on what we would lose with housing projects that are exempt from coastal development permits. That would be protection of public coastal views and critical environmental oversight. Under AB 1740, developments landward of the PCH and more than 300 feet from the high tide line are exempt. That's woefully inadequate buffer. Views from the entire coastline bluff and Palisades Park would be threatened. While unlikely, the park could even be rezoned for high rises under AB 1740. Equally important, environmental hazards don't stop at 300 feet, as we all know. Flooding, groundwater, emergent sea level rise vulnerabilities. The Commission has expertise in these areas, and the LCP is your way to plan to address those, not AB 1740. So again, just the LCP is the right path forward, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bryce Cooper, I think already, I can't tell, did Bryce Cooper? 11A. Yeah, come on up. Bryce Cooper, Jesse Blitt, sorry. Biltz, I don't know why I'm having dyslexia or something.
He's
here.
gone.
Okay. Morgan Hunter Gross, Allison Shao, Eve Lopez. Go ahead.
Council, it's me. I'm back now. Thank you very much for earlier this evening. What I'm speaking on is your commission structure. Right now, we are calling for an immediate reconfiguration of your Airport Advisory Commission. There are multiple reasons, but the main reason is that this commission is based solely on non-aviation experts. We have no aviation expertise on this commission whatsoever, and we've seen it multiple times take numerous hours to get to the bottom of a very simple aviation-related issue. This is a safety issue. These are airplanes that are in the sky. This commission is meant to advise you, the council, of their best ability on matters aviation-related, yet there's no pilots, there's no users of the airport, no renters of the airport. There is nothing to reflect the stakeholders that are there at the airport. This would be like having a women's reproductive right commission advising you on the best practices for women's reproductive rights with no women on the commission. How does that make sense? So what we're asking you for, and we've asked this before, is an immediate reconfiguration to reflect what other airports our size are doing. Camarillo, Van Nuys, San Luis Obispo. We have flown out and talked to these airports, and their commissions are in fact made up of pilots, non-pilots, business owners, people that understand the complexity of an aviation-related facility this size. It is only in your best interest as a council to make the best decisions for those in Santa Monica based on the best information. You have committee members posting on public forums in social media on KTLA News that they can't wait till the airport closes and is going to be a great park for our community in 3 years. That seems like an echo chamber of a personal sentiment rather than advising you on best practices. We need to stop this immediately. This is not fair democracy or policy for the citizens in Santa Monica. Thank you so much. Please, please, please change this commission immediately.
Thank you. Morgan Hunter Gross, Allison Shao, Eve Lopez, Mark Smith, Edward Story.
Hi, my name is Morgan Hunter Gross. Governance is only as effective as the expertise of the governors. At the Mojave Spaceport, the board is comprised of pilots and aerospace engineers. They understand that high-performance propeller isn't a nuisance. It is the sound of industrial progress and national security. In Santa Monica, we have an intelligence gap. Our framework is optimized for noise mitigation and restriction politics, not technical literacy. We lost Red 6, a $100 million aerospace unicorn, because this body couldn't distinguish between a disturbance and a revolution. To an untrained ear, their test aircraft was just a loud prop. To an expert, it was the sound of the world's most advanced augmented reality training system being born right here in our city. Because we lack the aviation depth to value that innovation, we prioritized a noise report over a generational defense anchor. Red 6 took their engineering jobs, their massive tax base, and their genius to Florida. We didn't just lose a tenant. We traded hundreds of millions of dollars in economic growth for a moment of silence. Santa Monica Airport was forged as a cornerstone of national security where Douglas Aircraft built the arsenal of democracy, a legacy of defense and innovation that our current policies are actively driving away. It is time to stop managing this airport as a liability and start leading it like a world-class asset as it is. I have gone to the last 2 airport commission meetings and directly concerned about Brown Act violations in the minutes and rebroadcasting, editing content, not just for time. Handing out $5,000 fines, then $10,000 fines while the precision approach, path indicator, PAPI lights are out of order is safe.
Thank you. Eve Lopez, Mark Smith, Edward Story, Bobby Leach, David Waterfall, Jerry Rubin.
I have a PowerPoint. Lopez on 11A. Great. Thank you. Can I advance it from here? Okay, great. Thank you. So on item 11A, the staff report focuses almost entirely on FPPC findings related to airport closure that are quite historical. It misses the real issues. You heard today, Residents are coming to complaining to you about being in East Venice and the noise complaints, but our Airport Commission does nothing about it because they don't understand it. They don't understand what airspace is. They don't understand how regulated the traffic pattern is. They don't even understand the curfew hours. The staff, while they did a great job on many aspects of things, they did not evaluate a multiple of items, including the effect of having no aviation knowledge on the Airport Commission and why our Airport Commission, an advisory board, costs the city $67,000 a year. It's the highest costing advisory board of all of the boards, and yet there was no light bulb going on that the reason it's so expensive is because you have to outsource a lot of the information because they don't have basic aeronautical knowledge. So we, the public, are paying because you fine folks have made the decision to exclude people with aeronautical knowledge from this commission, and that is just wrong. The real issue is the composition of the Airport Commission. Everybody knows it lacks aeronautical knowledge, and what happens is our staff is burdened. It costs the city a great deal of money. You hear community residents. They are frustrated because nobody is listening because there is not adequate commissioners with knowledge on the commission to do something about it. This makes a lack of confidence in our governance. And lastly, this nonsense that we have to amend the charter. No, we don't. You appointed people without aeronautical knowledge. You don't need a charter amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Good evening. If they were giving out frequent flyer awards for attending Airport Commission meetings, I think I'd probably get the largest awards of anybody. For the past 20 years, I've been going to Airport Commission meetings, and it's been a blank show of romper room idiocy. I mean, they don't know an aileron from a wing. They don't know anything about aviation. They don't know how to address noise complaints. They don't know about fuel. It's really embarrassing and a waste of time, is the bottom line. Last week, I had the pleasure of going to Oxnard and Camarillo and Santa Maria and meeting with the airport managers at these airports. They spoke lovingly about their airport commissions, retired military, active airline pilots, flight schools, drone companies, new technology companies. These are the people who make up their airport commissions. What do we have? We have one guy who lives 3 houses away from the departure end of the airport, who somehow the city attorney allowed to break the rules and be re-upped and have a new sentence, if you want to put it that way, of continuing his tenure on the Airport Commission. That's almost like illegal, but yet we allowed it to happen, and he knows nothing about aviation. And there are 3 other people who live a stone's throw from the airport. So what is their goal? Is it financial? I mean, do they want to close the airport? I asked the guy who lives very close to the airport if he would allow a pilot on, and he said only if the pilot wants to have the airport closed. Safety. PAPIs. Does anybody here know what PAPIs are? Position lighting to help you be on the glide slope? The airport commissioners did not know that. Okay, I was at the meeting, they were glazed over. The PAPIs were out for 18 months. Why? Because city staff wasn't on top of it. Now, shouldn't the airport commissioners be on top of that to be on?
Thanks, Mark. Edward Story, Bobby Leach.
Good evening, Council. Bobby Lesh, resident of Santa Monica. I'm also a wide-body airline pilot for a legacy airline based here in Los Angeles. I've spent some time with some of our fellow cohorts at the Airport Commission meetings, and the lack of aviation knowledge is downright insulting, quite frankly. So I urge you, and my ask tonight is to reassess, making sure that someone is on the Airport Commission that has aviation knowledge. One of the perks of my job is I get to spend a lot of time with FAA safety inspectors, with folks who design the next-gen airspace system, the arrivals, the departures in and out of LAX. And one of the things that we're big on in the airlines is efficiency. And one of the things that would keep our airplanes more efficient is not having to fly all the way out in the downwind to downtown LA. And if we had people who knew about aviation on the airport commission, we would know and understand that the airspace that protects Santa Monica keeps noise down from these large jets. That's just one example. So thank you for your time.
Congrats to the Sabres on their win tonight.
Thank
Sad for the Canadians. Okay, David Waterfall, Jerry Rubin, Mitch Silverstein, Kwang Hui Wang. Okay, Jerry.
Well, thank you very, very much. Jerry Rubin. I'm a member of the Urban Forest Task Force, and I'm speaking on the item 11 about the commissions. Very honored to be on the task force. Our next meeting's tomorrow at the Santa Monica Main Library at 6 p.m. in the upstairs community room, and you're all welcome. I just want to say how grateful I am that you are considering making the Urban Forest Task Force a full-fledged standalone commission. It's hard to believe, but that task force started April 17 years ago. Gosh, our first co-chairs were our Honorable former Mayor Judy Abdo and our Honorable City Manager Susan McCarthy. I want to give a shout out and credit to all the past and present members of the task force, including Councilman Ellis Raskin. Thank you for your service. I want to give a lot of credit to Robert Castaneda, our urban forester, and Matthew Wells, our landscape director. They are doing tremendous work. It deserves to be a full-fledged commission. I feel so honored to be part of this. I want to give a note of gratitude to my late wife, Marissa, that really helped behind the scenes to get the Urban Forest Task Force started. All I want to say is thank you very, very much for your ongoing good work and care for our trees. They are so important and so wonderful, and they deserve this recognition to become a full-fledged standalone commission. I also just want to throw in that I really hope the Disabilities Commission remains a standalone commission. They deserve it as well. Thank you very, very much to all the boards and commissions. Thank all of you, too. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you. Okay, I don't necessarily see the rest. I called several people. It doesn't appear all of them are here. Yimei Wang, Jonathan Eady. Was anyone not called who had signed up to comment on the remainder of our agenda items or the special meeting? If not, yeah, just come up and say your name.
Hi, my name is Yimei Wong, and I went to Sam High. I run a STEM program over the airport for school-age kids, math circles, math festivals, chess clubs, aerospace engineering workshops, and so we project to build RC flyers and also have a JetMax program where families can build a real-life aircraft at the hangars. And I think that the kids really love to explore. And most of you were once a kid, and this childhood hobby. I would say that please don't silence the sparks, because they really they see a lot in the spaceship called aviation. I don't know if any of you are ever pilots or have gone down this route, but it's really a very magical. It's a magical spaceship that you need to keep the spark alive, because it's just magic. The amount of spark that I see in children's eyes, it's day and night, and you don't teach this stuff in regular schools at all. And so this is really a huge value in public space that creates quite a value, in learning early physics. This is my son's aircraft. It's been beaten up probably 100 times before I've demoed it to you. It's not his best, but nonetheless, he did after John Cullen's Guinness World Record of the fastest paper airplane. He invented his own aircraft and paper airplane for 3 consecutive days. That's all he did. And same with the other, 15, 18 parents that gave feedback to me. You cannot put a kid in a box, transport him to another box, and then take him out of that box for 20 minutes, put him back in that box until lunch, and put him out of that box for 45 minutes, transport him into another box on wheels, and then back to home, another box to sleep for 8 hours. You cannot do that. You know.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If you could just come up and state your name, that would be appreciated, because I don't know if I called you. Yeah.
I'm Jonathan Eady.
Oh, Jonathan.
Speaking on,
great.
Speaking on item 16B.
Yeah.
Mayor Terosas, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick, I apologize in advance. My eyes are going to be on the phone mostly. I am Jonathan Eady, 90403 Wilmot, and I speak tonight to request your consideration in filling the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board vacancy and a possible amendment to the Emergency Homelessness Declaration. I've been a Santa Monica resident for more than 15 years. I've been a Housing Authority head of household since January 2022, and that first year was quite rough. As the city began its pandemic recovery and the Housing Authority went through staffing changes. Hindsight makes that period feel transitory, like growing pains, but anxiety for Housing Authority participants was very real. Payment standards had not been updated to match cost of living for nearly a decade. Many households were paying more than half their income in rent. Some Housing Authority practices were unlawfully increasing rents, and any protest or resistance to those increases received threats of voucher termination. LAFLA provided statements on these realities as a comment to the draft administrative plan in 2023. In part, the statements stated this: tenants are placed in a very difficult position when they receive a notice from the Housing Authority which purports to notify them of a rent increase, but is not a valid notice under state or local law. If tenants refuse to pay the increase the landlord is expecting, they subject themselves to an unlawful detainer case and possibly loss of housing and their voucher. Most, if not all, will feel forced to pay the unlawful rent increase to avoid this risk, even if this means foregoing paying for basic necessities, end quote. Additional guidance came from HUD, validating that Housing Authority participants residing in rent-controlled apartments are indeed subject to and protected by rent control board policies. This advocacy, in addition to grassroots efforts, created better circumstances.
Are you commenting on two items or one? Okay, so you have 2 minutes.
This advocacy, in addition to grassroots efforts, created better circumstances for affected participants.
Yeah, okay. That was your 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, so was that 4 minutes?
No, it's just 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes per item.
For a single person to have one kind of speak, it's only 4 minutes, only 2 minutes?
Yeah, per item, yeah. No, thank you for being here, appreciate it. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do.
Mayor, before we still.
There's people on the phone.
Well, we have one caller on the phone.
Yeah, okay, let's bring it.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't miss anybody.
I know. I can read the names one more time.
Thank you.
So, if you signed up, last chance. Elizabeth, you're going to come up during general public comment. Andrew Hoyer, Connor Langlois, Grant Parks, Dustin Thomas, Jesse Biltz, Allison Shao, Edward Story, David Waterfall, Kwang Hui Huang. I don't see them approaching. Let's bring in the phone caller.
Okay, Mitchell, we're ready for the phone caller.
Good evening.
Ms. Court,
Oh, yes.
your
Yes.
time begins when you begin speaking.
Good evening. Item 11A is again showing the City Council's wanting to diminish and stifle the voices of the community. Just like you do cutting time to 1 minute if there are over 25 speakers, or making first reading of ordinances and resolutions consent calendar items instead of their own items. To again cut down on the ability of the public to express their opinions. So combining boards and commissions is not a surprise. Things to think about. I do believe the Housing Commission has to be a standalone commission due to federal funding, Then on the audit subcommittee, you might want to check with the Los Angeles grand jury, since they're the reason we have one, due to financial mismanagement within the city that exists until today. Although the city council members on it now have taken the focus away from fraud, waste, and abuse by changing what's under audit, the Disability Commission needs to stand alone too, due to discrimination I myself has experienced as a disabled person. I think it's important that you are willing to listen to them. But of course, you want to create a new group for racial justice, which is nothing the city needs or can afford. But there's your personal political preferences again. The existing boards and commissions are what the people in the community want, not to have our voices diminished or stifled out. How can you represent a city you refuse to listen to? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. If anyone's, because there was a vote of the council for agenda management, if anyone is here, again, you get 1 minute on general public comment, and you can come up and speak now. And you, just to be clear, if you were not signed up already in the queue, I don't know, Madam City Clerk, I don't know that all of these people were signed up in a timely manner in the queue. We know Ms. Vandenberg was, but does anyone want to move to here? Are you guys all signed up on agenda item 1? Okay. Okay, so then we don't need to move to your late chits, I guess. Okay. No, because there's literally hundreds of names. So if you signed up for the agenda item 1 and you did not come to say your 5 words at the microphone, now we will hear you for 1 minute. And you can just state your name when you come up. All right.
Elizabeth Vandenberg, Wilmot. Chair, speaking only for myself. AB 1740, co-authored by Assembly members of Burr and Santa Monica, appears to be a Santa Monica-only state law designed to replace production of a local coastal plan and eliminate the California Coastal Commission's oversight. It's being sold as a housing and streaming bill, but the real issue is buried in its multifamily residential exemptions. This bill targets existing multifamily zones in built-out urban neighborhoods for streamlined redevelopment exceptions, including occupied apartment buildings, not just vacant land, not just parking lots. In Wilmot's, in Wilmot's coastal zone, that includes all residential housing between Ocean, 4th, Wilshire, Montana. All of it zoned R3 and filled with existing renters and 2 to 4 story buildings. And there is no affordability requirement with this development. That changes the economics completely. When you combine no affordability bonuses, yep, not good. I'm very concerned about the renters in my neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Vandenberg.
I have a video.
Sure.
Council members, Madam Mayor, I am the grand example of that youth you saw earlier who came in here and were learning to fly. I learned to fly at Santa Monica Airport under Claire Walters, great aviation legend, all those years ago. Went on to the airlines, the corporate aviation, number of things that were beneficial to the community. One of which was I had the great honor of flying donors' organs along with the doctors who perform the surgeries. That's a time of the essence kind of thing. What we saw recently at the airport in regards to time of the essence is the Palisades fire. So much has been written in the pages, the past pages of Santa Monica Airport. And what I'm talking about is the future pages that'll be written, both in the idea of the emergencies that are not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And so aviation itself, I want to assure you, is proven itself in technology to lean toward technology that will improve it, will be more compatible and more safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was your name again? Thank you.
Yeah, if you could just state your name when you come up. Are we ready for Ms. Olson?
Yes.
Great.
Santa Monica is sponsoring a bill that significantly diminishes the Coastal Act, creating a roadmap for other coastal cities to create exemptions. Our legacy will be the precedent we set. That's the opposite of Santa Monica being the California's most committed stewards of the coast. And I want to address this video is the narrative surrounding AB 1740. You can put the volume down. Around 1740 is the Coastal Commission prevents Santa Monica from permitting events in the coastal zone. This is in the coastal zone. This is without an LCP. This is where fireworks are illegal in our city. And this is with Coastal Commission approval. So this event, year after year after year, continues to get approvals, and this is on a sensitive ecological habitat. So the claim that Coastal Commission is categorically blocking events or makes permitting impossible is false. This is a sensitive ecological habitat. No LCP, no AB 1740, and it gets approved year after year. And we need honesty about what this bill is really about instead of continuing to scapegoat the Coastal Commission for every issue facing the city, whether it's economic recovery, business vacancies, bike lanes, or event planning.
Thank you.
Mitch Silverstein, Mr. Fighter again. Going to play cleanup. We lost a couple volunteers through the hours. So regarding AB 1740 versus LCP or both, you know, one of the things we want to highlight is that with a completed LCP or without one, as Santa Monica currently sits, every single coastal development in the coastal zone that gets approved here goes to the Coastal Commission for review. And that's kind of the big holdup that this bill tries to improve. And so with an LCP, the city takes over 90%, if not more, of local development in the coastal zone with those protections intact. But the public still has ability to weigh in and appeal if they think it's outside the Coastal Act. And most appeals do not get granted, just so you know. Another thing we noticed with AB 1740 that we didn't mention was the events, for the events exemptions. Those events have zero environmental protections in it. So basically, the city could approve anything they want on the beach or the closing it. And while, of course, this city council wouldn't do that, we're concerned about the next one, and you're actually residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Bergman, a 39-year Santa Monica resident and pilot for more than 40. I trained here, lived by the airport, and used to lease one of the great old Douglas hangars where I felt aviation history all around me. My hangar neighbor flew in the Berlin airlift. We saw Tuskegee Airmen taxi by. It's a storied place. Others have mentioned the safety it offers, which is a very real thing, or its many financial benefits. But tonight I'd like to focus a little more on the guardrail it provides against development. Federal airports like Santa Monica, as you know, come with building height restrictions for surrounding areas. Look east and you'll see the cityscape appears mostly flat until Century City. That's those restrictions. And if the airport goes away, they will too. Developers would love to see that happen, but you shouldn't unless you want to live in Century City. If you care about noise and pollution, you should care about that. Happily, there's an alternative. New technologies like electric.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you being here.
The Los Angeles Artist Series represents the highest and best public use of the Los Angeles Artist Series represents the highest and best public use of the historically significant property at 302 Colorado. The Los Angeles Artist Series represents the highest and best public use of the historically significant property at 302 Colorado, a strategically located site in a blighted, underperforming downtown corridor. A voluntary purchase is preferred, but eminent domain is the necessary backstop to deliver 1 million visitors, 250 million in annual economic activity, thousands of jobs, and a permanent arts legacy. Exactly what Santa Monica's realignment plan demands. The public benefits overwhelmingly outweigh any private interest, and the deed restriction ensures it stays that way forever. I am asking that the city steps in to make sure this project has the opportunity to acquire 302 Colorado, so Santa Monica can become the cultural capital of LA's West Side. This is the legacy project that delivers measurable wins for residents, businesses, and the city budget. Learn more at laartistseries.com.
Thank you. Yes, Barry?
Mayor, do we have a copy of this video? Because well, unfortunately, it didn't start at the same time as the actual video, so it was very difficult to follow. So I'm just wondering whether we
Kirsten Warren can send it to us.
can we get a copy of it?
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. Looks like we are concluded with our comments. And we will now move on. Oh, wait. Sorry. Just to be clear, we didn't have anyone else on the phone, correct? Okay. So let's hear about 11A. Who's doing the staff report for that? Okay, great.
Also, Mayor, before staff goes with the report on 11A, I'm going to have to recuse myself for a portion of 11A, so I just want to ask from legal, how do you want to handle that?
Yes, so it's our understanding that you will be recusing yourself from the discussion on the Restorative Justice Commission. So we would ask staff to discuss everything but the Restorative Justice Commission. Council can vote and give direction on that piece, on everything but that piece, and then Councilmember Snell will leave the room. I do believe, however, that means that the vote on the ordinance should be conducted without Councilmember Snell, because unfortunately it does include the Restorative Justice Commission as part of it.
Yeah, and let me say for the record that I'm recusing myself because I'm chairman of the board for Santa Monica Black Empowerment Association, where my wife is the executive director and she receives a salary.
Okay. So if we're ready, good evening, Council. Maria Dakanai, Wisner Assistant City Clerk, returning with the Boards and Commissions review from January. So before I begin, I just wanted to give you a snapshot of all of the city's boards and commissions that we currently have. So back in January, Council supported joint meetings of the Audit Subcommittee and Transient Occupancy Tax Committee and the Commission on Sustainability and Clean Beaches. Staff liaisons will move forward with updating agendas, web pages, and bylaws as needed. Also, at the January 13th meeting, Council supported consolidation of the Housing Commission and Human Services Commission, maintaining a standalone Disabilities Commission, reducing membership of the Arts and Public Safety Reform Commission to 7, expanding the age requirement of the 2 public safety reform seats for 18 to 22-year-olds to 18 to 25-year-olds, and converting the Urban Forest Task Force into a commission. Council also supported staff's proposed amendments to the Boards and Commissions resolution and directed our office to remove Section 1G regarding the eligibility of residents to serve on boards and commissions, and removed Section 2G, term limits for regional advisory boards. Council also directed staff to maintain a centralized system of reporting to measure efficiencies, performance, and impact. Our office surveyed other cities on how their boards and commissions report to council, and we found that our process of gathering written reports to be similar. Here is an example of a report template from the city of Redwood, and we will be modeling report templates after this to link board and commission work to council and departments' priorities and assess resource needs and effectiveness. Also, on January 13th, Council directed our office to return with options for landmarks, commission efficiencies, and youth representation, and information on the Airport Commission's composition and potential conflict of interest. And as we began research, we came across Council direction at the February 10th meeting to pause Landmarks Commission work on the Mills Act and structures of merit, and at the September 9th, 2025 meeting to discontinue exploring youth options or youth seat options, as it's duplicative of the city's active youth groups. So work on the first two points was not conducted. However, our office will reach out to active groups to identify opportunities for boards and commission and election outreach. Information on the Airports Commission was gathered, and I'll go over this towards the end. Lastly, on January 27th, Council supported a Santa Monica Restorative Justice Program, which includes establishing a new Restorative Justice Commission to develop program criteria, eligibility standards, and oversight mechanisms for the program. Going into a little more detail in the ordinance. In the report, this slide lists specific code sections being deleted, amended, or added. Things to note on this slide are our proposals to designate 2 seats for affordable housing participants in the new Housing and Human Services Commission, and established a 7-member body consisting of residents with expertise in restorative justice or lived experience representing communities impacted by inequities for the Restorative Justice Commission. I also wanted to read a correction into the record on page 3 of the ordinance, and printouts should be in front of you. On section D, regarding the Public Safety Reform Commission, 11 should be changed to 7 for 7 voting members, and on section F, Police Officers Bill of Rights is missing an R in officer. A new proposal for your consideration involves the Disabilities Commission. Staff recommends aligning membership with most boards and commissions by reducing seats from 11 to 17 to 7 in 2 phases. There are currently 2 vacancies which can be dissolved after June 2026. And when 2 more members complete their terms in 2027, those seats can also be dissolved. And we think that this method would allow current members to complete their terms and anticipated work. And for your reference, at the bottom of the slide is a breakdown of the boards and commissions membership. Aside from the Disabilities Commission, the only other 11-member body is Measure GS, and modifying their membership would require a vote of the people. And as for other 7-member bodies, these include commissions that Council is considering modifying or creating. And going into the resolution in your staff report, this slide lists the major amendments that Council supported back in January. So hopefully this all looks familiar to you. But upon reviewing the resolution, there were additional amendments that we proposed. We'd like to propose an amendment to the appointment process by setting application deadlines 1 week prior to meetings, reiterating that applications must be completed to be considered, and update the clerk's posting locations of notices. We'd also like to clean up the language on term limits by including references to the new Housing and Human Services Commission and Housing Authority Board for tenant members. The resolution attached to the report was missing the names of these bodies on page 5, and the resolution printouts in front of you are the corrected versions. And also at the bottom of the slide, we are asking you to exempt the bodies listed below, as they already come to council to provide annual reports at different times of the year. They present for bodies such as the PR Corporation, Downtown Santa Monica, and the Santa Monica Travel and Tourism. They annually present their work plans and request budget from council. And the Transit Security Commission and Clean Beaches Committee are required by state law and city resolution respectively to report annually via information item. Let's see, the last few amendments, section 9, we're just clarifying that secretaries are also referred to as liaisons. Section 10, the conduct of meetings, agendas, and minutes. Here we're trying to clarify that staff liaisons' duties are to maintain public-facing website pages such as the event calendar and web page. And there was also a duplicate reference to the council's rules in section 17 that we're incorporating on section 10. And last two are to incorporate city trainings required by city policy and future mandated trainings into the resolution, and align the time frame to submit the demographics report with the annual appointments packet. Okay, so in January and during public comment, concerns were raised over airport commissioners' lack of aviation or aeronautical expertise and experience, the proximity of their homes from the airport, and possible conflicts of interest. And council directed staff to look into the airport commission's composition and these conflicts. Airport staff surveyed municipal and county-owned airports with airport commissions, and of the 4 commissions surveyed, all included residents or general public members, and 2 designated seats for members in a pilots group or club or local aviation community. So should council desire to formally revise the commission's composition, this would require a charter amendment. Alternatives to a ballot measure would be to prioritize outreach and appointments to applicants with aviation experience and expertise. The city attorney's office confirmed these issues were, the same questions were raised in 2014 and 2016. And in both cases, the attorney's office found that the public generally exception in the FPPC's conflict of interest regulations applied to the commissioners and does not disqualify them from participating in the commission. The FPPC agreed and took no action in 2014, and in 2016, the FPPC further determined that the commissioners are not public officials for the purpose of state conflict of interest laws because the commission is advisory to the council. And the attorney's office advises that these conclusions still apply today. This last slide summarizes the actions needed from council to adopt a resolution with or without modifications, adopt the first reading of the ordinance with or without the proposal regarding the Disabilities Commission or other modifications, and direction or receive and file information on the Airports Commission. This concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
But I'll defer to my colleagues. No. I have, Councilmember Snell, and then Zernis.
Can you bring up the slide that talks about the Airport Commission? Did you say that we need to have so that we have to have a charter amendment? Is that what you're telling us if we wanted to change the composition of the Airport Commission?
Well, the Airport Commission is a charter body, and if you wanted to change the charter section here at the bottom of the slide, it would require a vote of the people. However, an alternative would be to prioritize appointing applicants with aviation or aeronautical experience instead of going through the election and formalizing this change.
And right now, with respect to airport commission composition, no one has airport experience, aeronautical experience?
Right now, the only requirements are that they be residents of the city.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sky.
Thank you. I think we heard a member of the public mention something about wanting to live stream all boards and commissions, and I assume that would be kind of challenging to launch. But I was wondering if you could clarify what SB 707 was and what the city is going to be required to do to comply with those new updates to the Brown Act.
I'm sorry, I think I didn't hear the live streaming comment. Was it that the desire was that all boards and commissions live stream their meetings?
Yeah, which I assume with this many boards and commissions would be very difficult to stand up in any sort of short time frame. But I do understand that there will be some changes due to 707. So I just wanted to get some clarification about what those changes may be. And I don't know if I don't know who would want to answer that.
Yeah, I guess I'd start with the first question. I mean, right now our boards and commissions meet in different meeting locations. So some of them meet at the SMI room where we just don't have the technology to live stream those meetings. We do in this chambers, however, I think we're limited to City TV's support. That's why there's only a handful of boards and commissions that are recorded and streamed live. As for SB 707, right now after July, the requirement only applies to the council. We do plan to come back with an amendment to the council's rules to incorporate these changes, but one of the, and I might need some help answering this, but one of the things that council will be allowed to do is to determine whether or not to allow some boards and commissions who do qualify to have hybrid meetings, to allow them to do that. But when we do return, we'll be focusing on council first before making any recommendations for boards and commissions. And I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Thank you. And then going back to the airport commission, I understand that to make any changes about the actual required makeup, we would potentially need a charter amendment, but we are able to determine who to appoint. However, we're limited in terms of it depends on who applies. Is that accurate?
I would say so. I mean, I think the only requirement that we see here is that they be residents of the city. I don't know if there's anything more that attorney would like to add.
Right. So, but I believe your question is that the applicants would still need to go through the regular application process. Yes. So you are still going to be limited to the people who actually go through the actual application process for you.
And it would also be subject to, I assume, kind of when there are openings on the commission, because I think I looked at it, and the last time we appointed anybody, there was one appointment last year in 2025, and everybody else was appointed prior to that. Is that correct?
Right. So just because it's a charter commission doesn't mean that it doesn't follow, right, the very similar process with respect to your other boards and commissions, which it does.
Thank you. And then I did also want to get some clarification about the decision to withdraw. So as part of the Public Safety Reform and Oversight Commission, I recall in the staff report, it notes that it was also proposed to allow commissioners to not only reside in Santa Monica, but work or go to school in the city. Upon further review, staff is withdrawing this proposal. Would you be able to provide some background about why that proposal was withdrawn?
It was mostly because we started this study back in 2025, and there was transition in leadership and the support staff. And so back then there was support for this, but after a meeting with new leadership and staff, it was not something that was supported. They wanted the input to remain from residents of the city.
Were there any concerns expressed about potentially not being able to recruit a sufficient number of youth representatives for this board, or was that not a concern, assuming the age range was increased from 18 to 22 to 18 to 25?
There was concern in filling the youth seats, but not the other seats. So the residency requirement and the age requirement were separate.
Okay, so for the youth seats specifically, it would still remain under this proposal for them to be required to be a Santa Monica resident. They
yes.
wouldn't be able to fulfill the connection to Santa Monica, I guess, with going to working or going to school.
Going to school, no.
And if we were to have trouble filling the youth position as a result of that provision, would we be able to revisit that in the future outside of the usual boards and commissions review process?
I believe so. I mean, we're amending an ordinance here, so it would mean going back to you all to amend. I don't know if there's anything else to add to that, but that's usually the normal process to change that requirement.
And sorry, final question, hopefully final question. One of the items here that was presented as part of kind of council's direction during our study session was removing the ineligibility for close family relatives of city council members to serve on boards and commissions. And I just wanted to inquire if there are some potential other options that can address the risks of appearance of conflict of interest while maintaining the availability of well-qualified candidates to serve on certain commissions. And do you think there's maybe some happy medium where we could exclude them from kind of higher impact commissions and allow them for more of the advisory bodies? Is that something that could be contemplated?
That I do not know if there is a happy medium. I mean, even excusing or recusing yourself from an appointment, that I don't know if that would be that medium.
Right. So state law is going to, generally govern financial conflicts of interest when you talk about these sorts of votes, right? And then there's, issues with quasi-judicial proceedings and due process. So this is more of a policy consideration for the city council. What can happen on certain boards and commissions is, again, quasi-judicial proceedings. There could be some questions about whether or not there's an impartiality issue, right? So if there is a close family member on, say, the planning commission, and that there's a possibility of that decision getting appealed to the city council, there could be some question about participating in those decisions. So, it's not really a hard and fast rule, but to your point, if it's something more advisory or something that doesn't necessarily go up to the city council, that might be safer. But again, it's largely a policy issue. And then state law would absolutely govern, conflicts like it would in any other way.
So hypothetically, if we wanted to, we could retain that exclusion for the quasi-judicial, but eliminate it for advisory if that's what the council were to decide.
That is an option. And then I would say there's always still kind of a case-by-case analysis when it comes to particular decisions that board or commission could be making.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin.
All right, just two quick questions here. Because I heard a question from someone about this today, in part 17 of the resolution, we're deleting a requirement for boards and commissions to comply with council rules, and we're doing that because it's listed duplicatively somewhere else in section 10, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then this, I'm sorry for not asking this earlier. I don't know who's best positioned to answer this, but for the Urban Forest Commission, it's currently the practice of the Urban Forest Task Force to give recommendations on tree, site-specific tree plantings and removals. And I didn't see that explicitly enumerated in their list of duties. And I'm curious if it's contemplated that they would continue that function.
I believe we have Matthew Wells on the line. Matthew, if you could help us with this. This would be in the ordinance regarding the Urban Forest Commission. And is he still on the line?
Hey, Matthew, thanks for everything you do.
And maybe if you could repeat the question.
Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. Is the commission going to continue to give recommendations to the director on removals? Or Oliver, Susan, if you know the answer to this.
Is Chris here?
On the rules, Ellis,
Matthew, are you
for
there?
the rules for
so
how the tree removal processes work and
so the Urban Forest Task Force, as it's been at least since I was there, if there was a property owner that said, "Hey, I've got a ficus tree that's dropping berries in my car every day. I want you to change it to a pine tree or something like that," then the Urban Forest Task Force would be the forum where they can go air their complaints and they'd make a recommendation to the director. And it's, I think, an important function. And I'm curious, I didn't see that expressly spelled out in the duties in the resolution, so
that would absolutely be the expectation still for the commission as it transitions into a commission, that those issues would be addressed and handled through the newly formed commission for recommendations to staff, for sure.
Okay.
So, and if I may confirm, there's some language in the ordinance, in the draft ordinance, that would give them the power and duty to advise on citywide compliance with the vision and guiding principles of the Urban Forest Master Plan, including but not limited to tree planting, tree removal requests, species designation changes, and updates to existing urban forestry standards.
Got it. Yeah, I was just curious if that encompassed what we're talking about.
Okay, great. I have a question for Oliver. On the Restorative Justice Commission, what's the anticipated time? Oh, my bad. I can't ask a question about it? Okay. Okay. On the Disabilities Commission size, were the disability community advocates and organizations engaged in that recommendation?
They were informed of it. We did receive public comment from a member opposed to it, and I believe there was some public comment tonight.
Well, I don't think that was my question. My question was, were disability community organizations, advocates, et cetera, consulted with? Or was it just like, hi, this is what we're planning on doing? Because you just said informed. That's a little bit different.
Yes. So, Aileen Reynolds?
Hi. So because the recommendation here is mainly about aligning the member body with the rest of the commissions, it was more about informing the commission of this change. So we did not do any specific outreach to the community on this one.
And what was the feedback from the commission?
Mostly mixed, but some folks feeling like they want to maintain the 11-member body, which is why we're recommending a phased rollout, and others understanding that it would help meet quorum more easily, which would be a benefit to the commission.
Okay. That's it. Are folks in the queue for more questions, or are we ready for comments? Great, Councilmember. Okay. Councilmember Zernskaya.
Sorry, to follow up on your question, Mayor, regarding the size of the Disabilities Commission. If it is reduced to 7, and with the phased approach, does the commission retain the ability to form subcommittees of folks, including folks who might not be on the commission to to advise on disabilities. Okay, so
Yes.
there is still a possibility and still a pathway for people who might not be formally on the commission, but still members of the disabilities community, I should say, to inform policy that we develop. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. One brief comment, and then I'm going to attempt a motion. On the Arts Commission, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate expanding the scope of the different genres of art and growing the scope there. So that's really amazing. I move the staff recommendation with one change. I'd like to re-add paragraph G of section 1 of resolution 1151, which is the anti-nepotism protections.
I'll second that.
Paragraph G of section 1, which was the anti-nepotism protections. So not allowing family members of council members to serve on commissions or boards.
I have a comment.
Okay, yeah, oh, that's it. Okay, Councilmember Snell.
And my comment is directed at subsection G, prohibiting close family members. One of the things that I always believe that with these commissions that we wanted to, at least from my perspective, appoint individuals that in some way have an expertise in the particular area to be able to give us a consciousness with respect to all issues from the commission. Prohibiting close family relatives just because they're close family relatives, but maybe having expertise in a particular area, I find that kind of troubling from my standpoint. And this is why I was supportive of deleting subsection G. And so I heard Councilman Hall's position on it, and I'm going to have to vote against that if that comes before us.
Did you want to do a substitute motion?
You're saying he's proposing to remove that to allow family members
Oh, no, he's not.
Opposite.
The opposite.
Saying add it back in.
Add it back
to
in.
not allow family
And
members.
I'd like to, well, that's his motion, and I don't support that motion. I'd like to make a substitute motion to keep subsection G in. And the reason for it is because I believe that at a minimum that we should be electing individuals with expertise in that area, regardless of their relationship with council members.
I'll second that.
Is that a substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay.
This motion you seconded, correct, Mayor?
Seconded. Consistent with my vote on this item previously, I seconded Councilmember Hall's motion to add back in. Councilmember Snell has then now made a substitute motion, which was seconded by Councilmember Raskin, and that would be in order right now. Yeah, sure, we can take a vote. Do people want to make comments?
Are we ready to vote on the substitute motion?
Well, who would still like to make a, Councilmember Raskin, do you need to discuss?
And may I just make one, apologies for interrupting, but may I just make one clarification, just to clarify that the Restorative Justice Commission is not part of this?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin, would you like to comment?
Yeah, just a few brief comments. I mean, let's just be clear about what Section 1G was. It was a targeted attack on a specific commissioner, that happened to be the husband of a former council member and former mayor. To be honest, I think it's discriminatory in a lot of ways to think that spouses and family members of the people serving on this dais, can't make substantial contributions to the community. And I trust that, certainly the people here would take appropriate steps to insulate themselves from conflicts of interest. The council member whose husband was removed through this process did recuse herself on the votes to appoint this person to that commission. So I'm confident that there are safeguards in place about this. Just a few other really quick. Well, I have some extra pieces of direction that I think maybe we can loop back on the end. I just want to give a quick plug to Marissa Rubin, who was mentioned earlier by Jerry Rubin. Marissa attended, I think, every urban forest task force meeting diligently, and was truly a treasure to the community. And I do want to recognize her memory tonight as we take this action.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes. So I agree with the concerns expressed by Councilmember Snell and Councilmember Raskin, but I also hear the community concerns and the concerns expressed by the mayor and Councilmember Hall. So I was wondering if y'all would be amenable to a friendly amendment to make it a limited carve out where there may be situations where a family member may have some unique qualifications, or there may not be a large number of applicants who may qualify, or some sort, when there is a unique situation, to have like a case by case carve out. I don't know if that would be legally feasible, so that might be something for the city attorney.
Not for me, and also that item's not in order right now, so we can talk about that when we, if we get to it.
But it's part of the substitute motion, is it
Oh,
not?
you're asking for an amendment to substitute. I thought
substitute.
you were asking us. Okay. No, Barry was the
and
maker.
Raskin.
I guess
If not, that's fine.
my only question to that is, how do we craft that out? I mean, you know, obviously that this item came up, as you heard from Councilman Raskins, the situation. And I'll be full disclosure on it. Obviously, my wife was on the tourism board, has extensive 20 years of tourism experience for that particular board. But then when I got elected to city council, she had to leave. And I think from that standpoint alone, gives me concern that we're appointing people with expertise that had nothing to do with me getting elected to city council, but because of this ordinance, it was she had to leave, and I just think that's what was inappropriate.
Okay, Councilmember Negrete.
So I will just say that, notwithstanding the obviousness of the targeted person before, I think there's over 90,000 residents in this city, and there's an opportunity. We talk a lot about trying to get more people involved. And I think a lot of distrust in government and the feeling of lack of transparency is the feeling that there's a small group of people that are in local organizations and therefore boards and commissions, and that is the feeder system to sitting up here on this dais. There's only 7 of us representing 90,000 plus people. And I think these boards and commissions, we just need to get better at modernizing how we really get into the community and do outreach to get more people involved. I think there's qualified people outside of our spouses. And I'd like to say on a personal note, I own a business in the city and I don't have a clock in, clock out 9 to 5. I do other things, running a nonprofit, a consultant, and let me tell you, it has impacted me because it's conflicted everywhere. You can hardly do anything. I mean, my business isn't part of all the Route 66 stuff. We're not able to enjoy all the music in the park stuff. It has hurt my business because I chose to serve this community and the broader concerns. So to the extent that our spouses have to come off of a board or commission, I think we should look at it quite differently and look at the fact that we've got plenty of people in this community that we just need to get a hold of to serve on those boards and commissions, and we will find the valuable residents that can serve. So I don't see any amendment carve out being any more transparent feeling. I would like to stick with the original motion.
Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for bringing up your points of opposition. I'm very aware of the history, and I think a compromise was proposed at the time to grandfather that specific commissioner in, and the council at the time chose to not choose that. I also have personal history with this. My partner was on the personnel board, and he was one of 2 or maybe 3 people with actual HR professional experience serving on the personnel board. And if you ask our HR department head, I believe she would say she misses that expertise greatly. But we ultimately made the decision, even though we were not legally required to, because we were not in a legal arrangement, that out of an appearance of a potential conflict of interest, he chose to step down when I got elected. So I appreciate and understand the situation that you and your wife were in, Councilmember Snell, believe me. And Councilmember Raskin, like, I appreciate your confidence in our judgment. But as we've learned, authoritative bodies such as the FPPC or a judge involving a previous accusation against a council member, a past council member on conflicts of interest, have had different opinions than members of this body. So I think, as Councilmember Negrete said, we have a city of 93,000 residents, and hopefully I'm not misremembering or misquoting here, but as then Mayor Pro Tem McCowan said at the time, we either believe in this policy or we don't. So I would ask for your support in the original motion. Thank you.
Great. Okay, let's take a vote.
I can't do myself, so I'm just live mic all night.
Okay, let's take a vote.
Okay, so this is on the substitute motion.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete?
This is on the substitute motion? No.
This is the substitute, yes. Yes. Councilmember Hall?
No.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Terosas?
No.
So that passes.
Okay, great. Now, Councilmember Snell will be recused. Thank you to our team who came here, and thanks for all of your thoughtful recommendations. We're now,
I have my name in there, but I can't do it.
oh,
I can't do anything.
sorry, Councilmember Zernskaya.
Sorry.
Is there a question? before
Well, I wanted to see if it would be possible to give direction to the city attorney to come back with more information about how that anti-nepotism, policy has affected our ability to appoint folks onto boards and commissions, and clarify, would we hypothetically be able to change that policy in the future if we learn that it's not having the intended outcome?
Hold on.
I'm sure we can always get more information from the city attorney as we work through this.
We're happy to do that, and we can work with the clerk's office to help track that information and return with options if there becomes an issue.
Okay, great. And Councilmember Negrete had wanted to talk.
Do you have to go through you? Well, are we now moving on to the
Well, I think we
Restorative
need a
justice?
presentation on that one, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Councilmember Raskin.
I will just raise my hand.
Councilmember Raskin, were you trying to make a comment?
I wanted to make some direction that's general and not specific to the Restorative Justice Commission, but
Okay,
I'll defer to you.
general in addition to what we just voted on?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, this is direction that's not specific to the Restorative Justice Commission. It'll be real quick.
Okay.
Sorry. Just that I agree we need better online accessibility, keep getting minutes, recordings, video, everything. I know that a lot of boards and commissions have not posted regularly minutes and videos. I searched before this meeting to try to find records of the predecessor commissions, like the Social Services Commission. I couldn't find those anywhere on the city website. So let's just make sure we have a consistent record that's publicly accessible of those predecessor commissions. Just on the airport commission, if we're looking into things, could we look into whether we can do, without a charter amendment, something like appoint a liaison, like an aeronautic expert liaison that's a non-voting member?
Is the question, can a liaison be appointed
I'm just saying, can we
as a
look into that
non?
in the future?
I feel like we already.
I'm sorry, point of order. That feels contrary to what the council has decided in its appointments. That feels stronger than direction. It should have been included in the motion.
I would agree with that. This feels like we're back to discussion.
Okay, all right, okay.
I mean, I would say you are happy to investigate options offline and we can, we can bring a 16 item.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to incorporate all this originally in the motion because it's getting really granular, but I trust that we're all in consensus on improved accessibility and trying to find ways like, improved access to things, record keeping, things like that. But if it's not the consensus of the body to explore the airport commission thing, then I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Great. Great. Okay, let's move on to the presentation on the Restorative Justice Commission.
And are we going to go back to voting on the first reading of the ordinance after?
I think the way that the council voted was basically the ordinance has also been bifurcated. So what we can do is just vote on what is remaining in front of the council, which is anything related to the Restorative Justice Commission.
Okay. I am done with mine. I don't know if there was anything more that needed to be said on the Restorative Justice.
I'm happy
Commission.
to provide the council with a brief overview of the Restorative Justice Commission matter. If the council recalls, back in the end of January, council did authorize the establishment of the Restorative Justice Program. That overarching program is an expansion of our DEI and restorative justice related programs. Some of the key elements of that overall program to address past harms included the allocation of $3.5 million towards the restorative justice program, that we reserved the additional $2 million that we'll be receiving from the Rand Corporation deal to support further expansion of that program, and that we formally establish a commission to upgrade the former staff-developed Land Bank and Reparations Task Force, Pursuant to that request, as part of the boards and commissions update tonight, we're requesting that the council add Chapter 2.74 to the Santa Monica Municipal Code. If approved, it would create a new 7-member Restorative Justice Commission. That commission would advise and also lead the development of the overarching restorative justice programs that we do have resources allocated towards now. This 7-member commission would ultimately be appointed by the city council after a recruitment process. Those that are appointed will need to be a resident of the city and also have subject matter expertise relevant to restorative justice or lived experience representing communities that have been impacted by past and present inequities. Staff is recommending that we do move forward with the formation of the Restorative Justice Commission. If it is approved on first reading and adopted via second reading, staff would start the recruitment process. And once we have satisfactory number of applicants and the application process closes, we'd bring the applicants forward for council to appoint and then launch that commission later this year. It's a quick summary of what we're requesting on this particular matter. If there are any questions, staff is here and we're available.
Yeah, I do have a question. I'm going to go back to my previous question. What's the anticipated timeline for the first appointments and the commission's first meeting? The community's been waiting since January, and I know we've now gotten a lot of concerns from folks saying what's happening.
Yeah, this was approved at the end of January, and because it's a formation of a new commission, we've been coordinating it through this boards and commission process. Ultimately, to come back on second reading at our next meeting, if it is approved, 30 days after that, it would take effect. Once it takes effect, we'd start the recruitment process. We have to think through exactly how long we would have that recruitment process open. But once we do have that recruitment process closing, we'd bring the applicants back for council approval to form the commission. That would happen this year.
So you're basically saying that we would not even be able to have an application open until the end of June at the earliest?
Well, we can, I believe we can start a recruitment process, but the ordinance doesn't take effect. The commission doesn't actually form until the ordinance is actually enacted. So Heidi, I do think we can probably start the recruitment process prior, if that's the council's direction.
Yes, and because of the dates and the council's normal appointment cycle, to be clear, this ordinance actually does not become effective until June 30th, July 1. But yes, the recruitment process can begin, and then you could make appointments along with your annual appointments.
Okay. I would just say I would like to open the recruitment process ASAP, and I think it would be good for us to see what questions we're asking people. Okay, I don't see any other comments. I will move. Oh, sorry, I don't see any other questions. Do people have comments? You can put yourself in the queue, Negrete.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to give direction to the program, And we can talk about it later, and I can come back with a fully baked item, potentially with other council members who expressed interest. But in the last few months, I've been working with and discussing the opportunity I hope we can include in that. That's like an educational opportunity for community members to learn, financial literacy, first time buying. Something I did in my work before years ago in the housing projects is working with community members to learn how to save and penny stocks and other skill sets that you don't often have access to. So, and it could extend to a myriad of things, and I'm hoping that we can give direction on those type of things. I don't know, at some point, like when would that happen?
The overarching commission would be working to develop programs and recommendations. So certainly, I think this has been a passion of yours, Councilmember Negretti. I think the comments today are certainly, it's already set the table for a discussion with the Restorative Justice Commission to begin that process. If there's further direction, certainly we can either bring back an administrative item if the council would like to provide formal direction, or to your point, if there's a 16 item or a joint council item that you'd like to sort of lead, we can help facilitate that also.
Okay, because I've met with like 7 organizations, including banks, that are willing to put up both finances and the educational people support. So we'll love to bring back a direction item fully baked so that hopefully when the commission's formed, that's something that they can look at.
Councilmember Zernitska.
Thank you. I have, I guess, question/comment. So I recall, can someone please remind me, on the reparations and land back task force, were we paying people for their time in participating on that task force? And is it contemplated within the Restorative Justice Commission to pay people for their time serving on this commission as well, or is there potential legal concerns about that? Or would there be?
I believe it's a council policy decision. The only other board or commission that I'm aware of that gets a stipend is the Planning Commission.
Yeah, and I believe that's under the city charter. So as long as there's no conflict.
Yeah, there may be some questions about why certain commissions and not others. So that creating that record would probably be helpful if that's something that the council is interested in. Understanding that every board or commission is unique, but just kind of creating that record would be helpful.
Yeah, understanding that the Restorative Justice Task Force is something that is focused on restorative justice and trying to give voice to people of marginalized communities, and being mindful of the fact that we're kind of asking folks from marginalized backgrounds to take on additional work for free. If the council is amenable, I would love to explore how we could compensate them for the time and energy spent. And I recognize that might create some potential conflicts with others, but I just think that this is a very unique commission, and I want to be mindful of asking folks from marginalized backgrounds to do the heavy lifting without any sort of compensation.
Yeah, if I could just jump in here. Was that the comment? Oh, okay.
If you wanted to respond to that, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think you guys recall not all the people in the city administrative roles are here, but we were very insistent that these folks be compensated previously. Too often we are expecting people of color to do work for free, and that is not acceptable to me, especially if this is going to be a significant amount of time. I think the other part that's important here is like self-determination. I want to make sure that we're not telling these people what to do, but that they are coming up with what repair looks like for them and their communities. So I would just say I think that work takes time and is intensive, and people should be compensated for it.
Well, a couple of things, and I just would, you were starting to mention it, Councilmember Zernitska. Well, I appreciate all that. There's disabilities, boards and commissions, there's I mean, I consider myself sitting up here in an awkward position financially, given where I come from, although we're paid a stipend. But I would just say that there's lots of boards and commissions where marginalized people are serving, regardless of race and whatnot. People can, of all sorts of races and backgrounds, can not have financial means, but want to serve their community. So that's one thing. And then I would also just be careful of presuming that people of color always lack finances or resources, because that should not be a presumption we're making. People could come from different backgrounds and lived experience and have arrived at a place where they're financially secure, but that their lived experience is valuable on the board and commission. So I just would be careful making a broad sweeping statement that everybody who's of color happens to be suffering from financial circumstances.
Yeah, Madam City Attorney.
Yes, thank you. We were reviewing the charter provision related to the Planning Commission stipend, and it appears to place a limitation on any other board or commission receiving a stipend. The issue before was that it was a task force. So we would need to look at this issue a little more to see what we can do to structure it and see what we can do around it. But I do just want to make everyone aware that there is that charter provision that perhaps limits some of what we can do.
Thank you for that clarification, City Attorney. And I just want to be clear, I don't mean to presume or make it seem like what I was suggesting is that folks who would be serving on this commission would be from, like a just lower income folks, because I just strongly believe in paying people for their time when we're asking them to take on something really heavy. And I think that the commission is a very unique one. And I am not aware of what other cities may do, or if they even have these types of commissions. So I would love for the city attorney to come back with some potential options and maybe some more research. And if this does need to be a broader thing of paying people for their time for serving on commissions, because I've heard from some other folks in the community, somebody who had been considering applying to the Housing Commission, but said that they couldn't afford to do so because they had to find paid work and would not have been able to serve on the commission for no compensation. But
Okay.
thank you for bringing up that context and your thoughts on that, Councilmember Negrete.
Okay, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry for bringing this up, but as someone who works in this industry, I would just please caution all of my colleagues to consider how they're speaking about potential appointments to this board, this commission, with the current federal administration and how laws are being enforced and appearing in court. And I don't want us to step in anything that might cause litigation. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we're ready with a motion. I will move it to approve the commission. Does anyone want a second?
Second.
Great. Let's take a vote.
Councilmember Sarnaskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
And Mayor Terosas.
Yes. Great. Congratulations. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Can someone tell Councilmember Snell that he can come back?
I was going to say. Okay, so next we have item 16A, and it's appointment to one unscheduled vacancy for the Measure GS Resident Oversight Committee. And we have one applicant, Dave Waterfall. He was here earlier, but he couldn't stay.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Yep.
I'd like to continue this item to our first meeting in July to seek a broader pool of qualified candidates.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Maybe. Barry, excuse me, Councilmember Snell, we've made a motion on 16A to move this to July to get a broader pool of applicants. And there's a second. Do we need a roll call?
No, you can.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. Okay, that carries. Housing Authority Board appointment.
So for the housing, so 16B, again, we have one applicant who's eligible, is Jonathan Eady. And he was the gentleman who spoke tonight.
Move appointment of Jonathan Eady to the Housing Authority Board.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Councilmember Hall, your Lego Club.
Oh, I just move that we pass the 16 items on consent like we
Great.
usually do.
Second. All those in favor?
Well, it's money, right?
Oh,
Yep, we got to vote.
thank you, Councilmember Negrete.
I remember.
Right, so it was Hall and the mayor. Second?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Zwick. Yes. Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Zerneskaya.
Yes.
And Mayor Terosis.
Yes.
Okay, so now we move on to the special council meeting item is 16A, and this is Mayor
What about
Terosis.
16D?
Didn't we do, no, well,
Oh, you did them both? Oh,
Yeah, we did both. Yeah, sorry. I was like, what? Okay.
okay, so 16A is request of Councilmember Terosis, Councilmember Raskin, Councilmember Snell to hold a special meeting to receive a briefing on significant progress in the city of Santa Monica's longstanding pursuit of the Certified Local Coastal Program, LCP, to memorialize the work underway and, Jane, and to provide council direction on how to carry this program forward.
Councilmember Zwick, or Mayor Pro Tem Zwick.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's hard to predict exactly where this conversation will go. Out of an abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself from the item due to my employment with the Housing Action Coalition, which advocates for housing production. Although this item does not directly address housing production, direction given by the council this evening could lead to future actions related to housing production. Thus, in order to avoid any potential conflicts or even the appearance of impropriety, I will be recusing myself and I guess saying good night.
Good night and good luck.
So that's it for me.
While Jane pulls it up, I'll just briefly state the reason why we brought this forward, if that's okay, for the special meeting. I think it's no surprise Santa Monica has been working towards a local coastal program since 2014, and really before that, this is not a new priority. This is a decades-long commitment by multiple councils, and it's certainly not for lack of effort by our staff that we have not, fully had an LCP, a certified LCP. This is truly about Santa Monica having its own authority to manage its coastal zone in a way that reflects our investments, our infrastructure, and our record as responsible stewards of the coast. So following direct engagement by this council with the California Coastal Commission leadership, the city is in substantive discussions about a framework that could bring certification within reach on a defined timeline. And I thought it was best given the kind of emerging nature of these discussions and the fast pace, that we convened to give direction in open session in a transparent way to our staff to hopefully be able to go back on some deal terms and decision points for a certified local coastal program. I just do want to note that Santa Monica is one of the most accessible coastlines in California. We have a free beach. We have 12,000 public parking spaces. We have zero emission buses, protected bike lanes, affordable housing near the water. And I believe that our record in the city as a coastal steward is not in question. So I'm very excited to hear from our esteemed staff about some of the options on the table.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight's overview really focuses actually just on a little bit of a primer about the Coastal Act and, how it works, like what an LCP is, and is really focused on process. So I think just as a starting point, it's important to kind of understand some of these foundational concepts about what is the Coastal Act. So it was actually initially established in 1972. The Coastal Commission was by voter initiative, and that was only for like a 4-year period. And then the state legislature 1976 passed the Coastal Act that then extended that coastal mission indefinitely, essentially creating this permanent state agency that is tasked with protecting coastal resources. So what does the Coastal Act do? The Coastal Commission exercises its purview through what's called a coastal development permit process, but it also provides a pathway for local jurisdictions to develop what's called a local coastal program for their coastal zones, which the Coastal Commission then has to certify that the LCP complies with the State Coastal Act. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that means. The other piece that we've kind of heard questions around is, how was the coastal zone boundary formed? And it was actually enacted as part of the Coastal Act of 1977, where the Coastal Commission was directed to adopt detailed maps. So there's about 120 or so of them. There are these like Mylar maps that were made, back then, and every single one of them, these like quadrangles were adopted throughout the state. State law defines the coastal zone as extending generally inland 1,000 yards from the mean high tide line. Can the coastal zone boundary be changed? It can, but it's not, there's a process for that. It's not meant to just be changed easily. It's really meant to address like minor amendments to correct situations where parcels, are split by the coastal zone boundary, because you imagine the scale at which they were drawing these maps, certainly could run through someone's property or what have you, where it follows natural and man-made features. So under the Coastal Act, the Coastal Commission can adjust boundaries 100 yards landward or 200 yards seaward. If a local government has a certified LCP, then that local government can adjust up to 200 yards landward. And again, the sort of history of this largely has been to correct situations where the boundary sort of runs through, right through the middle of a parcel or something like that. They are typically processed through LCP amendments, map updates, or specific parcel correction requests. Here you can see a picture of Santa Monica's coastal zone. So this is just like a pointer or one of these things. Oh, there we go. Okay. Here is like the I-10 freeway, and essentially like the northern city limits, where Riviera is, to the south where Venice is. This is the Pacific Ocean. And the eastern boundary is basically 4th Street until you get south of the freeway to Pico, and then it jogs up to Lincoln Boulevard. So you can see this is the entirety of the coastal zone. And the local coastal program, when we use that term, it's actually composed of two parts. So when we use that term LCP, it's actually consisting of the land use plan, otherwise known as the LUP, and the implementation plan, otherwise known as the IP. You can think of that, the LUP is kind of like the general plan, the IP is like the zoning ordinance. That would be the equivalent. Both the LUP and the IP must be approved by the city council and then certified by the Coastal Commission. So that's how it works. So Santa Monica has a certified 1992 LUP. That's the last time, we went through this process, and that is what actually guides coastal approval. So that's what the Coastal Commission uses as what they call their standard of review. So when a coastal development permit comes before the commission, they review it actually against the policies of the 1992 LUP. What we do not have is we do not have an implementation plan. So we do not have this coastal zoning ordinance. What that means in practicality is that if applicants, they must seek approvals from the Coastal Commission after they get their city approval. So it is this two-step process currently because there is not this second half of the LCP. So that leads to, why update? What is the advantage of updating the LCP? You can kind of, see there the clear advantages of doing that. So Santa Monica last prepared and certified the LUP in 1992. The full LCP wasn't certified, as I just explained. We got the LUP done. The IP was not completed. Largely, there were some fundamental policy disagreements there, as part of the reasoning for why that did not advance. Obviously, 1992 is a long time ago. It no longer reflects our current conditions or our kind of policy environment. You can imagine all the things that have happened since there. And in order for the Coastal Commission to transfer that permitting authority to the city, you need those two parts. You need the LUP and you need the IP together. So you can see the diagram there of how a new process would work. So I think one thing to understand is that the LCP update process is not a re-legislation, if you will, of all of the policy documents the city's already adopted, right? What it is, like, so our LUCE, our downtown community plan, civic center specific plan, all of the zoning ordinance updates, the implementation as part of the housing element. I mean, you can think all of the strategic land use planning decisions, all of these policy documents that are foundational. That's only the development realm. I mean, we have many, many other policies, the bike action plan, the pet action plan, all of the things that we've done, even our climate adaptation plan, all of those things sort of like, what were like subsequent to 1992, they're not reflected in the 92 LUP. This process doesn't re-legislate all of that stuff. What it is, it's an opportunity to update our LUP to reflect all of our current conditions and policy objectives. So, it's not really changing all of the policies and standards, and all of those adopted land use and policy documents. I think that this two-step process, certainly has been impactful. We see it day to day, primarily in the permitting realm, but there are sort of, other contexts to it. It certainly does impact the day-to-day operations, particularly when it comes to, the homeowner, the small business owner, that is, just trying to add an addition to their home or an ADU or, open a business, somewhere in the coastal zone. We're kind of a big part of trying to guide people through that process because it's just, not something they're familiar with. And so, what we're seeing is kind of a lot of concern from a lot of these folks about, not understanding it, the lack of predictability and uncertainty in the process. And that's where, an LCP would provide that, in terms of establishing, bringing it up to like modern times, right? In terms of, what's the policy environment, what's the process by which you get a permit in the city, in the coastal zone. So as I said there, you can see here in a new process, once an LCP is certified, the city then would review, any project for consistency with a certified LCP. So, what we look for is compliance, no different than now. You'd look at the zoning code, you look at consistency with the LUCE or what have you. You would look at all the policy documents. There's just this additional layer of, any consistency with the Coastal Act. Appeals would, typically go to city council largely if there was anything that was appealable. However, within the area of like what's called original jurisdiction, so this is the area within 300 feet of a coastal bluff edge, a beach, or the mean high tide line, or between the first public road and the sea, or what's called an ESHA, an endangered species habitat area, so or extremely sensitive habitat area. So those areas are where permits can be appealed to the Coastal Commission. And the Coastal Commission retains authority over submerged lands and tidelands, just to be clear. In no situation, even with a certified LCP, those areas, the Coastal Commission always retains that authority. That never passes down to the city. Now, just to jump into Santa Monica's LCP efforts, it's been probably about a decade long process. So our LUP update started actually in 2014. There was a probably year and a half long outreach process, that included presentations to boards, commissions, neighborhood groups. We use it as an opportunity to educate people about coastal resources. At the time, we also got a grant to, kind of study sea level rise. So we had some fun things, pier visitor surveys. We had a little owl at the pier to help visualize, what does sea level rise look like. In practicality, there were presentations just to kind of, educate people again around coastal resources and what the LCP update was. That resulted in council actually adopting a comprehensive LEP update. This was in October of 2018. And that was, subsequently submitted to the Coastal Commission. However, ultimately that whole process ended up stalling because, as I indicated, the adoption of the LEP doesn't stop just at City Council. It then has to move on, to the formal Coastal Commission for their certification. But, without getting into any sort of, details on it, it really kind of ended up stalling due to just fundamental disagreements on policy approach, with respect to policy that, quite frankly, didn't reflect Santa Monica's unique urban multimodal coastal conditions. And so, that effort stalled. But we have formally resumed that update process as of May of 2023. There was work been done with respect to new policies around environmental justice. The science around sea level rise has changed, and obviously, the city's own changed circumstances. So we've been having regular meetings, with coastal staff, and the city retains, even over the last 10 years, fully committed to working towards certification of its LCP. Leading us, to recent conversations, and we were have been engaged with leadership at the Coastal Commission, and I can say they are very eager and excited to move forward with this process. So I think there's full alignment between the city and staff at the Coastal Commission to bring forward, to enter into a process to work towards a certification of the LCP. And based on those conversations, they've been positive in nature and really, I think, alignment towards a shared goal, to get to this point. And so there have been discussions about the possibility of bringing back, we use this term kind of MOU sort of loosely, but, the idea is, can we kind of have, agree on a set of principles, right, that allow both parties to kind of move forward in lockstep. And as I said, there's certainly been a lot of positive feedback and optimism on both ends about moving this forward. So what does that look like? This is just, some thoughts around concepts, that would help. And, I think what's advantageous is the staff at the city who have been through this process. There's actually staff at the Coastal Commission that have also been there as long, that we've all been through this sort of 10-year process. So there's a lot of history there and understanding as to areas, where issues got stuck and, a collective interest in, how do we move forward so we don't get stuck in it. And, I think these ideas around a concept of aligning around Santa Monica's strong track record in being good stewards of the coast, providing public access, things that are not undermining the Coastal Act or coastal resources. To the contrary, the city has always acted to be protective of that, agreeing on a timeline and a process to get to LCP certification, using that council-approved 2018 plan as a baseline, so we're not starting from scratch, would be something that's helpful. And then exploring kind of, whatever the, appropriate tools under the Coastal Act that allow for, certain kinds of projects, that meet objective standards to move forward, so the sort of things, as I referenced to, kind of like the day-to-day operational things, that allow us to kind of unstick, what we see every day from, why colleges just they're not like professional teams of applicants, right? It's the homeowner, it's the business owner that just doesn't quite know, how to navigate the process. And is there something we can do to solve for that process uncertainty? So, these I think are just four principles that we put forward as thoughts, that could be inserted, into MOU and for council's consideration. So as next steps, based on the language of the 16 item, we would request the council provide feedback on our engagement efforts with the Coastal Commission, including, those ideas around concepts for the this MOU.
Great.
Happy to answer your questions.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, thank you to the team. I know this is a long time coming. When I was first appointed to the Planning Commission in 2020, I remember we heard an LCP update at that time, and that was predated by decades of history. And really appreciate the work that everyone's put in over the past few weeks here. Just by further background, most of, or a lot of the work that I've done in my work is involved in environmental law, and specifically with respect to coastal protections. So a few weeks ago, I spoke with Dr. Kate Huckelbridge and facilitated an introduction to city staff, and I'm really glad to hear that this has resulted in some very fruitful conversations and productive steps forward. Really appreciate the many hours that people have redirected towards getting us towards this outcome here. I'm hoping you can just speak briefly to what the process would look like on the back end after the MOU. I understand that you're talking a little bit about what a timeline could look like for bringing this to full certification. I know a lot. There's still a lot to be decided, but maybe you can just share generally where you see this going after the MOU.
Yeah, I mean, I think I will say it's a little hard to say that, given that we've just kind of initiated these discussions and just talked conceptually, like around principles. To be clear, one has not been drafted yet. We haven't seen that. I think our interest tonight is to get council's direction. Like, do these concepts feel like they're landing in the right place with respect to how we move this process forward? I would imagine, should we get to that point, and city and coastal staff, have alignment on that, that things would be moving forward in earnest. I think, I can say within my team, we have a planner that has been assigned to this, and it's been, quite literally like a 10-year labor of love over, so, we would dedicate the resources, they would dedicate the resources. It's really, importantly, there's agreement around process, which is a really important thing, right? It's not just, if we have organizational focus, on both sides to it, it feels like we could move forward and get things done and sort of like, continue the dialogue and like a willingness to think outside the box and inside the box and all the ways around, about like how do you unstick these issues where we all know where we got stuck before, and, an interest in it's now been, many years later since we've had these conversations, and just really thinking through, how do we move forward in a productive way?
I understand that there is, statewide legislation that, was the subject of general comment tonight, and that's not on our agenda tonight, so I'm not going to comment on that. But what I will say is that this does feel like a generational opportunity to make progress on some core issues that the city is deeply interested in. And so I am really excited about the work you're doing, and I'm so thankful for everyone and the work you put into this.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Snell. I'm apologize, Councilor Hall. I didn't see.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. What is the relation of our local measure Proposition S from 1990, and how that beach overlay district relates to a potential LCP?
Yeah, so Prop S is, for everyone's understanding, voter initiative that actually restricts like large hotel, motel, restaurant development. Basically, think of it like westward of Ocean Avenue, essentially Nielsen.
Basically everything west of
yeah,
Ocean Avenue, it doesn't allow.
Exactly, and there's like a cap of like 2,000 square feet, on restaurants. It's implemented in the zoning code. It's called the Beach Overlay District. So it's already in our zoning code, and that's what governs. So as I explained, like in an LCP, it would basically incorporate Prop S. And there's some nuances around like Prop S and the Pure, so we actually went down this road like in a deep way in the 2018 LUP, and we figured out, a way to kind of like merge the two things, developed even policy around it that we could come back to. So it's very much just about incorporating it, into an updated LUP.
Got it. And would now be the appropriate time to add in our requests for what we would like to see in an LCP, or? Yeah. Okay. I think all the things that we are concurrently working on with other efforts around the business renovations and things to make events, businesses easier, I think are really important. Obviously, housing, I think, is the big controversial item. And I would say if we aren't going to include all types of housing, which I understand concerns over, I would certainly like our LCP or in our negotiations that we start from a place where, 100% deed restricted affordable housing in our coastal zone is something that we would like local ministerial control over, as well as adaptive reuse of buildings into housing. So no new development, but if we have giant vacant buildings that aren't being put to use and someone wants to convert that to housing, I think that would be appropriate. With some sort of reasonable allowance for minor external renovations or whatever's needed to facilitate that without massive expansions. And I would strongly prefer that we, maintain that beach overlay district and codify that in our LCP.
Great, Councilmember Snell.
So, thank you. And thank you for all the work on it. I actually think this is an excellent time to be discussing the LCP. I have some questions with respect to it. Obviously, this MOU would not encompass the actual coastal boundaries that are in place based on what you said this evening. We wouldn't be discussing that at all.
Yeah.
I'm just curious from history. You said something about the boundaries were approximately about 1,000 yards from the coast. Is that something
Yeah,
that you
1,000, that's how it's defined.
That's how it's defined,
Yeah,
but
the
it
coastal
looks like
zone is defined
in our
that.
boundaries, particularly when it gets up to Lincoln, it's more than 1,000.
Yeah, I think we've been asked that question a lot, and honestly, it's pretty hard to research, so we're kind of speculating. Lincoln Boulevard used to be the old State Route 1, which is probably why you can imagine PCH used to go up and then, turn the corner. We took that back, from the state, our responsibility from that, a few years ago. But that's what we imagine. And then we can also see, like we were looking at some of the maps, it kind of followed like topography because you can see like where the contour lines, sort of showed up, where there was like slope. And, at the scale it was drawn, it seemed to follow like that topographic pattern, as to where the lines ended up generally. And then that's, so that's our best guess without knowing, what was like governing all of it and who was drawing the map. So.
And then my next question, thank you for that. And then my next question, we talk about establishing an MOU and gave a timeline that was actually pretty, to establish the MOU. I think I saw it sometime in June or end of May. Is that what I saw with respect to?
Yeah, so this would be like roughly a year from now to do both the LUP and the IP, like to target, basically bringing both components.
So do you feel that timeline is reasonable with your understanding of the relationship that we have with the Coastal Commission?
I think it's doable.
It's doable.
Like with the alignment, and the interest in getting this done, it seems doable.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Other question? No. Okay, Councilmember Negrete.
I have questions, but they're sort of questions and comments and questions for the makers, maybe for yourself as well, Jing. I'm obviously in support of a local coastal plan. I think that's been clear. I'm just a little befuddled as to how this became an emergency meeting. I think the community is right in asking how it came about, and I think it's extremely difficult to not reference the Assembly bill before us because it's very clear that sparked this all of a sudden surgence of expeditious conversations with Coastal Commission. My question for the makers is specifically, Councilmember Raskin, you had mentioned to me that we are aligned on this issue. You said that to me, and the housing piece of it and wanting to discuss it. I have been working and in public, been bringing a commissioner who I have a relationship with to speak with community members, staff. It just befuddles me that if this is a collaborative effort, it feels very political in terms of the timing of it, and the fact that you didn't include me in the conversation because we were discussing it. So it's just hard for me to understand how it came about. So what concerns me really is just like the process and the timing and the fact that we're trying to bifurcate it from this bill when clearly the public backlash is what kind of prompted. The city, we were all promoting this, or you guys were. I was the only one saying I didn't support it, and I respect the Assembly member trying to do something that wasn't intended to just be focused on Santa Monica. I really respect the fact that the commissioners from the Coastal Commission spent copious amounts of times in our neighborhood meetings and talking to advocates, but I do think it's interesting that all of a sudden it's come up. And so residents are rightfully asking why this suddenly became so urgent only after the public backlash around AB 1740. Of course, I welcome transparency. In fact, I proposed an item, but because I'm not the mayor and I don't have the ability to create a special agenda item, when I did that last year, it was because there was a fire. So it's like usually used for an emergency. But I just feel like this conversation probably could have happened. Was it really necessary, or could we have handled this through like a different collaborative public process? And in fact, if this was all happening before, we could have had more time maybe to allow more council voices at the table and community voices. So I am disappointed by the lack of collaboration surrounding the process, specifically in reference to our conversation beforehand. And my position hasn't been private. I've spoken publicly about supporting the local coastal plan and not supporting the council-supported AB 1740 because I believed it went too far in housing and whatnot, which is what you and I had discussed. So I think it is fair to ask, if there was alignment, why were broader collaborative conversations not happening earlier? Why was there an effort? Why wasn't there an effort to work together before this became a rushed special agenda item only after community backlash? There's a disconnect. It creates public skepticism, and residents want to know that policy decisions are being driven by actually thoughtful governance and genuine collaboration and not political positioning after the fact. So I believe we could have worked together sooner, more openly, and not so rushed in a way that strengthened public trust instead of raising more questions about process and urgency. At the end of the day, I don't care who gets credit. I hope that we're genuinely positioned to protect our local coastal authority while maintaining public trust on how decisions are made up here. Councilmember Snell was not publicly supporting any of that. I'm just so confused as to how that happened and why it needed to be this special agenda item at the last minute to discuss tonight. It just feels interesting.
I'd like to speak to it.
Yeah.
I honestly, from my position as to why I thought it was necessary, is obviously because of public's concern about the particular item, us dealing with the Coastal Commission. And then once I did my research, the fact that we have had this long period of time not being able to get to a Coastal Commission, and what I've heard from all of us on the council and from the community that it's something that they want to do. I think that with the even though we're not talking about AB 1740, the reality of it is that that particular item caused a lot of confusion within our community. And I thought it was really important for us, one, to educate the community as to where we stood with the Coastal Commission, something that we saw tonight. So we are giving the community an ability to speak on it and for us to understand. And two, based on, and I don't know how you feel about it, but based on our revitalization plan and what we've been trying to do to activate our downtown and the things that we've had to deal with respect to the permit process, and you've heard today from staff as to the process of going through the Coastal Commission when something has to happen within their boundaries. I see the urgency. I see the urgency big time with respect to what we're trying to do to increase our economic development area, to be able to have a cleaner process for permitting with different items. So for me, I think the urgency was much needed at this point. So that's just why my position, and I'm glad that I was able to bring this forward with the mayor and Councilman Raskin.
Yeah, I mean, I think picking up where Councilmember Snell left off, I mean, the intent, I don't think, of any Brown Act group is to exclude anyone. It's the nature of the Brown Act that you can only work with a limited number of council members. With respect to the way in which this came about as a special agenda item, I mean, my understanding is there was a meeting today between the city staff and coastal staff, or at least there's been ongoing communication, and it felt important to me to make sure that we had buy-in from the full council before we went too far down this road. And we didn't have an opportunity, I think, to agendize this through the usual agendizing process that would have ordinarily put it on the agenda at the end of last week. But given that we're not going to have another meeting until, May 26th, it only felt appropriate to me to make sure that we have the buy-in of all 7 of us in this way. And I think this is the only way to do it.
That's so interesting. I just want to respond to that because I had proposed a 16 item, which was to bring forward where we're at with the LCP, but was told that I needed to wait because there's an update that would happen. And then there was this special agenda item. So that's why I'm just confused as to why all of a sudden this happened. It just feels, I'll be honest with you, you said that Brown Acts aren't to exclude, but the reality is that does happen often. And I mean, I don't need to point out the obvious. So I just wanted to understand, because I think there's a lot of public scrutiny on the fact that yes, I proposed a 16 item about getting an update on where we were so that the public could have the information and follow along, and was told, there's going to be an update, and then was told that the mayor said, well, Lana's going to put something on, so now I'm putting this agenda on. Not from this body in this office, but that's what I'm just asking, what was the real goal of meeting the urgency? Because if there was meetings today, it sounds like staff needs more time to give us a true update, and that in fact, we didn't need to have this update tonight. So I don't understand what specific timing we're up against, because it sounds like we've been briefed on many things as a council as discussions are happening between staff and Coastal Commission before it comes forward. It just seemed ironic that tonight it was such an urgency. It was like an emergency, and it had to be on at the very last minute.
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, I don't know who told you that. That is absolutely incorrect. And I think we definitely will be having a discussion at our next meeting about this. But what I would say is that without talking about 1740, bills are in their second house. They went through appropriations. We have a limited window in which to potentially get a deal. I think it would be disingenuous for our staff to negotiate with the Coastal Commission to get a deal framework in place and an agreement on an MOU by the end of this month. If at the second meeting in May is, what's the date today? How many days is the second meeting in May from the end of May? The discussions have been working with the Coastal Commission staff, have been working towards, let's get a deal in place by the end of May, because we want to try to solve this within this legislative session, just being completely transparent. And so I think that's why the urgency, it wouldn't be right. First of all, this is not a closed session discussion item. Second of all, there's been a lot of scrutiny in the public, so we didn't think we could go to closed session. There's been a lot of scrutiny in the public about this. It makes more sense to have this discussion transparently, which is what we're trying to do. And if we're giving direction to staff to negotiate, we should do that before the deal is done. Does that make sense?
I mean, sort of, except for that this council took a public position supporting things that are opposite of what's happening right now. So I guess the next question I will just say is there a way quickly, without creating too much staff burden, to put the historical facts update and where we're at on our website under following along, our local coastal plan? Because I know we already have some things already posted. Is there a way to have that so the public can follow along with where we're at, since this is moving so rapidly?
Like the timeline kind of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's being proposed, so that the language is very clear for everybody, so that they can go look at it on the website. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think these are live negotiations that are happening in real time. So certainly we can make sure that as things are getting prepared over the next few weeks, background history, how this process can unfold, we can certainly get that all developed. There's been lots of conversations with various different bodies, definitely conversations with folks in Sacramento, definitely conversations with Coastal. I think all of those conversations have created this opportunity that, however we got here, I think from a staff perspective, we think the opportunity to get an LCP finalized is something that really is in the best interest of Santa Monica and everything we're trying to accomplish for the city. And so certainly I think if the council's comfortable with us moving forward in this direction, we can get background information, really put up on a dedicated website. And as these discussions sort of evolve and mature, certainly continue to keep everything updated. And I think our hope would be, Jing, really think before the end of this month, likely at our meeting on the 26th, we're hoping we can have some framework ready for the full council to consider. So
tonight was a question. There was really the need to have this because we were actually thinking that there was people on this council that would be opposed to having an LCP. Like you guys needed to hear us say, yes, we want one, even though you've been working on it the entire time.
No, actually, we haven't been working. We restarted in 2023, and we've had information back to Coastal on a couple of different sections for the LUP as late as this past December. Things that really haven't been moving. It's a slow process. It's the investment of time from both Coastal and the city to get something like this accomplished in 12 months needs to get accelerated, and everyone would need to be on board. In the last week, really, there's been this revelation from Coastal, and whatever the impetus was, certainly 1740 is probably one of the reasons that triggered an interest from Coastal to say, hey, can we talk Santa Monica and try to solve for some of these issues in an accelerated time frame? But really, in the last week is when, at the staff level, it became apparent that, hey, there might be something possible. And really, there's multiple members on the council that have been playing a role in all of that. I know, Councilmember Negretti, you've been communicating with, assembly members and state legislators and commissioners. Other members of the council have done so also via Brown Act Group. And I think all of those collective efforts have brought us, really to this point where it does feel like a unique opportunity that we have in the next couple of weeks to see, can we, really get something really difficult and hard done in the interest of the city.
Okay. Councilmember Zerniskaya.
Thank you. So I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding the timeline that has led us up to here. I don't know if you would be able to go back. I don't know if it's the slide before or the previous one. Yeah, I think this one. So I recalled during, and I know it's not part of it, but I recall during the Assembly Committees on Housing's discussion of AB 1740, Assembly Member Zuber went over his understanding of Santa Monica's LCP timeline and had mentioned something about us submitting it in 2020 and then being asked to pull it back. And I was wondering if you'd be able to maybe provide a little bit of color on that, just so I understand I don't know what you're able to share.
No, I mean, I'm happy to. I think I'm also I think we're really trying to just move forward, and whatever occurred in the past, did. But, yes, I think just to high level, we did submit the council's adopted 2018 LUP. It took, many months for it to be deemed approved. And then, essentially what happened is that there's a statutory time limit by which the Coastal Commission has to act on something, and it was reaching that time limit, and there was, mutual agreement to withdraw. And, really, I think in the spirit, though, of the continuing good faith effort, it's like, hey, we're going to run out of time here. We're still stalled on things. It's in no one's interest to forge ahead, into a meeting where you're not in agreement on foundational issues. So, let's withdraw and restart this process and buy everyone more time. That's really, it really was a result of just, being stuck in fundamental disagreements on policy. So.
Okay. And so our intent is to move forward and try to, have all the parties work in good faith together to try to get a.
Yeah. And that's really been the spirit of recent discussions. And that's where I think I said, the longitudinal aspect of, right, and the staff from both Coastal and City, that have been at this. It's the same people, that have been involved in it. There's a huge advantage to that, and not wanting to we all know where we got stuck, and so the principles I think that you're seeing here, the ideas around it are kind of growing out of that process. Like here are some ideas, the root cause of, if you will, of these philosophical disagreements. Can we solve for that? Can we coalesce around this so it helps us move forward, into the branches, right, that come from agreeing on that principle?
Thank you. And I had previously kind of discussed the situation of Santa Monica's LCP efforts with a coastal commissioner a while ago. And something that I think I was kind of confused about coming away from that conversation is where state law may have already preempted or provided exemptions to coastal commission review. And I'm not sure what, if any, state laws there have been that have been passed that have, I think it was specifically related to housing. If there's anything that has exempted certain types of projects from coastal commission review already. And if that is the case, would it be possible to just create some clarity around that on, whatever webpage we put up, or in the LCP, or?
Yeah, we have actually asked coastal staff to, I think, clarify, what those tools are. Doesn't always line up with, actual experience, I guess I'll say. In some of those tools that are supposed to be available via state law. So I think as an initial step, we've invited that, help us understand more fully, whether it's existing tools or new ones that are being in development, that are the result of recent state law. It's helpful for everyone to understand those pieces, and also, an openness on their part to kind of learn from the things that cities have to deal with, right? With the multitudes of state laws that we have to comply with. It's almost like you have two masters, and they kind of conflict, and we've seen this. I spoke at a Coastal Commission meeting in Santa Cruz that was addressing this very issue about, how does the Coastal Commission work with HCD, on these things, right? Where, the legislature can direct what it does, but, how do you reconcile that with the Coastal Commission's process, and it's I think spurred really great collaborative efforts, between cities and HCDs. They've been listening sessions, and I think cities are feeling really caught in the middle, between, it's hard to comply with both, right? And so these are the kinds of things, that we're solving for, so yeah, there's for sure been a lot of things around housing. And I think, we have invited, I think, more clarity around what are those tools, because, maybe they work for this, right? And problem done, kind of thing. So.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, there is already work underway to provide clarity and get clarity on where certain things may already be exempt under state law from Coastal Commission review, and understanding how the Coastal Commission is,
Yeah. What? Yeah.
Streamlining. It's not.
It's not exactly. Yeah, I think that's where it's.
Okay.
It's hard to call it fully exempt, because to our knowledge, there aren't tools that just say, you're completely. I think when you think about streamlining, in our local context, it's there's no public hearing. That's not the case in, a Coastal Act context, and I think that's what we're trying to understand, and reconcile for. So, even streamlined under that might still have, that additional, hearing component, right? That isn't maybe present in the local context.
So we're trying to, in getting that clarity, are we including the definitions of what the different terminology means for coastal versus local city versus state and all that fun stuff?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about a policy document like the LUP or the Coastal Ordinance, you're talking about policy and implementation. So absolutely, yeah, this process will cover all of that.
Do we need a translation dictionary, French, English, but Coastal Commission, city, state?
It's part of the discussions to come. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hollis here in the queue, but can I ask some questions, or did you have questions? Okay, great. So I just want to get clarification, which of the longstanding policy disagreements that we're talking about here, because I know there are several: parking pricing, home sharing, preferential parking districts, demolition definitions have been resolved? Or are we still negotiating all of those things right now?
No, they're not resolved.
Okay, so I would like us to make sure that those items I just mentioned are prioritized. I also think I agree on the adaptive reuse point as well. I think no one mentioned this, but the bus-only lanes and the bike lanes need to be prioritized, like we talked about, for streamlined approval. Commercial changes in use, I think, are important for our economic recovery. So those need to be streamlined. And then I think we need to have some sort of agreement with Coastal on some of these major events that are forthcoming, and what that process looks like. And I'm hoping that that could be in an MOU, as I know we have several and more that could even potentially come that we talked about in closed session today. And so can you just explain to us what specifically is meant by a ministerial CDP framework for certain categories of low impact projects?
It's, to be honest, it's a term of art. I think the idea is, I think the spirit of the idea is exploring, just as I was saying, what are the tools available, that help advance some of these lower impact projects, right? When you talk about commercial TIs, additions to homes, I mean, those are, quite frankly, those are the bread and butter of what we deal with a lot. It's, well over a third of our permit volumes. There's a way that, we can solve for that kind of stuff, through a process, other than this two-step process. So, it's really, I think, sort of an overarching term to use of like an openness to explore a little outside of the box. What are the existing tools? Can we tweak them a little bit, to make them work?
Sure. So I think that that's another point that I think is very important in the MOU is like what project categories are qualifying under a ministerial CDP framework. What are the thresholds for those and who's going to determine that? Is it going to be us?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be part of the discussion point. And, some of what coastal staff has shared with us is that tool is something that's available, for example, for like ADUs or SB9s, which was, I think we want to know more, right, about how that tool exists. So yeah, I think it's part of the discussion. I don't have specificity about how that might work, because that's going to be part of the process.
So I don't know if you're making a motion, I don't know if that's important to my other council members, but I think it's important to me. And I think specifically on the economic recovery piece of changes in use, I think we've all heard anecdotal stories of how long that's taken. And I would think that that ministerial framework, or at least some sort of streamlined framework for the commercial changes in use, would be quite important to us. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. And to add to that, if it wasn't clear, just not just the changes of use, but the potential renovations that would be required to facilitate changes of use. I'm thinking like a lot of the outdoor bars and patios that businesses have proposed but have chosen to not pursue because of the lengthy periods that Coastal puts them through. Oh, perfect. This is what I was going to ask you to pull up. I move this path forward as our direction, and to continue exploring with direction to continue exploring policies consistent with our legislative platforms and projects that we've been seeking approval of recently.
I'll second that motion. I just have one clarification with the mayor. Did you also include parking as you did? I didn't hear you say that.
So just to be clear,
yeah.
Preferential parking pricing, those two things I think have not been resolved.
I didn't hear you say that. That's
Yeah.
I support the motion.
And I think there's an outstanding question on home sharing as well, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So there was a motion and a second. Did you want to say anything, Councilman Raskin?
Yeah, just for the sake of clarity here, I hope it's friendly to the maker and seconder that, these are, I guess, policy objectives, but not necessarily a hill to die on, if that's okay with folks.
That is correct.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, my understanding is that there are like over 30, there were over like 30 substantive policy disagreements previously. and we have the best staff in the nation. We trust you. You're very good at this. I think we're going to defer to like the specifics that you need to achieve what we've just outlined right now, without compromising like our policy objectives as Santa Monica. Yeah.
We understand, yeah.
So it sounds like we're ready for a vote.
Councilmembers Ernestskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Mayor Terosas.
Yes. Great. That carries. I believe we still have one public commenter that did not get to be heard. And then do we have any adjournments?
I believe we have any.
Okay.
adjournments. Okay, Mitchell, we're ready for the caller.
All right, Ms. Barton, you can press *6, and your time will begin when you begin speaking.
Good evening. In watching your arguments and whether or not to accept grant funding for de-escalation training for the police at the last city council meeting, what I saw was you putting your personal political preferences and Trump derangement syndrome, which is considered to be a mental illness, on display. Not what's in the best interest of the city. Making it seem like the safety of the city and those within it are not really one of your top priorities. Then I've also been wondering, since you raised the water rates another 50% over 5 years, if in 2021 the water rates were raised also around 50% over 5 years, do you not think a 100% raise on water rates over 10 years might be seen as gouging the customer? But you keep siphoning from the water fund to pay increases for city staff. And do you ever plan to return the $15 million of water fund?
That was 1 minute.
The caller didn't announce their name.
The caller was Denise Barton.
Okay. Thank you, Mitchell. Have a good evening.
Okay, the time is 12:14 and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. See you May 26th with a full LCP MOU framework.